Welcome everyone to the Town of Greater Napanee Special Session of Council this 21st day of November 2024. Today's meeting is, I guess, our third budget meeting in a number of meetings that we're going to have with respect to our 2025 budget. Just before we call the meeting to order, I'd like to remind everyone that this morning's meeting is going to be live streamed via our YouTube channel and be placed on there and saved. And so the folks that are watching this morning, welcome. And then the folks that will watch at a later time, welcome as well. And it'll be there for your purview from now to eternity. In any event, we'll call the meeting to order. We'll look for a motion on the adoption of the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Norrie, second by Councillor Martin. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none. First up, items for discussion. The 2025 draft budget presentation, day 2, and I see Ms. Hamill, Mr. Noble sitting in front of me. Ellen, are you going to start or is Michael? Great. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. We are joined here today to continue our budget discussions. Today, we are primarily going to focus on growth and infrastructure services, and then we'll follow with parks, recreation, and culture. With that, we'll get right into it, and I'll turn it over to Michael to start into the growth and infrastructure services.
Great. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. Next slide, please. Speaking on a broad scale, the Growth and Infrastructure Department provides overall recommendations to council as it relates to community growth and development through our building and planning divisions. Our Utilities Department focuses on management and operation of our in-ground linear infrastructure assets, inclusive of our water and wastewater systems. And additionally, our Public Works Division manages and operates all municipally owned stormwater systems and above grade linear infrastructure, including roads, bridges, culverts, and street lighting. The Capital Works function, which is an arm of Public Works, provides oversight and contract administration of capital renewal programs. And lastly, our Solid Waste Department provides administration of the curbside collection contract for garbage and recycling, while managing municipal landfill operations and identifying community solutions for improved management of household waste. Overall, we have a number of staff, full-time and part-time, between all of the divisions. We have a total combined operating 2025 draft budget of nearly $4.2 million, and our staff are operating out of a number of facilities, inclusive of water and wastewater treatment facilities, our wastewater treatment plant, newly constructed maintenance garage, and several public works facilities, in addition to 99 Advance. Next slide. This slide, this table in the slide deck here is intended really just to be a snapshot. There we are. This table is intended to be a snapshot, high-level overview, which we will get into the weeds on each line item in particular as we go throughout this portion of the presentation today. But just for quick reference, we place this here for council and the public's benefit, just to take a quick glance at any line items from a high-level perspective, if desired. Next slide. And additionally, this slide is once again a high-level overview of all of the recommended budget enhancements. So again, we're going to go through each of these in more detail as we go throughout the presentation today. But the intention here is really just to give a high-level snapshot, all in one place, all the budget enhancement proposals for ease of review and finding the information later if so desired. Next slide. So getting into the functions of the building division. So the building division focuses on ensuring that our new construction is compliant with Ontario regulations and municipal specific regulations. We work generally with the public and the building industry to create a healthy, safe, sustainable, and accessible built environment. In addition to new construction of buildings. We also review pool permits, sign permits, undertake property standards investigations and enforcement, and conduct the administration of the civic addressing program for the municipality. Additionally, the building department is now treated very similarly to utilities, where it's a separate business unit where we're collecting revenues to offset expenses. And we have a building-specific reserve now set up, which has grown to a good, healthy number over the last couple of years, where we've had an influx of large construction projects with high revenue generation as a result. So we've seen, I'll say, a spike in the last couple of years, which helped to put some good monies into those reserves that can be drawn upon in slower times. But we've got a very good starting point now, and transitioning into 2025, seems like it will become a more, I'll say, regular year. Or the last two, they've been very high in large development permit revenue. But then in 25, we're not seeing a lot of those major good years, large hotels, Gibbards, those sorts of things coming online in 2025 for permit application. We see more coming in 26, 27, but in the year 25, we're probably going to be right around a revenue neutral position without having to draw on or put into those reserves. So the reserve balance where they are now, we're north of $1 million in that reserve balance, which is fantastic. When we get into a time, and inevitably it will come, when we're into a recession and we're down, not collecting as much revenue for say a 3-year stretch, we've got a good understanding, a good handle on what that reserve balance should be sitting at leading into some of those tougher times, and we're certainly right around that mark. And in 2025, we're proposing to not draw upon any of those reserves and keep them whole, and hopefully keep them whole until inevitably there is a point in time where we do see an economic downturn. Hopefully not, but if history repeats itself, we will certainly see some times such as that. Next slide. So some highlights for the building division. As mentioned in 2024, we saw quite a number of large major building construction projects commence, and the surplus in 2024 as a result is likely to be north of $1 million. Today, around 1 to 1.2 is what we're projecting. So that's as a result of the projects that I'll go through coming up here shortly. Additionally, we were successfully selected as the host site for Goodyear's 500,000 square foot expansion, which is well underway now. So it was fantastic news to hear that for the community. That is a major new construction project, new industrial project with a very good number of new, highly well-paid, highly skilled full-time positions that are being created as a result of that project. Additionally, we're seeing good progress at the Gibbard District. We see activity at a number of subdivisions, so namely the Springside Meadows subdivision is starting the pre-servicing efforts. Those will be ongoing through the winter into the spring and summertime. The Richmond Park Homes subdivision is inching towards commencing construction as well, and we see good progress, and we're anticipating seeing good progress down at the very south end of Westbridge Estates into their latter phases of that subdivision. We've also been successfully selected by Waste Management for the installation of a very large recycling preconditioning facility. So that's a very large building, again, with about a 50 to 60 full-time employment headcount that's going along with that. And we saw good permit revenue generation as a result of that, and good development charge revenue coming in the door through that development as well. Next, we're seeing the commencement of the battery energy storage system phase 1 down at Atura Power. We're seeing the Richmond Mobile Home Park phase 2. That servicing is completed, and we're starting to see the developer pull permits to install those mobile homes, which is great to see. It's a very good opportunity for attainable housing, different form and style of housing for the community. So we're certainly happy to see that that project well underway, and seems like there's good interest and good uptake in those units. As mentioned, we have the Goodyear expansion on the go. We've got an expansion at the J.J. O'Neill Elementary School ongoing, which is a major undertaking for the school board. We've got the Village Green Long-Term Care Facility on Drive-In Road at County Road 41, and the long-term care facility adjacent to the hospital, in addition to two 29-unit apartment buildings on the go at Heritage Park, at the north end of Heritage Park Drive. The first of those 2 units is anticipated to come online with occupancy in May of 2025. And lastly, we've got the Hilton Hotel, which is nearly fully enclosed. They're done the exterior major exoskeleton structural work, and now they're working on completing the building envelope and outfitting the interior. So we're certainly happy to see these projects moving forward. Excellent. So as mentioned, we are projecting this year for a revenue neutral year. So we're not projecting, we're not budgeting to transfer to or from the building reserve. So we're anticipating seeing a good number of residential dwellings commence construction, given the decreasing rates from the bank. And we are based on conversations with developers, we're anticipating seeing a good number, those numbers to come back up. In the last couple of years, they were certainly taking a dive with interest rates going up and potential home purchasers really second guessing when they wanted to enter the market. So now with those rates coming down, we're seeing better interest there. So we're anticipating getting back to I'll say a usual year. Additionally, we will see our wastewater treatment plant expansion project commence. And based on the functioning of the building code and the building bylaw, there will be permit revenue generated to the building department from the utilities department as a result of that project. So we're between, I'll say, smaller scale projects, new homes, additions, et cetera, and commercial and industrial development. We're really projecting to see a revenue neutral year. Additionally, you'll see in staff costs a slight increase, and with the note for Director of Planning. So I'll get into that in more detail in a later slide. However, the plan for this position is there would be oversight of both the building and the planning divisions, and therefore that expense, salary and benefits expense would be split evenly between both divisions. Any questions on what I've presented so far?
I don't, yep, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Are we going to have a separate meeting on staffing costs and everything else? Because wasn't it supposed to be when we did the reorganization, that was going to be revenue neutral, and it says 0.31 increase here for planning. So that's, I was just wondering if we were going to have a discussion of that.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Grant can to weigh in on that if I'm not mistaken. So.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll turn it over to the CFO. So representation of 3.1, as my understanding, would be like what it would be on the levy. When you get into the individual slide on budget asks, you will see that it's absolutely revenue neutral. And so, and in terms of discussing staffing costs and everything else, when we get to sort of budget decision day, our intent is to stop on each department where councillors will have the opportunity to ask line by line questions should they wish to do so. We just wanted to give you the overview first. And I'm happy to have the CFO speak to the specific line item.
Thank you. Yeah, so just for clarity, on a lot of the slides, you'll see the note about reorganizational structure, and most of that is related specifically to just where they fall within the budget. So previously, they would have been in a different line item or a different department. Some departments which you won't see at all in front of you in 2025 budget. So it's just a reallocation of where those lines are. But the net impact of that whole restructure, as previously presented to council, has not changed. There are staffing cost increases as a result of our compensation bylaw and our union and non-union agreements. But anything to do with the restructure specifically was a revenue neutral, actually, with some small savings or some savings.
Thanks, Councillor Shank. Is there anything else before we move on? Seeing nothing, thank you, Michael. I'm just going to compliment you. It's refreshing that sometimes we count things that when it's on paper, we count it as being done, but all the stuff that you mentioned there, there's actually something tangible. There's buildings there, there's businesses that are being constructed. So it's extremely refreshing to see that part of the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Much appreciated. So moving on to planning. So I'll give an overview on the planning division within growth and infrastructure. So we're predominantly the department is overseeing, I'll say from concept through to approval stage, and then at stage of construction, the building department would then be taking over. So for through the approval process, the planning department is really ensuring we have compliance and conformity with planning related regulations and policies. We work with the general public, consultants, the development industry as a whole. And again, we're aiming to create a healthy, safe, sustainable, and accessible built environment through appropriate planning. The division is also responsible for, ultimately responsible for reviewing all types of land use planning applications. So from severances, rezonings, minor variances, official plan amendments, and plans of subdivision. Through those processes, we are coordinating review efforts with commenting agencies, internal departments, and external third-party consultants where we might need professional assistance with review of technical matters. So through that process, oftentimes we're getting into territory of different authorities having jurisdictions, such as whether it be the MTO, local conservation authorities, sometimes Ministry of the Environment, if there are certain aspects that they might have regulation over. So overall, the planning department is effectively quarterbacking the application and the review, and throughout that process, gathering all information to make an informed recommendation to council on applications that are coming forward, whether those might be third-party applications from private residents, or for municipally led initiatives such as general zoning bylaw updates or official plan updates. So same process generally in whether it's a third-party initiated application or it's a municipal initiated application. Planning is doing the overall stick handling of that application, getting the comments we need from the appropriate divisions, and leveraging those against our planning policies in effect to see how it all lines up in making an ultimate recommendation to council. Additionally, we are seeing enforcement related aspects with the zoning bylaw. So although our planning coordinator and other planning staff specifically aren't doing the overall enforcement of that work, they would be working closely with our building inspectors to oversee that enforcement effort as needed. And additionally, staff are assisting with administering the town civic addressing bylaw as it relates to new development. So overall, we've got 2.5 full-time equivalent staff located at 99 Advance Avenue. So that would be a combination of administrative staff, our planning coordinator, future director of building and planning, and a portion of myself as well, with an annual operating budget of around $260,000. Any questions on that?
Nope. Go ahead, Mike.
So some highlights for planning in 2024. So under the Province of Ontario's Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund, we were able to put forward a successful application, both a joint effort with utilities and planning to see the success for a $34.8 million grant being awarded from the province of Ontario. This was in addition to $14 million from the federal government a few years prior. And we were certainly very excited to see that, so that we are in a very good spot to commence that construction. As previously mentioned, we following tender receipt, we will come back to council with a budget plan for that overall project. But certainly having this $34.8 million is putting us in a much more amenable place from a budget perspective had we not received this funding. Additionally, we see the Atura natural gas turbine expansion that is planning to come online in late 2027. Along with that comes a community benefits grant in the amount of $400,000 a year. So staff are planning to bring forward a report to council in the near future on the functioning of that agreement. So it would be separate to the existing community benefits agreement that was initially struck with TransCanada. So this is separate, and we would be, I'll say, renegotiating the terms of that with Atura, but certainly going to be coming forward to council in the very near future when we have a little bit more information in that regard. But overall, $400,000 per year, which is the rated capacity of that expansion. And we were able to successfully negotiate that with Atura through that process prior to their ISO approval. We've also been actively managing our town-owned industrial lands with our real estate agent of record, Rogers and Trainer. We're seeing some good interest as a result of that, which is fantastic to see. And given our recent successes with Goodyear and at the provincial level with the granting for the wastewater plant, we're seeing a lot of provincial agencies, namely Invest Ontario, reaching out to us, essentially saying, hey, what sort of land does Napanee have available for immediate development, as they're typically the first point of contact for major industries coming into the province. And we're on their radar ultimately now. It's very refreshing to see. In years prior, we wouldn't be getting those direct calls, I'll say, but those are certainly coming in more often now than previously. And we've been working very closely with our County of LNA partners as it relates to economic development initiatives that we're undertaking with regard to industrial land development. So overall, it's a good team between staff at the town and the county, and now we're certainly on the radar of the province and Invest Ontario in that regard. And lastly, we are nearing completion of our official plan update. So staff are working through some final edits to the draft based on a multitude of agency comments. There's quite a long list of, I'll say, minor amendments that need to be made there. So we again circulated every potential agency that might have an interest in this, and they've provided quite good, meaningful feedback actually. So we're still combing through that, but overall, we'll be making those amendments based on agency comment and council's recent direction at the October 26th meeting, I believe it was, where we had last spoken about the official plan update. And that will be coming forward for a public meeting followed by local adoption prior to it then going on to the county for county level approval. So we're targeting, it's most likely going to be into Q1 at this point, just given the vast amount of comments received from agencies and making all of those minor tweaks to the document throughout. But certainly it's making great progress, and we'll be coming back to council in the not too distant future. Any questions before we move on?
No. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Carver.
Thank you, through your worship. So the Altura natural gas turbine expansion, it's $400,000 a year for the operational lifespan of the project. What is that? How many years are we roughly looking at?
Through your worship, I believe the lifespan is around 12 years, but they have the option to extend on a 5-year block basis thereafter. So the initial contract that the ISO is awarded is 12. When they're nearing I'll say the end of that 12, they would be able to, I'll say, seek permission to extend that. Don't know exactly how that would shake out ultimately, but there is a little bit of flexibility for both Atura and ISO to explore that in the future, but it's at least 12 years.
Nice, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Is there anything else before we move on? Nope. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Worship. Previously, in budget discussions years prior, I've mentioned that, you know, the revenues generated from the planning department don't really come near the overall staff costs and overall department costs to administer that division. This is commonplace across the province. Most planning departments are not nearly getting the revenue that they need to fully offset their costs to administer all the planning functions of a municipality. So what I'm getting towards here is we're not at all atypical from the rest of the municipalities in the province. Our gap is actually not that large if you look at a lot of other municipalities in the area. So what we're seeing here is, again, as mentioned previously, with the addition of the director of planning and the previous commitments that council's made as it relates to compensation, we do have a delta from 2024 to 2025 in staff costs. But overall, the addition of that position will be revenue neutral on the levy as a whole. So what staff are considering doing is certainly looking at, in order to help slowly close that gap over time, we don't want to see an immediate switch over where we have such an increase in fees that it's going to be detrimental to the average resident looking to do a minor planning application. We're looking at potential options to slowly increase those over time. And also on larger scale applications where there's a lot of staff effort that would be going into the review of those, namely major official plan updates or zoning bylaw updates. The director of planning that we're hopeful to be successful with hiring a registered professional planner. My plan would be to have that individual undertake the heavy lifting, the review of those applications in-house, writing the planning reports. Ultimately, this would be a working director. So we would then reduce our reliance on third-party planning efforts with our planning consultant of record currently. But what we have the option to do with those larger applications, and this is yet to be explored, but it's something that staff are considering looking into, is almost a chargeback based on time spent by that professional designation to review that application. So where we would ultimately be doing so almost the inverse, where we would send it out to our third-party consultant for their review. We would get charged their time and pass that bill along to the proponent. We could then do that in-house and slowly offset the staffing costs as a result. So to the large-scale developer that would be used to seeing that approach, it's really no different than it coming from a third party versus coming from the municipality. And it's been explored with other lower tiers in the county through our development approval process review work that we've been doing over the last couple of years. It's something we've been looking into. We haven't landed on it yet, but staff will certainly come forward to council with more in-depth report and presentation in the future when we get to the point where we're comfortable making a form of recommendation there. But I think I recognize the need to slowly close that gap over time so that planning overall, and as it grows into the future with additional staff over time, not today, but it's anticipated to grow over time. I think we can have a funding model that really bridges the gap between overall staff costs and revenue generated as a result, while still balancing the interests of smaller scale developers with larger scale based on overall time spent per application. So in contracted services, as a result, with our intention to hire a registered professional planner and undertake more planning efforts in-house, you'll see a decrease in contracted services. So this is a direct reduction in the consultant line item effectively. So the overall consultant line item in the planning division is not just for planning consultant work. It is for when we have a pre-consultation meeting request come in from a proponent, typically, depending on the scale of it, we'll have our engineering consultant, potentially our noise consultant, could be our traffic consultant or hydrogeologist, all at the table in addition to planning. So the town is incurring those costs. So really it's the consultant line item in our budget is not just for planning consultant, it's for all of those different disciplines that when we have a meeting request come in, which is looked highly upon by staff when we can have those pre-consultation meetings, we're incurring those costs as a municipality until the application is submitted. So we don't have a pre-consultation fee per se, as we encourage to have that pre-consultation so that when we get an application, it's complete, it's thorough, it's what we're expecting to see. Really, it streamlines the process for both the municipality and the proponent as a result. So we would see a reduction in the planning consultant component of the consultant line item. So that's what we're seeing here is a reduction in that that portion of that line item there. Any questions on that?
No, go ahead, Mike.
Great. So moving on to the recommended operating enhancement for building and planning. So as mentioned, we are proposing to hire a director of building and planning to oversee effectively manage both the building and the planning departments, the divisions rather. So this again has been previously approved by council, and the overall budget impact on the levy is a net 0%. So what this position will effectively enable the municipality to do is give a little bit more depth to the municipality. So targeting a registered professional planner, it's going to give us that in-house ability to really have answers to in-depth, detailed planning questions almost right immediately, rather than having to ask the question of a third party, pick up the phone, send an email, wait. It's going to be much more streamlined effort internally. And I think if we were able to be successful in landing a proponent with some good experience, they'll be able to bring a lot of foresight to the position and provide real good ideas on overall enhancements to the operation of the department. So really, I'm excited to see this position move forward. We're planning to post for that position in the near future and hopefully have it filled in the earlier part of Q1. So it's going to really give us that additional depth. It's going to alleviate some of my time to focus on higher level activities, namely our overall efficiency improvements in growth and infrastructure, our economic development interests, advancing those, as well as focusing on our forthcoming land disposition strategy, which at my current bandwidth, I don't have enough time to do all those things. So certainly excited to see this position come online. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So Mike, back a couple of slides. I'm just thinking how we can increase our revenues. Now, a Tour gas turbine expansion community benefits grant, that's been said and done. Now, when a Tour came originally, or now it's a different number company for the best site. Now, when they got their approval, we never got any money because that wasn't even close into that. So, and you know what the tax implications that we're going to be getting from a best site is very nominal. So, pulling what the province did with the OPP costing of the 23% automatically, and them wanting to be good, stewards or, good industry of the community, is there any way that we can go back to the best site? Because the other site, the natural gas has already been done. All right. Can we go back to the best site and say, hey guys, you know what? Sure, you got in between it because times change, what, negotiations for a benefit is now and what it was, what it was last year and what it is now. Of course, that's substantially increased. But is there any way of going back to those bests and even just kicking the tires and see what we could possibly do? It's just that we have to increase our revenues, And of course, they've always said that it's a separate entity, the best site. So since they're totally separate, that they say they are, why not kick the tire and see what we can do? And between the mayor and you have and Matthew, they have a little bit more subtler way of doing it than I do, and you're a lot better at that. So I'm just trying to think of possible ways of generating some more revenue. That's all.
Yep, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Shank. So that's something that we did explore previously. So the answer we got at the time was the contract cost that was submitted to the ISO for the best phase one did not include a benefit fund per se, right? So their claim is that they've undertaken all their costing and their forecasting to give the ISO a number to say, here's what it's going to cost us to run this, give us approval for that contract. They're saying that they did not include monies for a community benefit fund for that. So I anticipate a similar response, but I think it's enough times passed that we can reconsider going back and asking the question. I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt anything to just bring the conversation back up again, but it's certainly something that we can look into.
Yeah, go ahead,
The
Mike.
only reason why I'm saying that, Mike, is because there was other best sites that were turned down that were offering a lot more and a lot cheaper rate for hydro. Now, Atura, or the best site that they have, or whatever numbered company or whatever the company's name is again, is that was a lot higher than some of the other best sites that were offering. So you can't have the cake and eat it too, guys. You know what I mean? You already put in a lot higher rate than why did the other areas that were offering hydro at a lot lower rate. So it's a good excuse on their part, but I call foul. I've said it that way nicely, but it just all I'm saying is when you're in negotiation, if you just do your best, that's all.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Shank, and I know that I know Michael will overturn every stone that there is to overturn. So, and then we appreciate that. So, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in a general sense, I think the conversation you're raising there, Councillor Shank, is indicative of candidly why I wanted to map out some of the changes that I mapped out. So whether it be adding extra capacity into finance so the CFO can look into long-term financial strategy, or more capacity in growth and infrastructure, so the general manager can get into things like negotiating contracts, can get into things like business attraction, land development strategies, land disposition strategies, that sort of thing. And my initial assessment was that capacity was such that those opportunities were limited. And I believe that they'll be less limited. So even if in this case, we may not have people come back and be able to address the original work, won't be the last. And I would suspect in the future, the general manager will have the time that the municipality and he needs to have those kind of conversations.
Yep, go ahead, Mike.
So the reason why I'm saying this, guys, is because we already have the benefit for the Atura when it was first built, all right, and how that was set up. But before that, we had the solar farm across from Sandhurst. Now it's switched hands numerous times, but there was a fund that, like a host municipality agreement, that was set up for that also. Now, where is that money to date? Like, because it was over 20 years, something to look at, you know what I mean? And they were supposed to give so much per year. That's all I'm saying. I don't need that answer today, but I mean, they were supposed to be giving, they were supposed to do a lot of things, but they've changed hands so many times and that's been sold so many different times. Just make sure that we're getting some revenues from that site also, because it will over a longer period of time. So there we go.
I think Councillor Shanks talked about the current Atura. I don't think we call it community benefit fund, but the current funding that Atura does, that's got to be probably 15 years in, I would think, at this point. But
Wasn't Atura though.
No, it wasn't Atura at the time, but they've taken it over. But that fund is still active, it's still going.
No.
if I'm not mistaken, or am I thinking of another one?
You're
Through-
thinking of,
Through your worship, I think you're referring to the
Solar
Sandhurst Shores solar
solar farm.
farm right off
Yeah.
of Wellington,
Yeah.
or the Wellington Street. Yeah, down at Sandhurst, right across from Sandhurst
Yeah.
Shores. I, through your worship, I'm not aware of a fund for that, but I will investigate that and bring it back to council for information. I know we certainly have site plan agreement in place. I know that. I'm not aware of a community benefit fund agreement, but I think we can go back through some records and see what we can find. And if there were a benefit fund agreement that is not being complied with, we'll certainly follow up.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah. So thanks, Counselor Shank. Is there anything else before Michael moves on? No, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Worship. So now I'll introduce Mr. Jeff Cuthell to present the Public Works portion of the operational budget. I'll note just to start here that really the efforts of staff in this component of our budget work was to prioritize absolutely critical operational items and seek savings throughout the rest of the operational budget to help offset those critical needs to the greatest extent possible. So ultimately, we believe this budget represents a good balanced approach to service level continuity, legislative compliance, and fiscal responsibility in light of the substantial costs that we're incurring due to external service providers. So we really pared down our budget asks through the operational lens as much as we can. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Cuthell to walk council through the nuts and bolts of the budget.
Great. Thanks, Michael, and welcome, Jeff. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship, members of council. Yeah, so just here, I'll go through our overview slides of the Public Works Department within Growth and Infrastructure Services. General overviews, the Public Works Department performs a range of maintenance activities on 450 kilometers of roads, comprised of approximately 290 kilometers of municipal roads and 160 kilometers of county roads, and approximately 55 kilometers of sidewalks, including but not limited to storm sewers and stormwater management facilities, ditching, bridges and culverts, tree canopy management, street lights, traffic control and signage, pothole patching, street sweeping, and pavement markings. The department performs winter maintenance, including road patrolling, monitoring conditions, snow plowing, ice prevention, salting and sanding, and snow removal. The Public Works Department also provides contract administration for capital renewal programs and facilitates a comprehensive in-house annual surface treatment program. We total staff of 21.5 full-time employees across the singular division with over 15 cost centers. Our administration is out of 99 Advanced Avenue, and our boots on the ground are located at the Public Works Yard on Highway 2. And in the winter months, our satellite yards as well in South Fredericksburg Garage and Selby Garage. Some 2024 division highlights. Our double surface treatment program was completed successfully. It consisted of reconstruction of road surfaces on 5.25 kilometers of road. These roads included Pine Grove Road and Oliver Side Road. Our single surface treatment program consisted of the addition of a single maintenance wearing surface on 18.5 kilometers of our surface treated roads. These roads included Kimmett Side Road, Hambley Road, Fitchett Side Road, Old Hamburg Road, and Little Creek Road. Bridge replacements and cross culvert installations on Homestead Road. And the ones on Homestead Road involved two concrete box culvert replacements. Roblin Road was 3 large diameter culvert replacements. Our gravel resurfacing program that was enhanced last year addressed resurfacing on gravel applications on Buttermilk Falls Road, Clara Street, Dayful Street, Juro Road, Harrington Lane, Johnson Side Road, Meach Road, Pringle Side Road, Roblin Road, Henderson Road, and Stonehenge Road. Sidewalk inspections were completed in-house, looking for any identifiable trip hazards. or impassable areas. Implementation of a fleet repair cost tracking system was implemented in 2024 to track all fleet repairs and costs associated with heavy fleet and equipment, as well as light fleet. Dead ash tree removal projected approximately 150 to 200 affected ash trees removed through combination of town staff and contracted services. Variety of projects were completed on behalf of the County of Langston Annington and billed in addition to our performance measure contract that we have with the county.
Oh, I think Jeff, Councilor Pinal has a question there.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, on the gravel resurfacing program, was that full gravel right from end to end on each one of those roads? And I just if you if you could refresh my memory, was that whole program budgeted for last year, or was that done through an emergency fund or something?
Through your worship, Pinal, this was budgeted for in our increase in our gravel maintenance program last year, and all encompassed through that operating budget for the budget dollars allocated there. Some of these roads may not, I can rely on Mr. Dwyer. Some of these roads didn't receive a full complement, say, of the 3 to 4 inches. There was some of the higher trafficked areas like Buttermilk Falls. I believe we maybe added an inch or 2 in spots just to keep it fresh, and where other roads received to 3 to 4 inches, just depending on the need of the road at the time, and if some roads are looking to be candidates for future upgrading. We are not putting on maybe as much gravel as we need to, because we're just trying to keep them in the current state they are without wasting any aggregates.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Pinal. Is there any other questions? If not, don't see none. Go ahead, Jeff.
Next slide. This slide depicts a general overview of our department with a combination of all of our cost centers into one. As we go through the budget, we will see a more broke down, detailed of what comprises all of these cumulative cost centers.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
So Jeff, just going through this, the second line item, not just below revenues, is staff costs. I think maybe I'm all wrong, but the difference is 79,389. Shouldn't that be 19,389? And then the net impact on the budget is, instead of 0.252, it should be a whole lot less than that. Just because it's staff costs in 24 was 2,295,116, and the budgeted cost is 2,275,000, which is less. All right, the 727 comes to 19,389 instead of 79. So that 7 and 1 should be different. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Thank you, Councilor Shank, for pointing that out. So then the 2024 budgeted number of 2.295 is a typo. That should be 2.195. The difference remains the same at 79,859.
Next, I tried. Jeff, another thing is under materials and supplies, that's sand and salt mostly.
Through your worship, largely that contributes to cost centers, as you'll see down through the slides, is a sand and salt, which would be with our under budget this year. We didn't have to bring in as much sanding materials for this winter season as we had abundance left over. So plan is for staff the reserve was created last year, input 50,000 into the reserve, and then pull that $50,000 out to lessen the blow financially next year to bring in and restock our piles. So about approximately $50,000 there. And the other cost center there would be the reintroduction in a BS sheet to follow for our rural and urban spray program. No, sorry, no, sorry with that. That one there is our increase in our maintenance budget for equipment, fleet and equipment.
The
Under
only
that
reason
line,
why
yeah.
I was, as I'm 0 for 2, I was just trying to figure out another way of creating more revenue, all right, or juggling figures that we could put more into, you know, capital into vehicles that need to be replaced or whatever, that if there was a room of movement there, but you've already, so much for that one.
Yep. Oh, that's good. You're swinging, Mike. That's the important thing. Hey. Yeah. That's okay. If you're playing pro ball, 3 out of 10 is pretty good. Is there any other questions? Seeing none. Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry. Yeah, so we'll go through those, the makeups of those increases, but just to reiterate, increase in fleet and maintenance costs and the increase in winter materials. Contracted services is generally going to be, as we see going forward, would be increase in insurance, increase potentially for our urban and rural spray program. It would, as we go through, we'll see those makeups.
Yeah, sorry, Shannon, we haven't got the slides up for the folks at home. I know you're working on it, but maybe we'll just hang tight until we can get up so that folks at home can follow along as well. And for the folks at home, I think we'll be following along, or we'll be moving on to page 19, if I'm not mistaken. So. Technology is absolutely wonderful when it works. So, did you want to take a 5-minute break, Shannon? And then we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're closing in on that time anyway. So we'll take a 5-minute break, folks, and we'll see you back in around 10 o'clock. Perfect. Welcome back, everyone, and sorry about that. We had a bit of a technical glitch there, so I think we've got it fixed up. I think we were finishing up on page 18, moving on to page 19. So Jeff, whenever you're ready, the floor will be yours.
Thank you. Yes, so just if we're still on page 18, there was just an increase identified there, and it's of 81,000, and that is mostly contributed to insurance and the proposal of a roads need study to be conducted in 2025.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Jeff, I already know you probably have the answer for this, but contracted service for insurance for a road need study. Well, now we have guys are all knowledgeable, been doing this for years. Is there any way we can do our own need study in-house and save that money, and then we can buy another snowplow?
Through your worship and Councillor Shank, we do have a program now where we conduct a roads need study. We've done it 2 rounds through it now, where we rate our roads and the needs of our roads for the next maintenance activities or reconstruction works. Where we haven't got to yet is through the City Works program and different things like that, is being able to put an all-encompassing dollar value to it that through a full wholesome report. And those reports become very valuable. I'm going to back up a little bit. Yes, we do it in-house, but I believe that it's also beneficial to every so many years, maybe 5 years, to have a third-party set of eyes go through it as well, and just make sure that we're seeing everything, we're getting a good wholesome list, and maybe there's something we're not overlooking. So it's also good to have a third-party set of eyes look at it every once in a while, and that's, I believe the cost in the BS sheet is $20,000 for that. And they will give us a report as well that we just don't have the manpower to complete in-house right now. That would give us the financials to put towards funding applications, our FIR reporting, and our asset management plan updates.
Yep, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Mike.
So there, thanks, Jeff. Is there now, I know it's not the $537,000 is all that, but it isn't, right? The 537.
No, through your worship, the increase in the roads need study is approximately $20,000 highlighted, and then 53 is insurance. Thank you, Ellen.
The only reason why I'm asking is because that does all our roads. Is county paying for their portion? Are we doing the county side or just our own municipal?
Through your worship, just our own municipal roads.
I was just thinking if county could pay for some of the, oh, well, I'm 0 for 3 now.
Thanks, Councillor Shank. Is there anything, Councillor Norrie?
Just quickly, I know it's a small thing, but I'm seeing shirts in that. Do we bulk buy with other works departments? Because where I came from, they did that. When we all went to black shirts, we bought with Toronto. When we went to different weapons, we shared with Toronto to save a lot of money. Do we do that, or are we waiting for a procurement person to start doing that? I'm just curious.
Through your worship, shirts is identified in there. It's a couple T-shirts each for our summer students and a couple T-shirts a year for our full-time staff. There's not a very big bulk order there for clothing. So we could explore some of those options and look into it, but I don't know if we would be looking at purchasing enough that would give us a benefit there.
Okay, I guess it's larger where I came from, but maybe procurement can see that when they come on board. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Norrie. Is there anything else before we move on? Oh, seeing none, go ahead, Jeff, or is it Michael going to go on?
Yes, slide 19. This is a slide just depicts the cost centers of our public works garages. There's 2 satellite shops mainly used for winter operations to mobilize staff more efficiently and serve locations for additional storage of equipment and winter materials. The increase here again is majority just insurance costs. This depicts our public works vehicle maintenance. You see an increase in $25,000 in increased ongoing maintenance. That's just forecasted for our aging fleet and equipment to offset costs and what projections are looking for. We were able to research into our fuel pricing, and we were able to reduce that by $10,000. We feel that we're just seeing the increase through COVID and stuff is becoming more stable now, so a reduction in 10,000 there. And our annual contribution, this is matching what we did in 2024, was a $300,000 contribution to reserves for fleet and equipment replacement in future years.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Do we put that out for tender for fuel regularly?
What we, through your worship, what we do for each time we go out for fuel pricing is, I believe there's 4 fuel suppliers that are in our area. We have a quick email blast goes out in the morning that we're ordering. We garnish the pricing from all 4, and we just order from the lowest cumulative price. If we're ordering gasoline, diesel, and colored diesel, we just add up all 4 quantities that we're ordering. Whoever comes in the cheapest, it's a penny or a fraction of a penny on the dollar usually, but we do competitive purchasing every time.
Yep, great, thanks, Mike. Is there anything else? If not, we'll move on. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Jeff, the maintenance, that's heavy fleet maintenance, right? Like that's all vehicles, heavy fleet included.
Yes, through your worship, that's every heavy fleet, light fleet, and equipment within the Public Works Department.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great, thanks, Jeff. I don't think there's any, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yes, through your worship. Jeff, you were saying when we order fuel, we don't get it from the same supplier every time. But you're saying it's only pennies difference between all 4 suppliers. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to do a yearly contract with a fuel supplier? That way, if there's a hiccup with bad fuel, you know it didn't come from fuel supplier A, B, or C. You know exactly where it come from. I wonder if that would be more benefit versus the risk.
Through your worship, yes, we looked into this when we installed the corporate fuel system up there. Was there's discounts off of rack pricing that you could get into long-term contracts. The thing is here is when I say pennies, it's pennies on the liter. So we're ordering sometimes maybe 10,000 liters at a time. So it does add up. We've talked to all the suppliers and everything. If you get into a long-term contract, it's a reduction off a rack. It depends what that supplier's price is that day to the reduction. We still strongly feel that we're going to see a benefit from this supplier's price today is lower than that supplier's price. And if we're ordering a quantity enough, like our tank's 10,000 liter tank, we may order like 7,000 liters in that tank at a time. We did have a time where we received a bad load of fuel that was contaminated. We were able to, with that contamination that affected our equipment, we were able to tell that what fuel company delivered it to us, and their insurance provider came good and addressed their issues. We've looked into longer term contracts with them, but we feel that we're getting our best financial benefit doing it this way.
Okay, no, thank you. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that we had a way of tracking if we did get a load of bad fuel somewhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Is there anything else? Nope, go ahead, Jeff.
So the next slide is roadside brushing and tree removal. An increase in contracted services. And this slide, it would be the reintroduction of the weed spraying program. We propose both. It will be explained further in the presentation, but rural and urban weed spraying program for noxious weeds. And then the other portion of that line item would be addressing our emerald ash borer ash tree removal program that will be ongoing for the next, hopefully another 4 years or so. And we're going to have a really good handle on those trees and be in a position to lower that line item dramatically. Next slide. Public Works hardtop maintenance. This is materials and supplies, 10,000. That's just for if we have a blowout in a portion of our hardtop road, that gives us some funds to try and address that and make those repairs. Contracted services, that's line painting and also a little bit for if a contractor was to come in and perform a repair on a piece of our hardtop asphalt roads. Next slide, bridges and culverts. Materials here. This cost center addresses any bridge maintenance or materials needed to maintain our bridges and our road cross culverts. Contracted services here addresses a joint tender that's put it with the County of Langsanact and other lower tier municipalities to put deck sealants and maintain our concrete structures. Patching and crack sealing. Materials line here, was a reduction. Do we feel we could benefit with just the purchase of cold mix patching and hot mix patching and a reduction in contracted services? This last year we had asked council for an increase to $30,000. A good news story there is we were actually able to received some training that trained our staff in-house. We completed our crack sealing program. We were able to stretch the dollars a lot farther by doing it in-house. And we feel that we've addressed the needed kilometers of our crack sealing on our asphalt roads that would benefit from receiving it. So we are requesting just to remove it from our budget this year, maybe bring it back in another year, couple years from now or so and do it again. But a really good news story to our staff for taking that on. Next slide on 25 is shoulder maintenance and ditching. Nothing really stands out. This is materials and supplies for just maintaining, grading, and applying materials to our to the shoulders of our roads. Pretty much status quo. Stormwater, there's no increase here. We did increase stormwater last year. As if you recall, we were mandated now to create a operation and maintenance manual for all of our stormwater ponds and facilities, as well as our collection system. The operation maintenance manual was completed successfully this year. We're now going to be treated much like the utilities department with their wastewater and water is a requirement to create and generate annual reports, just to prove that we are completing the maintenance requirements annually on these facilities. So this year we were hoping to maintain the $20,000 in there. The operation and maintenance manual, it determined we should do sediment surveys on 2 of our ponds, so that would be able to complete that operation and then reprioritize funds in future years.
Yep, sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight, so these would be storm facilities that are coming online to, in the municipality's ownership that we may have had for a number of years or maybe relatively new. The Ministry of the Environment is mandating that we now undertake these efforts. So although we didn't have to outlay any capital costs to construct these, we're still on the hook for ongoing and perpetual maintenance obligations. So certainly something that's important for staff here is being able to meet those compliance obligations that are relatively new in the last year or two. So we're really doing the heavy lifting last year and this year to get us moving in the right direction with compliance in that regard. But did just want to highlight, although we're not building these facilities, we are certainly on the hook for their maintenance in such as this.
Sort of bizarre that of course we want to maintain them because we need to maintain them, but now we're being mandated to inspect them and maintain them. So sort of bizarre in my world, but I guess that's the world we're living in.
Perfect. No other questions? Grading would be the next slide 27. Last year, as was mentioned, there was an increase in this line item to $90,000. This year is a little over just a reallocation of some of the funds. The increase in to $15,000 in contracted services. That's just for potential greater rentals and rental of belly dumps for applying the granular materials. And we don't, as this program would be nice to increase and add more funds into it. Staff, just knowing the budget constraints for this year, haven't recommended to increase it. Increasing this program, staff have found that it's an increased requirement for greater operations, trucking, and everything else to blend in with our operations. This was a good amount to keep our staff, was very taxed to reach that this year, but we would just feel that we would maybe have to rejig a plan to increase this budget. So we're just recommending to keep it at the same amount. Next slide is dust control. Also, we found it a little bit of a stabilization in the calcium chloride pricing, and having a good program now where staff feel we have a good handle on the best dates to deploy our calcium chloride, our dust applications. We were able to tighten these numbers up, and we feel that this is a more correct financial carry for this line. And then the small amount in contracted services is just a reduction in water truck rentals.
Yeah, and I think Councilor Pinal has a question.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, on the calcium chloride, when I see a reduction here in material and supplies, as you spoke of, is that just strictly on price, or are we reducing the amount of quantity that we're purchasing as well?
Just with more accurately calibrations on our trucks and trying to fine tune the amount that we're putting on per kilometer, and trying to adhere to a regimented application times. This is we budgeted this is 2 full applications on all of our gravel roads with a little bit left over if like this year. There's 2 things that affect the calcium application. It's a long dry period. We may have to send our water trucks out to reactivate it. And then this year we had a lot of precipitation, which diluted the calcium and didn't last quite as long. But we were able to still deploy when we needed to and having a little bit of top up. So it's 2 full applications, and with a little bit here or there that if we have a high densified area where there's housing, we can put a little bit in front of those houses.
Thank you. With the amount of calls that we received throughout last year, or this year, I guess, are you confident that we're going to be able to provide the same service as what we did? As you were saying, we're weather related. We're not sure which way it goes, if it's too wet or too dry. However, with the 70 kilometers of gravel roads that we do have, you guys hear of this every day, the amount of residents that have issues with the dust. And sometimes twice a year is just not enough in their eyes. I mean, you could do all of the technical data and explain everything, but it's still dusty in their eyes, right? And so I'm just wondering if we should be, is 2 full applications enough? Or should we be looking at a 3rd application? Until, let me just add, until we look stronger at bringing our dirt roads to a different level.
To your worship, there's a few aspects to consider there, but I'll mention the one that and council could decide to do more applications. There's an environmental aspect to this as well. So going above 2 applications with the ability to still do some spot treatments is standard to amongst other municipalities. So there's the environmental aspect of it. The other aspect is when we are receiving is our operational capabilities of applying more is we would have to maybe change that as well, give more capabilities for us to be able to apply more because we have other functions to go on. When we receive dust complaints mid-season, we look back at when we received the complaints. We received the complaints on the tail end of the product running out. And when that happens, we then deploy our graders to go back out and rework those roads. During that time, we have to work over all 70 kilometers of the roads and regrade them. And then we're going to come back again and start and go over all 70 kilometers and apply the dust suppressant. So in that time of working those roads, there is a little bit of pain, and that's generally when we're seeing the complaints. So yeah, and so we work our roads in this, turn our roads over in the spring, get them ready. Late May, we apply our dust suppressant. It usually runs 2 months into July. We're reworking our roads, reapplying the dust suppressant, and then we get August and September. October, we're getting ready to, we're reworking those roads, getting ready for freeze up. And then we will just keep working the roads and keeping them graded until we hopefully go into a freeze up cycle. And we generally get more precipitation in the winter time. So I don't believe a benefit would be seen by any more than 2 applications.
Thank you. I'm happy with your answer. However, sometimes on some of these roads, as you're aware, when we grade or put water, it gets pretty soupy out there. So sometimes grading is not always the answer either. It's a really hard situation that we're in. These 70 kilometers of roads are all in Ward 3 area. And I get these phone calls. I get the majority of the complaints put through actually come from my computer because the residents want me to fill it in, right? So I see that. So it's a hard situation to be in. And I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Brunel. Deputy Mayor Calver.
So I learned something today. We can only put calcium down after we rework the road. Is that correct?
Yes, so the calcium, you work the road and have it compact itself again. And when you apply calcium, it goes into the top surface granulars, maybe an inch deep or whatever, hardens and it lasts in that surface. So if we were to turn that road back over or grade it, then we would be pretty much eliminating the benefit of the dust suppressant. So it's key to in the spring add our gravel, grade our roads, put our dust suppressant on, and then we will do our additional gravel additions would be done in the fall when we do the grading or the second dust suppressant application.
Okay, so we can't put calcium on a road unless we work it first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Unless it didn't require working, then we could just put it on, but normally they require some sort of grading.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Councilor Nari.
I don't want to belabor this. We've got a gazillion things to go through, but just thinking maybe Public Works and our new communication strategy could work together and letting the public know it that way better. And this would help Councilor Purnell with some of his complaints. Just a thought. That's all.
Probably a good thought. And I know that Mr. Grant wants to weigh in as well. So go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Norrie, that is our intention. In addition to being able to provide members of the public and council with a full explanation of service levels, targets, that sort of thing, making it easy for people to understand the nature of our business and how decisions are made and things are conducted is going to be in the work plan.
Great. Thanks, Councilor Nori. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Go ahead, Michael. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Just to touch on that as well, and thank you, Matthew, is we had a sit down and went through all of our businesses that we conduct within the Public Works Department. And we did identify this to be a public outreach for next spring. What happened over the last couple of years is we really looked at when are we deploying, and we've created a work plan, as I've just mentioned, that is a strategic deployment for the best benefit to the applications. And we feel that we've tightened that up now, that it's something we can It's not, we're not reacting off a whim or anything else. We know how long the products last. We know what we need to do. We know the time of years and to meet these budget dollars. So we do plan on public outreach and advertising these programs in the future.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Is there anything else? Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Pennell and I'll go to Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, Jeff, I just gotta mention something you said there when you said reach these budget dollars, and this is why we're here, and I want to make sure, I'm gonna just ask one more time, please. Are you confident with this reduction that you're gonna be satisfied with the amount of product purchased, the amount of product put on the road? Because now's the time to maybe increase this. And it's just the little bit that you said to meet this budget. I just want to make sure, because here's the opportunity for us to maybe, have more product than to say midsummer that we're out of product.
Through your worship, yeah, I maybe just didn't explain myself properly. Through the data collected over the last few years of, we feel, running a successful program and having our trucks properly calibrated and hitting our targets, we feel that we have now a solid program that's data supported for the amount of product that we require to be used. So as all lines of business, there could be anything that could happen or unforeseeable circumstances, but I feel confident that we have the right amount of dollars here to adhere to that program.
And that's, if you're confident, then I am as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennell. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Jeff, the contracted services for the water truck, is that just a commercial water truck, or do you have to go somewhere where they have the actual, like the sprayer on the back? I mean, I call a water truck at least once a year to come fill up my well. Is it that type of truck, or is it someone specialized? And do we have a long-term arrangement with them, or do you just call and see whoever's available that day?
That's correct. It's generally whenever we're renting a water truck in the time of need, we're calling a list of, we go every spring for a list of pricing and available contractors with equipment. And we go off of that list, and we generally, with something like that, you're getting who you can get at the time, who is on our approved suppliers list. And as you'll see down further in the slides, we are hoping to purchase a slip-in water tank, because there's certain things like that. We have the equipment, the product is all out there, and we have crews that have to wait on the mercy of another contracted service to get there.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else before we move on? Deputy Mayor Cower.
Thank you, through your worship. So this contracted service for a water truck, it's $1,400. How many times a year would you be running a water truck for that?
So generally what we're doing now, we have one of our trucks are outfitted with a tank and a spray bar, and we use it for calcium applications. So it would be 2 times a year. Well, it depends on the year. If it's this year, it was Mother Nature gave us a lot of precipitation, so we didn't need as much. So this year, and generally would use it during the times of preparation for the application of dust suppressant. Other things that we use the water truck for is on our capital projects. When we open a road surface up on our capital roads, we need to keep a water truck there running nonstop. And while that surface is open, especially when we put the surface granulars on and start prepping for the application of surface treatment, it's 7 days a week. We have to have somebody there ready to keep water on the road. Our current truck that we have for a water truck now is just a small stainless steel old milk tank we have in a truck, and it just, for the kilometers of road we're looking at doing, like next year, we'll be looking at, if everything goes through, we're proposing to do Lime Lake Road and West Plain Road, large section of road. We're going to try and maximize the amount that we can have a contractor come in at one time and apply surface to. We don't feel we're well equipped with the equipment we have to apply the water to those large sections. We spend a lot of time filling up a little 1,000-liter tank.
Thank you.
Yep. Great. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Cower. Is there anything else? If not, we'll move on to the next slide. Oh, sorry. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Jeff, just jump in the queue, but we were just talking about this, so if you, if the new tank was to be purchased, would we still eliminate the need for hiring out a truck, or do we still need to have that? Say, for instance, when you do Lime Lake Road?
So again, jumping the queue, yes, when we do Lime Lake Road, we don't foresee a need, unless there's a breakdown of equipment or anything like that, we don't see a need to have to rent another truck with the purchase of another slip-in tank. And then also, there's many benefits we can talk about when we get there, but in the summertime, watering our capital roads projects, watering for our granular maintenance applications. Wintertime, DLA is becoming a very popular thing. The county wants deployed on all of their most all of their high traffic roads. That would be it's hired out now by a third party. That's something that we would be able to be hired and pay for that water tank as well with just other capabilities. So it would be a 12-month a year use.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Is there anything else? Seeing none, go ahead, Jeff, we'll move on.
Traffic operations, materials and supplies, slight increase here. The radar signs that were purchased a number of years back are just becoming, they're starting to have a higher fail rate. So we're proposing to replace one of them next year. And contracted services. This is some work identified. We've noticed an increase in our annual payments to CN and CP. Also some level crossing repairs that they have identified. We don't always get a good amount of heads up about these repairs that are needed, but there is an increase in repairs identified for 2025. So that's why the increase, you'll see a 4,500 there.
Great, thanks, Jeff. I don't see any questions. We'll move on. Sorry, we got a late one here. Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Just a thought, are those radar signs capable of being moved from one location to another? Or are they pretty well left in one spot all year?
They are capable of being moved. All radar signs except for the one on County Road 8 at Southfield Public School. That's a permanent installation sign on a county road, but the others are capable of being moved.
Okay. It's just that, and it was kind of a second thought question, but I've had a number of residents lately actually ask me about Camden Road, because when you come from County Road 1 East and go down Camden Road from Portman's Funeral Home there, and you go all the way to the train trestle, it's quite a stretch of non-breaker traffic, and there's a lot of kids on that stretch. And I've had 2 residents in the last month, I'm going to say, question me about if we can do something with the speed on Camden Road, just because there's no break in traffic. And I've noticed that myself because I live off of Camden Road on King Street there. But the traffic is quite fast there. And I just that question because it was just top of mind.
Thank you. And we'll make sure the county and the town both have some radar signs, and there's both movable sign options there. So we will notify that being a county road, we'll pass on that message. And if they would like to deploy a speed radar sign in that area, we can accompany that.
Thanks, Jeff. I know those signs do work to lower speed, so that's why I question that rather than lowering the speed to 40 kilometers or something. But those signs do work. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Martin. And I know the OPP do have some ways of monitoring and subsequently, if they find that the speed is a little bit high, enforcing there as well. So we can also pass it on to our friends at the OPP. So, but thanks for bringing that up, Councilor Hicks.
Thanks through you, Your Worship. Jeff, how many level crossings do we have?
I believe we have 6.
And may I? And do either of the railways contribute to any of the maintenance costs at the level crossing, or is it completely borne by the municipality? And these are just on municipal roads, so anything crossing a county road, the county is responsible for, which they contract to us if it falls within our municipality. Is that how that works?
That's correct.
Okay, but CP and CN don't take on any of this cost?
I may be looking for Jessica, I know is well versed in this as well, but I believe it's 50% of the costs. I have to see. I believe it's we're on the hook, I believe, for 50% of the costs, but it's identified by them, orchestrated and contractually put out by CN or CP.
Through your worship, I would have to double check the most recent agreement they sent us to verify that, and we can send that information out to council, but this is definitely repair work that we don't have a choice about.
Oh, as a vehicle owner, I would agree. Level crossings are important to be level. Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else before we move on? Seeing none, go ahead, Jeff.
Sidewalks. This is, sorry, sidewalk portion of our GLs. There's just status quo with this one. Contracted services pretty much make up the most of this. This is for any sidewalk panels that would be identified for repair or replacement within the municipality. Streetlights is the next slide.
Okay, just, sorry, Jeff, I missed, Councillor Hicks has a question there.
Sorry, just for my own clarification, thank you, your worship. So the $15,000 third-party repairs, that is, you've noticed something in an inspection that needs to be fixed. It's not during a capital roadworks or new develop, nothing like that. It's just spot fixes. Okay, and is it worth having some training done for us to be able to do it ourselves, or is that not a valid use of resources?
Through your worship, we've identified this as something we want to work towards getting in-house staff trained towards. We've had some interest this year. We're just looking on still how to deploy that and get that program going, but that's very much something we're looking to do in-house.
Yep, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to highlight too, so although this is looking at sidewalk repairs of existing sidewalks, we are currently undergoing our DC background study update, given our changes with funding and better aligning what the rates need to be as a result. We're also identifying future sidewalk needs where we don't yet have them. So they're going to be DCable items to a degree. There'll be a split between development charges and tax levy for new sidewalk installation, as there will be a benefit to existing residents and development. But certainly just for council's awareness, we've heard from active transportation groups that, we need some more sidewalks in certain areas. We're certainly taking a look at that, building it into our background study to begin collecting, to go towards that. Not an immediate overnight change, but it's at least the first step to get us to that point where we'll be able to do so.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else before we move on? Seeing none? No, go ahead, Jeff.
Just back one, streetlights. Streetlights, there is an increase identified in contracted services here. We are our warranty with our current streetlight changeover program that happened in 2024 ends in 2025. So we will be responsible for the purchase of the replacement parts for all of the streetlights at that time. I can't remember the exact month, but it's within 2025 that runs out. So there may be another increase in 2026. We are seeing the failure rate now jump up a little bit. It was nice having that 10-year warranty, and they were pretty good throughout the warranty period, but we are seeing a little bit of an increase in repair costs there as well.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Is there another grant or for the lights coming down again? Because I know we changed all the light bulbs over, but I mean, what they did 10 years ago in a LED or whatever light bulb that we had now, is there, because of the new technology, is there another government program that we can get all the lights changed again for another 10 years more warranty?
We hope to see a program come out. Yeah, that was through LAS, I believe, at the time, and that was a very beneficial program that we were able to take part in. But I'm sure with our new renewed look at grants and everything else, that will be something that we hopefully see garnish some benefit from.
Yep, great. Thanks, Councillor Shank. Is there anything else? No, seeing none. Go ahead, Jeff.
So, Alan can jump in here too if you would like, but in 2023, I believe it was, we created the reserve for winter maintenance. And it was if we experienced a light year like we did in 2023-4 season, that hopefully could create a balance in that reserve that then could be carried forward to try and maintain, level out the amount that we carry annually in our winter materials budget. So we are predicting, we did not bring in any sand materials this year, aggregates for the roads. We feel confident that we do have enough in our stockpiles to get us through this winter season. But looking at that, depleting those stockpiles, more of a robust haulage in next year. So pulling again from reserve, so carrying the 200,000, supplementing it by $50,000 contribution from reserve next year to restock.
Great. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Jeff, what is the CF from 2000? Or what is the CF part of that? No,
Carry forward.
thank you.
Councillor Shank.
So, 2 years ago, I mentioned this. This is something with the new CAO and everything else that we should definitely, I feel that we should look at, is when you look at our material costs and the way the quarries and how they're being bought up by certain large groups and everything else, your supply and your increase in materials for your gravel and sand and everything else is going to skyrocket because there isn't going to be that many players out there anymore. So with all the limestone that and all the properties that we have, could we not look at our own location somewhere in our municipality to have our own aggregate? So if you need another load of 5/8 to do your surface treatment or anything else you need to do, that we create our own, because it's a lot cheaper when we have our environmental and we have all our from public utilities and Christie and all the other, that they have all those, that side, that we crush and create our own somewhere. You know what I mean? So we have our own stock. I know other municipalities do it, but I mean, it's a whole lot cheaper than going ahead. And when you have limited quarries and you know there's going to be a payback. So I think it's something we should definitely sincerely look at in creating our own quarry, that we have our own gravel, and it's going to be most cost beneficial to the municipality.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. And through your worship, yeah, no, there's potential cause there. There's a lot that goes into opening a quarry, and there was times where we explored, like our Selby yard was one that was identified as a spot that we could mine aggregate from. There was a lot of back history went on in it, and it was failed on a request twice, I believe, to have it opened as a quarry. It's something that staff should keep exploring, and the benefits could be there, but there's a lot that goes into running that business as well, with purchase of crushers and equipment and everything.
Well, only reason why is there's a lot of quarries that, they don't have their own crushers. They come in, they crush it for themselves, and there's so much a cubic yard. I know other farmers, because I can crush on my own property, all right, but I can only use that gravel for my own property. As soon as I take it off my property, then it opens up a whole nother bunch of ball of wax. So all I'm looking at is like right on County Road 1 down at South Fred, there was a piece of property on the opposite side, right across from our dump, that was for sale. That's all on limestone also, because there's a quarry down there also. So, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to, I'm just saying somewhere in this municipality, the municipally owned land, is to look at it, because I just, if it's not a dictatorship, it's something that I would look into, because the other quarries, what we're paying right now, and you know what I'm saying in the future for the road maintenance that we have on every year, and the amount of granular material that you're going through, and you know that escalating cost is going to go up. It comes to the point where it's a lot cheaper if we do it ourselves. That's all I'm saying. I know it's not going to happen overnight, but there we go.
And I think Mr. Grant wanted to weigh in as well.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shank. You know, Counselor, I think that what I would recommend in this case is, should it be the will of council to come back with an analysis and whether it be a business case or an information report that basically outlines, here are the possibilities. You know, this is what it would take to be able to to operationalize something like that. And then whether or not council feels that the return is worth it, and if they feel that they're engaging in what would be considered critical risk management, as you've pointed out, in terms of the availability of aggregate in the future. I think having that information in front of council, should it be their will, would be a good way to explore that and perhaps include in a future budget process when you have all the information.
Yep, good, Councillor Shank.
Yep, Matthew, guys, everybody's doing a great job from what I've seen, you know what I mean, so far. I'm just trying to think outside the box, like what we did with the doctor shortage we had to continue throwing at $100,000 at a doctor and try to get it in. It wasn't working, so we had to change our business plan. So all I'm saying is look at the future and see what we can do with our business plans that might, if what will work and what won't work. In the public utilities budget, we had $80,000 for a new vehicle because the vehicle that they had to transport, you know, with all their supplies and everything else in town. So instead of that $80,000, that I looked at Braden, they had a transit vehicle there that had less, you know, around 100,000, less than 100,000, that you could have picked it up for around 40. All right. You trade your other old one in, your other old vehicle in, and you have another one. And then, you know what, instead of spending 80, you've got 20. And if you put the other 60 back into reserves for capital, which you're going to have to do for infrastructure into our public utilities. So all I'm saying is it's great to have a budget, but I always try to like to have all the staff and everything else to figure out, hey, you know what, if we tweak this way and we tweak that way, would it be more efficient? You know what I mean? And it would be cost saving on all things. So we can put money elsewhere. So when you need that, I'm rambling right now, so I'll just stop it there because we haven't even got to the New Holland tractor. So there we go.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, that's, and that's, I mean, moving forward, I think we're always looking for efficiencies, and some of the things I've even heard here today, I'm thinking, hey, that's pretty cool. Like we're thinking, we're moving forwards, and I know that on a regular, continual basis, that's what we're trying to do. So, and I can appreciate where you're going with it, because I know what you're saying is, with respect, I think the word monopoly was the word you were looking for. And we won't say that here today, but that's, I think that's the word you were looking for. So, but moving forward, I think, you know, I think we're doing a much better job now than maybe we did in the past of finding some of the efficiencies and squeezing that almighty dollar tighter than maybe we should, but that's what we're doing here. And obviously in this taxation year, we need to do that. So, but thank you for bringing it up. And I know that staff will, I know it'll be on their minds moving forward as well. So, is there anything else? Deputy Mayor Carver.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship. I think what Mike's trying to get out with back to the quarry is, if we own the quarry, we own the product. We're not selling it. So would we still have to have a quarrying license, even though, yes, we are removing it from that piece of property, but it's going on to our own property? I know we run into this a few years back, and you're okay to blast and have a crusher come in. There's lots of companies around that will come in, do your crushing, so on and so forth for you. But that would be the question, is if we need a quarrying permit to take our own material from one location and put our own material on another location that's ours.
Yeah. And through your worship, we can look into that to be for more certainty, but I believe with just like with soils and everything else, that the answer would be yes. And also there's the majority of those licenses go into the ability to mine aggregate at those locations. There would be like the impacts to groundwater tables, surrounding noise disruptions to housing or whatever else or uses that could be in that area. So it's something that we will continue to look into. And like you said, we have explored some options in the past of properties we did own, and it just didn't work out at the time, but it's something that we can just continue to keep looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Carver. And I think at this point, Counselor Shank, do we want to give direction to staff to look into this? I know it's not going to affect this budget year, and I know that over the next few months, we'll have time to look into it, but would you like to make by way of motion that staff investigate it? And I know that staff has already done a lot of work on it, or they had done some work on it anyways. So knowing that it's not really time sensitive, but we can put a resolution on the floor if you wish to instruct to come back with a staff report.
So
Or
I'll make that motion exactly what Matthew had said, and you know what I mean? Just to do a business plan up to see what, where, how, what's needed, what isn't needed. You know, what's the average cost of, you know, if it's done privately, you know, what the crusher, you know, what your cost per unit is. And then you could know what you're currently paying, whether it would pay for itself or not in the future. So just do a business plan up on that. And I know we're not going to get it overnight. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking of future use of what's going to be needed in this municipality.
great, moved by Councillor Shank,
I'll second.
seconded by Councillor Hicks. And Madam Clerk, do you have, sorry, we put you to work here when you weren't expecting it. Do you have what you need as far as the motion that's on the floor?
Through your worship, yes, I believe the motion is that council directs staff to investigate and report back with a business plan for operating an in-house aggregate site.
Great, thanks, Jess. Do we have any questions or comments or concerns with the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Martin, then I'll go to Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what Councillor Shank is talking about here, but there's a lot involved in owning and operating a quarry more than, don't we still have to pay a fee for aggregate? Isn't the mineral rights or the aggregate itself owned by the province, and we still have to pay a fee for that aggregate taken out of the quarry?
Through your worship, I am not well versed to get right into the weeds on it, but there are some fees, environmental fees and aggregate fees you do pay to the province, I believe, and whatnot. But that's something we can look into and see what are all the fixed costs into mining a yard of aggregate and versus the cost of purchasing. Undoubtedly, it would be a benefit if we could own it. It's just having a spot that could be licensed is going to be the trick, or purchasing a already licensed quarry. There's a great capital outlay there, but we'll look at the benefits and that, and I think it's a great.
Yeah, and we appreciate that, Jeff. Like I say, we know that it's not going to be part of this budget year, and I know we've kind of got off trail a little bit, but it's something that you know, maybe we can look at, and none of us are experts on quarries. Lord knows I know very little about them other than swimming in them when I was a kid, but we'll give you the time that you need to do a fulsome report on it, and then if you could bring it back sometime in the probably 2025, we appreciate it, and then we can move on from here. Is there anything else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Grant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only amendment I would make to the wording, my own wording, would be a feasibility analysis, I think is what we're talking about here. We bring back a report that sort of details, is this feasible for the municipality or not? If council deems that this is feasible, the next step would be, okay, what would be the business plan to do that? So I appreciate the original words were mine, Councillor Shank, but I think that's what we're talking about here.
Mover and seconder. Would you be open to a friendly amendment with respect to the motion that's on the floor?
It's part because I know there's quarries out there. I know one quarry right now that you could very easily purchase that at a very phenomenal fee. But the point is, I don't want to start saying where, how, or whatever. But let's look into it, guys. You know.
And I think that's the direction that the conversation went anyway. So I think we're all on the same page. It's just a matter of fine tuning it. And Madam Clerk, you have what you need with respect to the motion. It's probably best that we read it one more time so everybody knows that we're all on the same page before we call for the vote.
Through your worship and for greater clarity, I've also added in 2025. So it's clear nobody's expecting this to get done before Christmas. So the motion now reads that council directs staff to investigate and report back to council in 2025 with a feasibility analysis for operating an in-house aggregate site.
Marvelous. I think we're all on the same page now. Is there any other questions or comments before we call for the vote? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion that's on the floor? Opposed, motion's carried. Thank you, folks, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for your assistance there. Mr. Cuthell, you can move on. Oh, sorry, I have Councillor Hicks with another comment.
Thank you. Just for consistency in my own understanding, brine and DLA are exactly the same thing, correct?
Correct.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah. So moving on to recommended operating enhancements. So as we mentioned up, there was an increase in the one contracted services line. That increase was accounted to the reintroduction of a spray program for noxious weeds. This $42,000 would allow for spraying on all rural roads once a year, end of May, 1st of June, and then around 2 applications, I believe, on a lot, not all of the urban area, but a majority of our urban area. And it would be using a Munger spray. It's like it's essentially a high acidic, environmentally friendly spray that would be used in the urban area, and then whatever the broadleaf kind of spray that would be used in the rural areas.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Jeff, I have a question. When you talk about urban, definitely 100% you would be doing a minimum of 2 applications in the downtown core?
Sorry, through your worship. Yeah, that is correct. Speaking with the contractor, that the spray that they've requested or desired to use in an environmental or urban area setting is generally 2 to 3 applications that you would see some effect.
Okay, thank you. And one further question. Just when you speak of noxious weeds, that includes wild parsnip, of course. And I know I've sent requests, tickets through E11 on behalf of residents about the boardwalk and the trail. Would the Mungers also work on wild parsnip? Is this something that could be sprayed preemptively 3 times a year there, or is that something that has to be hand pulled? I'm thinking of staff safety for one thing, because it's just nasty. So just a question.
Thank you for the question, through your worship. There's a broadleaf spray that's sprayed in the rural areas of town, and that controls your noxious weeds and your hogweed and your parsnip. For the boardwalk trail being so close to the water, there's restrictions on how close they can actually spray. I believe a few years past, we did do some boardwalk spraying with the vinegar solution, and it would also be the 2 to 3 applications, along with the mowing as well.
Okay. Just because I know there are some wildflowers that are beneficial as well, so I wasn't sure if just an overall spray and then you kill everything, or yeah, but it's I'm definitely in favor of the sidewalks for sure. Yeah, thank you.
Great, Councillor Hicks. Go to Councillor Norrie and then Deputy Mayor Cower.
Just quickly, I think it's a positive thing. A few years ago, I was lucky enough to be the BIA council rep when we had a BIA, and when we canceled it, people went with their own Roundup and sprayed different parts in front of their stores and that. So I think it's a necessary evil we have to do. So I'm in favor of it.
Thanks, Councillor Norrie. Deputy Mayor Cower.
So doing the sidewalks and stuff like that, like your rural stuff, has anybody ever looked at using the hot water pressure washer on these weeds? Burn them off. And there's also a propane handheld propane torch you can do weed control with as well. It's very effective and it's not using chemical. I know the hot water, they use that out west a lot. Just because they got so much natural gas out there, but the hot water thing is really good because it'll kill the plant right down to the root, and so will the burning off with the propane torch versus using chemical.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Go ahead, Jeff.
To your worship, yeah. We have at a high level explored different options like that, using steamers that we have and stuff like that to burn them. This here proposal right now, looked at, I believe it was $12,000 for an urban program to have a third-party contractor come in. They're licensed. They will adhere to the traffic control measures that are there. They have their own health and safety insurances and everything else. If we were to get into, it would be, we looked at it being a very slow-moving process to burn or steam all of the weeds. The amount of staff allocation, increase in staffing we would need. We just don't have the staff to do that. We feel that this is the most financially benefited way to move forward to try it out.
Okay, yeah, thank you. No, I just want to make sure that this was actually a program where we're bringing in another company to do, and so they're looking after all of the risks, liability, everything. That's fabulous. Thank you for looking into that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Calver. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, here's a controversial question for you, but when we see these nice little signs in the ditch that says, please no spraying, how is that looked after? Is it respected, or do we spray anyway?
So, through your worship, and Mike, make a comment here if I need to be corrected, is that we will join on with what we did before was we were joined on with the County of Lennox and Yankton and all other lower tier municipalities that went into this program to blast out our advertising that we're going to be doing a spray program in the rural areas. This is for a broadleaf killer, that there are restrictions. We give a time period that a resident who doesn't want to see the spray deployed in along their frontage, they have a time period that they can respond in and have their property not sprayed. We collect that listing, and then we coordinate that with the contractor spraying. So yes, we do outreach to everybody and public outreach, and we do not spray if they don't want it sprayed in their lawns.
Thank you. Yep, thanks, Councillor Pennell. Councillor Pennell. Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
So somebody moves from somewhere else, moves into the area. All right, about all I'm saying, doesn't want to have it sprayed. Like fleabane, it's Roundup resistant. They go ahead and gets into the fields, the way you go, and you let the cattle out of the barnyard because you left the gate open. So, and if wild parsnip and everything else is in that location and some child goes ahead and walks through it, does that person that didn't want to have it sprayed because they wanted to keep because I've had people over the years didn't want to have the roadsides cut either. You know what I mean? But it comes to a point where the safety of the individuals. So if something happens and we didn't spray that there, can those individuals be held liable for saying that I wanted to have an environmental, up by the roadside? I'm just saying that it has to go both ways because you have to do with the public good too. So you spray all the way along and then you don't spray this. Well, that million seeds that came from fleabane and everything else, all right, goes in the farmer's field, and the farmer's got to spray twice as much because they kept that side open. I don't know. There should be a liability on the other side if people don't want it. You know what I mean? That they're responsible. If they didn't want it sprayed and somebody gets hurt, that's their responsibility then.
I believe you could.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
It's in front of the frontage and it's and they are maintaining it. That's generally where we would not spray. And then I believe in the verbiage, well, I'm going to let Mr. Dwyer speak on it, is if they sign off on it, they are responsible for picking or removing of the weeds in a mechanical way on their own. But Mike, could you just clarify if that's?
Through your worship, that is correct. It's been a few years since we've been doing it on our own municipal roadways, but through the county, they have a letter drafted and it goes to the residents, and their duty is to take care and manage their frontage. So whether they have 100 meters of frontage that they want to let grow naturally, they have a duty to control the noxious weeds and all the liabilities put onto the residents.
Yeah, makes all the sense in the world. So thank you, fellas. Is there anything else? Nope, seeing none, we'll move on. Go ahead, Jeff.
If there's no more questions there, we'd move on to the roads needs study. We kind of preemptively touched on this earlier in the presentation. If there's any more questions, this would be a roads needs study that would be just a third part. In the future years, we plan on having the capabilities in-house to put financial dollars and have a fulsome plan to our roads needs studies that are conducted in-house. We're not there fully yet. So, but moving forward in future years, I do think it's beneficial. We have talked about through our TAC agreements, if all other lower tier municipalities were on the same program, we could have possibly some trained personnel from Napanee go into, say, Loyalist or wherever and do the rating of their roads. Loyalists come into Napanee and do the rating on our roads. Just the other ways to explore getting that third party set of eyes on it. But at this point in time, I believe for our asset management plan needs and our funding applications, it's very important that we do have a current document that highlights the needs and the dollar investment requirements that should be put into our roads.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions? And I know we touched on a lot of it earlier, so, but is there any questions with respect to this slide? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one.
Through your worship, so the budget enhancement pertaining to the manager of corporate capital planning is in front of council. Staff are proposing to change what was previously approved at a director level to a manager level. The reason for that is twofold. We're looking at an operational savings of $30,000, and this is what's been built into the budget by the CFO. And the intention is, by changing to a manager level position, is to provide that overall staffing support and operational need for this position to benefit the corporation as a whole. So overall, this position would focus its efforts on understanding and prioritizing the corporation's capital needs through a centralized and data-driven recommendation approach. The position would also help reduce the siloing of departments by creating corporate-wide criteria for use in evaluating, monitoring, and analyzing corporate capital assets to land on ultimately a data-driven prioritization of capital recommendations to council across the board. So in the absence of this position, the capital planning functions corporately would remain with each respective department without a holistic view of the overall corporate needs as it relates to future capital needs. So again, we're recommending this position. It's been approved by council, but staff are recommending that it change to a manager level position, and it's been budgeted as such. And the change in savings there is about $30,000, but we think it would give us the horsepower that we need to actually achieve these overall goals that we have. And have the ability to target a very specific skill set in a manager level position here to achieve those needs.
Great, thanks, Michael. Is there any questions or comments with respect to this slide? Seeing none, we can move on to the next one.
So we're moving into the capital portion of the presentation within the Public Works Department. This slide overviews, we'll go into greater detail, but overviews our double surface treatment program proposed in 2025, our single surface treatment, our micro surface treatment program. Go on to the next slide. We can get into the details of our double surface treatment program. These roads, Lime Lake Road, West Plain Road, in Chambers, these are roads that are highlighted for surface reconstruction in 2025. This would consist of full surface reconstruction soft spot repairs, reprofiling, drainage enhancements, ditching and culverts and whatnot.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Jeff, your department's going to get a Christmas card from Ward 3 this year. Thank you very much. This is nice. But I got a question for you about Lime Lake Road. I know that there's been some clearing of the sides and such, and Lime Lake Road is a very narrow road for two-way traffic. And I'm just wondering, are we going to be widening it on this? When you did mention about reprofiling, so is that where that comes in?
Through your worship, yes, Councillor Pennell. Surface defects and there's many factors, but one of the main driving factors for Lime Lake Road is the narrowness, the blind corners and whatnot. So yeah, staff have been in the past working through it winter months and stuff, getting that road prepared, widening out the trees. We do plan on we're applying a minimum of 6.5 meter top on that road, which would give a 2-3 meter lanes. So 2 passable driving lanes throughout the entirety of the road.
Yeah, that's great news because the shoulders, as you are aware, just gone, and that's gonna be really nice. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennell. Is there anything else? Seeing none, go ahead, Jeff.
Our next slide depicts our single surface treatment proposed roads for application this year. It'd be Story Street, Town Line Road, Shorey Road, Road 1, Dollar Crescent, Switzerville Road. A highlight on this is the majority of these roads now, through council's efforts and dedication through past budgets, these roads now are ones we have addressed through a double surface treatment program. Now we're on to the maintenance cycle of these roads. And the key is, as you see the dollar reduction here, it's about a quarter of the cost to keep maintaining these roads with a maintenance layer at the proper time. Then we don't have a premature failure and go into a full need for a double. So, no, this is a good reflection on past efforts of council in the investment into this program.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
That's the reason why I was saying about our own aggregate, because that's over $100,000 a kilometer. So $708,000 for 6.15 kilometers, correct? That's why I read it the total cost of the double surface, and then you go down to single surface, and you have a total of 12.8 kilometers, and you have a total cost of $417,000. So that's where with your road widening to 6.5 meters, you know what I mean, and that aggregate is going to be definitely used. Can we drop that below it? That's why when you figure all those things in, what you can do and what you can't do with these road constructions and Buttermilk Falls, what, you know, that and other roads that need to be fixed. So that's.
Thanks, Councillor Shank. Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Cawthorn. I think the path that we're on now, the whole concept of getting the roads in good shape and then maintaining them is a whole lot cheaper than it is to allow them. And we understand that. We know that we've got roads that are probably beyond that. And they're going to have to be rebuilt at some point. But the concept of maintaining them on a regular basis is going to be cost effective in the long haul. And I think that's a good plan going forward. So thank you for that. And just to reiterate that all these roads, the funding from this is coming from the province, I guess, to fix all of these roads. So none of it is related to the levy or the taxpayer, I guess. So. Sorry about that, Jeff. I don't see anything else, so go ahead.
Our next slide would be our micro surface treatment program. This is identified on Drive-In Road. The reason for the micro surface, read what I had here, is the application of micro surfacing provides a more robust wearing surface than traditional tar and chip. With the use of it uses a higher quality dense aggregate like granite chipstone, and then it also uses like a polymer modified asphalt emulsion. It's just a tougher, stronger wearing surface. Where we've seen the benefits of this, it's becoming more widely used. This was applied on Bridge Street. Bridge Street is the highest traffic volume road that the municipality of Napanee owns, in the area of 16 to 1,800 cars a day, I believe, travel over that. And when we had the tar and chip on that road, within a couple years, you'd see it flush off and just the oil sheening up to the top. It just couldn't take, it just can't take that high of traffic volumes. That road there in particular would benefit more by being an asphalt road or a higher class bituminous. With Drive-In Road, this road was, when Waste Management was an active landfill site, this road was an asphalt road. It was turned back in, I believe, 2019, 2022 to a surface treated road. It wasn't seeing the truck volumes, but it does see the traffic volumes. So at that time, the plan was to downgrade that road to a surface treated road within the future application of applying a micro surface to it. I believe this surface, a good deployable area is surface treatment, works good up to the 600 cars a day. When you get over that 600 cars a day, you're good to see this is a more robust surface that can take the traffic volumes and the loading. So that's why we recommend a micro surface on that road. It's good. It's better heat absorption too for wintertime, helps clear snow and ice as well. There's many benefits.
Yep, great. Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Jeff, on Bridge Street, it turned out fantastic on Bridge Street. It really did. Now, I believe we installed that ourselves or applied that ourselves on Bridge Street.
In-house, we did all of the surface preparations for it, and then it was Miller Paving was the contractor at the time. They come in, and it's a specialized piece of equipment. They just come in, everything's prepped, and they drive their applicator over it. So,
And that will happen here again.
that would happen here again. Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Is there anything else? Oh, Councilor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to ask a question related to Ward 2. So County Road 9 on the north side, so I'm talking at Fitchett Road, out around the point and back in. Is that a road that would benefit? Because the shoulders on that road are not there's a spot right near the deputy mayor's house that if you dropped off that shoulder in the winter and there was any sort of ice, like you're gone. You would lose control because there's a big drop there. And it does get filled in and then it goes away and then it gets filled in. So with this sort of surface treatment, is that what you would use on County Road 9, which I believe is tar and chip?
The portion that you're explaining is tar and chip. Mr. Dwight, there is talk about it. This is a newer technique that's becoming more used. We have contractors in our region that are able to apply it. The County of Langston-Acton is fully on board as well. Staff are recommending the deployment of this technique where possible. County Road 9, I believe, is through talks, a portion of the asphalt is, this is the exact same product that provides traction in a more, whenever the grip removed from an asphalt surface and the road is still in good shape. This is the same thing that's deployed to reinstall the grip on the surface. It's something we can consult with. It was talked about. There's portions of that road that are talked about upclassing to an asphalt road because it does meet road counts. And then there's also this new measure that can be deployed. So I can follow up with the county and I'll certainly get back to you on that.
And I do realize it is a county road, but while you were sitting there, I knew you were familiar with it. So, okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Hicks. Is there anything else? Nope. Go ahead, Jeff.
So also, this would be a recommended under the fleet replacement for our heavy trucks. We have identified, this is a single axle plow truck. It would be a $420,000 purchase. This actual current truck here now, we just are receiving information back. The wing mount, it was mounted just behind the cab on this truck, has failed. And as our mechanics looked at it, they didn't have a solution in-house to re-affix that wing mount. It was sent out to Gencor, which is a approved supplier for that system of plows onto the truck. And amongst their looking at it, they deemed that the frame was incapable of remounting the wing mount on there. They said it was It was a curb touch away of collapsing the side of the frame. It was just too deteriorated. And then through further consultation with them and our mechanics, it was just deemed that that truck recommended to be pulling from the fleet. We did have another single axle truck that was retained based on the last purchase as a reserve truck. It has been upfitted and is ready to deploy in our fleet. At that given time, that is our last. We had two trucks we had to retire from our fleet earlier in the year when I mentioned about the purchase. We had our one tandem axle truck was pulling from the fleet just because the repair costs were too great. This one here being pulled with the other reserve single axle going back in. We do have a full complement of fleet we're going into the winter with, but yes, they are old and there is some repair costs for them. So.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Refresh my memory. Was this the one with the ply metal frame, or was that a different one?
That was a different one. So right now we have approximately 3 trucks that are past their date of replacement, recommended replacement. We have this one here, which has been replaced with an 07 truck. We have a 2009 and a 2011. Last year, our priority was to purchase another tandem axle truck. We had a 2011 truck and it has a 2-ply folded frame. When we were addressing that time, we were unsure. The tolerances used to be around 10 mils for separation. I believe they're around 15 now, and it's on the borderline. We sent it out to a third party to have it inspected and safetied. It did pass safety. So that truck is able to roll tires and plow snow on our roads this winter. So that's when we went back and looked at this and adjusted our priorities to the single axle purchase for 2025.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else before we move on to the next enhancement request? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Nopes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Although it's in service for this year, it's right at the limit. So it's certainly a concern for us, but just wanted to make council aware that, yeah, although it did pass safety, just by a whisker.
Great, thanks, Michael. Is there anything else before we move on to the Councillor Pennell?
Thank you, Worship. I apologize if I missed this, but what was the lead time on this truck, Jeff?
Great question, through Your Worship. So as mentioned in previous, the order window for the truck, that the winning bid of the last truck was an international truck that we placed an order in the 3rd week of August. We were one of the first ones in that order window opened up. It could fluctuate each year, but it opened up at around the 3rd week of August. And as long as that order window stays open, to get this truck ordered as soon as possible would be the best. We could get it. The order window still is open. It stays open until they say pretty much year over year. In January, it's still open. It could stay open as late as March, and just until their order quantities are filled, and then it would be closed. Productions go into manufacturing and open again in August. So it's open hopefully to the end of January for sure.
Thank you. And then how many weeks for a build?
So we ordered our last truck in August of 2024, and it was projected to land in our yard outfitted to be operational in September, October of 2025. If we ordered this, they said it'd pretty much be a linear effect. So if we ordered it in January of this year, maybe just seeing it, we could see it like February, March of 2026. It's hard to say how manufacturing goes, but yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Pennell. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we can move on to the next one then.
This here recommendation is for the replacement of our 1-ton truck and chassis. This truck, we recommended replacing with, similar to Parks and Rec last year, as a 5-ton with aluminum duck box, and also recommended to put a chipper box on this truck. This would be a smaller, more purpose-built truck that we could, with the chipper box, we could use for roadside cutting. And instead of having to take a tandem or a single axle truck out there to utilize for that, this truck's utilized 12 months of the year for patching as well, and roadside tree cutting. And it's 250,000, over 250,000 kilometers on it. And talking with the mechanics, it's starting to require some extensive repairs on to keep it on the road.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Jeff. Any questions? Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. So Jeff, and the budget enhancement sheet, I appreciate the fact that there is a fleet management condition analysis attached to it. Although it's interesting to read, it kind of just backs up. Sometimes it backs up what you're asking for, is that, hey, we want to replace this truck, and then the chart says that yes, it needs to be replaced. In this particular case, on this truck, it says it's acceptable condition, replaced soon. I know that last night we had some more information given to us regards to the trucks and their history of parts and stuff that have been gone into it. And I also appreciate the fact that we asked for this, and we only have a year history, not even a full year history on this. But going forward, I think it would be more beneficial, at least for myself, I can't speak for the rest of the council, but I hope that they agree, is for us to have a different type of approach on a condition report. Some more photographs, explain to me why it's not going to pass, like much like what you just said about the plow truck with the wing attachment. Mileage, I know you put it on here, and then a history of what the parts have been would be more beneficial for me than to read a chart that could be, just gonna say, I'm not saying that it is, but it could be manipulated to sell the story, if you will. But however, in this particular case, it says it's acceptable, so I don't really believe that it was manipulated to sell the story, but it could be. So I'm just wondering, going forward, if we could maybe take a look at that type of approach a little bit more than what has been provided to us.
Thanks, Councillor Pennell. And I think there's stuff in the works. I'm not sure whether Michael wants to comment on it or Mr. Grant, but there are things in the works, I know. So go ahead.
I can start off, Your Worship, and then pass it on to Mr. Nobes if he has anything to add. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pennell, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. And what you would have seen earlier today in the management position presented by General Manager Nobes is designed to achieve specifically that. And so the move this year to have sort of those sheets represents where we're at in terms of our ability to provide that sort of enterprise comprehensive data. So it speaks more to ability than intent. I think when the information council would have been provided on maintenance records would be a good example of the types of information that council can expect to receive in terms of the objectivity of it. And then, those sheets in future, as our ability increases, would be much more objective. Because I think what I'm hearing from you, Councillor, and I don't disagree, is that it's okay to have the assessment of staff members, but I'd also like to have objective criteria that's informing those decisions, and that's our intent.
And I think Michael wants to add on to that. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I really don't have much to add. That's the point that I was going to be putting across the table to council. That I guess ultimately the intent for that position would be to almost like a third party audit position, if you will, in the sense that it would be creating the criteria to be used in making these recommendations to council, almost from a once removed category from each department. So they're going to be collecting the data from each department or ensuring it's available for its use and assessment. But then ultimately that position would do that analysis and put forward that information in an objective set of criteria that council can look at from a, I'll say the same lens for each department. And like I said, I think it should be helpful in the sense that that position would be almost once removed from each department. So it's got a more of an oversight position on all capital needs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Pennell. Is there anything else with respect to this slide? Seeing none, we can move on. Oh, sorry, Councilor Hicks.
So, my colleague and I just had a sidebar, Your Worship, and I think there might need to be a bit of clarification here on staff. So the position that you just spoke to was the capital planning, manager capital planning. Nothing to do with planning and building per se. It is an overarching position that's dealing with IT, that's dealing with fleet, that's dealing with parks, recreation, facilities, that sort of thing. And then there's the director of planning that's going to effectively ease your workload so you can focus on long range, the long game. Okay, thank you. So we're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. I should have clarified. Although the word planning is in both, it's separate functions and exactly as you had described.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Hicks. Is there anything else? No, sorry. Oh, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, I just back to the, this 1-ton replacement through your worship. You want to get one with a chipper box on it, right? How's that going to work if you're using that truck for doing cold patch? Will it clean out enough that the chips won't stick to the cold patch that's residue left over, or is it going to be something with interchangeable boxes, or how's that work?
Through your worship, the box would, it'd be just a covered portion of the box. We could use fork adapters on our loader and just pick it up, pick it off the top of the box that's already there. And then it could be used as a dump truck and then just encapsulate it so we can blow the wood chipper would just blow right into it. It's just an arboristry box that you'd see commonly with use in wood chippers.
Okay, no, thank you. I was thinking it was just like a separate truck with just a covered box on it. So thank you.
And just to answer on the condition of the truck, when we go back to the condition assessment, that condition assessment was done, and this truck is able to be in service right now. Other factors that were taken in was age of the truck. We're coming on 15 years old, mileage of the truck. This truck is operational right now, but it's just there's repair costs that we try and evade to not be held with at the end of its life.
Great. Thanks, thanks, Deputy Mayor Cower, and thanks, Jeff. Councilor Hicks.
So just, if I'm understanding the matrix that was completed, the final score on this truck was 21. And when I look at what that entails, it's acceptable condition, replace soon, which is why it's categorized as a 3 on the SLT chart, right? Like, it doesn't have to be right now this year, but it does need to be done soon.
Correct.
Great. Thanks, Councilor Hicks. Is there anything else? Yep, Councilor Shank.
I know it's something that you guys don't want to hear, but just when you go to, if this gets approved, council approves everything, is that you go ahead and you look at, instead of $135,000, the way the economy is and a lot of the businesses, are going to be hurting, they're going to be unloading certain items. If you can get something that has very low kilometers, that it's very good shape, you know what I mean? But it's a whole lot less. You know what I mean? It doesn't always have to be new. I'm just saying, as long as you've done your due diligence of looking at all the different aspects of what's the best bang for the buck. Because the more you save on one item, we can buy, because we have to, start fixing our fleet, that you need a snowplow a lot more before you need a truck to go ahead to maintain the road, because you can't get onto the road because it hasn't been snowplowed. So understand what I'm saying is just do due diligence and look at all the different aspects of what's out there, what isn't out there. you know, so that's all I'm saying.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Shank. Mr. Grant.
Through you, Mr. Merritt. And to add to that, Councillor Shank, I think in addition to aiming to provide council sort of better data and information around purchasing decisions, the move to centralize procurement and a look at the procurement policy, it will be within council's control to sort of set parameters if they would like us to look for used vehicles first or that sort of thing. Like, that is certainly something we can build into it, and providing that kind of guidance to staff that aligns with the overarching sort of aims of council with both providing service and maintaining affordability.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Is there anything else? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add a little more explanation as it related to Councillor Hicks's inquiry about the matrix. So as the CAO had mentioned, this was put together in an attempt to provide council with some consistent data across all of our fleet, heavy and light. And as you can see, some of the totals didn't come out necessarily directly reflective of what staff may feel the condition of the assets are. This is the best that we had to work with at this point in time, and we do strive to improve our data to provide to you. You are understanding that correctly. I just wanted to provide the context that this isn't a perfect solution.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Alan. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we can probably move on to the next slide. Go ahead, Jeff. Yeah, sorry.
The next slide depicts a drum roller. This drum roller is used, for quite a while now. It's back probably around 2015. We got rid of our old drum roller that was when the county amalgamation happened there. What we did receive a drum roller at that time. It was wore out and unable to be refinanced. This was something that was added into the DC charges review, believe 2018, Michael, 2022 and 22. So we have been collecting DC charges for the replacement of this piece of equipment. This piece of equipment is generally rented 8 months of the year for approximately $5,000. If you worked out the numbers, the cost benefit would be approximately, after 6 years of owning this piece of equipment, with a typical life cycle on a brand new piece of equipment of this nature would last 20 years. So after 6 years, this equipment would be paying us back. It's used on all of our capital resurfacing, reconstruction jobs, some gravel road work, shoulder maintenance and whatnot. It is a widely used piece of equipment through about 8 months of our construction season.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions or comments? Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Jeff or Michael, could you just explain to me how you were using, how you were collecting for this through DCs? Like, did you have a specific line item for this piece of equipment?
Yeah, through your worship, I can field that question. So yes, at the time of the 2022 DC background study, it was identified through that process that this specific item was a necessary purchase or would become a necessary purchase in this budget year. So it's directly in line with the funding that we're collecting through the DC regime, I guess you could call it, the DC process. So yes, ultimately this is identified. We are collecting fees for it, and we do have the dollars in the DC to ultimately pay for it.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Patel. Thank you, Mr. Nobes. Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship, knowing absolutely zero about a drum roller, might be a very silly question, but is this something that could be used for compaction in our dump when we're not using it for roads, or is there an adapter we can get for it, or different drum? Just trying to think, because we're running a bulldozer to try to do compaction, which isn't really designed for compaction. Just didn't know whether this was something that could be, doubly used sort of thing.
Through your worship, Not ideal, no. There's other drums you could get for it, like a sheep's foot compacting wheel, but there's still pneumatic tires on the rear of this machine, and they don't work very well within the compacting of a landfill. Not quite the purpose-built machine for it, but yeah, no, these ones here are mostly purpose-built for compacting aggregates.
Okay, no, thank you.
Great, thanks, Deputy Mayor Calver. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're renting this from an equipment rental company. We're not renting from another municipality, but is there the potential for us to possibly rent our equipment out? Or if we loaned our equipment, could we then borrow something that we may need? I'm just wondering if there's a quid pro quo with other municipalities that works that way.
Generally, yes, we do rent this own, the kilometers of road work we do for the county of Langston and Acton. We would be able to rent this piece of equipment and have all hours used when it's on that job site would be paid by the county. Or any work on a county road, county shouldering or whatnot, we would be able to rent our piece of equipment and generate some revenue that way. Yeah, it would be all, we have, in a mutual aid agreement, we have been on the receiving end by many municipalities for quite some time. It would be nice to be on the other end and be able to provide mutual aid. Though the need for this equipment by other municipalities would be at the exact same time that we need it. And this is a piece of equipment that we do utilize throughout the construction period.
Great, thank you. Is there any other questions or comments with respect to the drum roller? Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Do you know what brand you're looking for?
And no, there's many brands out there. So we don't have a precedent. We would recommend going through the competitive procurement process or possibly using the canoe procurement program again. We do have some insight and evaluate each bid received that way and do our research and due diligence.
Great, thank you. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to the capital enhancements, public works, water tank, which I think we may have already touched upon, but go ahead, Jeff.
We jumped ahead a few times today, and this is one we already touched on a little bit, but there's just to recap this. This would be a slip-in water tank. This water tank would harness a pump and a spray bar with a metering system that would be able to spray our calcium for dust suppressants. It would be capable of spraying a direct liquid application for pre-icing for treatment on our county roads or municipal roads in the future. It's becoming a more used process, as well as giving us the ability of another right-sized water tank that we have to run in conjunction when applying our dust suppressants. And then also in our capital, this will give us a water truck to use on our capital projects that has a more appropriate volume of ability to carry water.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
So, thank you, Your Worship. So currently, the tank that we do own is 1,000 liters, did you say?
Sorry, through your worship. It's just a standard, like a milk tank. It's probably like a 1,500 liter tank.
And the new one would be?
3,000 liters. Yeah. No, sorry, 10,000 liters. 3,000 gallons. Sorry, 3,000 gallons. 10,000 liters. Yeah,
Thanks.
Sorry about that.
No,
3,000 gallons,
Yeah,
10,000 liters.
Thanks, Jeff. Is there any other questions with respect to the water tank? Deputy Mayor Cower.
Through your worship. So we were paying $1,400 a year for water tank rent or for water truck rental back in the previous slides. And this tank here, slip-in tank's $37,000. I'm just trying to understand the math because it's at $1,400 a year for rental. It's 26 years to pay it back. Is something I'm missing there?
Through your worship, yes. All of the rental fees, any rental fees that would have been within that $1,400 to carry would have been just for gravel road, water truck rentals. And sorry, and then on top of that is our capital roads. So throughout the years, we have, Tyne for one time has lent us a water truck they had that was a spare not being used. They didn't have a lot of road capital that year, and we borrowed that truck for the season, and that was very beneficial to us. So we have explored many options to go back and see exactly how much we were spending on rented dollars. We've done a lot of borrowing in the past as well to get us through. I think Buildall, we had a very cheap rate. They had an old water truck that they would float to a construction site and let us use it for the whole season down on Third Concession. It didn't leave our construction site. We were able to use it. So we've explored a lot of cheaper options. The $1,400 isn't represented. There's other costs for renting would have been billed through capital programs and those specific GLs. So that $1,400 was budgeted just for our rental truck for dust suppressant application.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think we also touched on the fact that there's some thumb twirling. You know, you call and they say, oh, well, the water truck is out there. Everybody's busy because all the wells are dry, whatever. And so you have people waiting. They can't do the next step till that step's completed. So from my point of view, just keeping everybody rolling on, rolling through and on to the next job is of definite value.
That's correct. And we have some rural loading areas that we could load this tank out of. But when we are renting a contracted truck, we have to wait for that truck to come all the way back to, say, Napanee and load of our treated bulk fill station because they're not going to load out of a quarry or whatnot into that truck. So this here would allow us to be able to utilize that. We're not going to haul treated water in this truck. So it allows us to utilize it and have really quick turnarounds. Yes.
Great, thanks, Counselor Hicks. Is there anything else before we move on? Seeing none, I think we've come to the end of the capital enhancements that are recommended, I think, by staff. And the next portion is identified investments needed but not recommended. I think, Mr. Grant, you wanted to weigh in on this first, and this is to say that these things aren't things that we need. It's just this, knowing the financial position that we're in this year. I think it's important that they're identified, but I'll let Mr. Grant explain that.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to members of council. So what you're going to see in the coming slides, if it were a different year with a different financial reality, you would likely have seen these things on the list. And the reason I've asked the team to add the number of items that you need to be aware of is for the issue of transparency and what we expect to have happen. And on the first slide, I've also asked the general manager and the CFO to identify alternative funding mechanisms should we go into the future. And the reason I've done that is not for this year. So it is not our intention to have council vote on these items this year. But as your CAO, I believe we're going to be in a position where we're going to have some pretty significant needs. And we're going to likely have to explore changes to service levels or changing to funding models. And so what you're going to see here is an explanation of our assessment on the vehicles, the impacts, as well as likelihood of failure. These are all things that we do need to consider, and I am obligated to bring to your attention. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the budget process overall, We are not the only municipality in this situation. There are a number of municipalities in this situation. So in addition to on the first item, giving you a sense of alternatives, whether it be, financing is the option we're presenting here. But that would be something we'd want to come back and give you a more fulsome explanation on what does that look like? How does it change from the way that we're doing things now? The other thing I've asked, particularly sort of the general manager to touch on, is I believe we're going to need to consider contingency plans for some of these items. And so if we have something that requires significant investment, 30, 40, 50, $60,000, and that's likely on some of these items, or something fails, I would like us to get to a point, and not today, but I'd like us to get to a point where we know what the will of council is in terms of making decisions on how we would like to address those situations. So is our primary goal to go for maintenance replacements, regardless of the cost, or have an upset limit? Is it to go to emergency procurement? Is it to immediately go to change service levels? I think these kinds of decisions, given the numbers involved and potential impacts on service levels, is a conversation we need to have in the coming year. And that is why you're seeing these items on the list, is not to influence the discussions on the budget items as presented, but my obligation as CAO to bring this to your attention. And with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Go ahead, Councilor Pinal.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, thank you, Matthew, for saying that. Just while we're talking on this and about funding and stuff, I did notice while I was going through the line by line items of the budget that in 2024, and we've seen this before, but in 2024, we were charging out for our own vehicle use. And in 2025, I didn't see any numbers put into there. And I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, please, that in 2024 and prior years, that when we did do a job, say we're doing a Lime Lake Road or whatever, that we were billing out to that job using, say, our roller, that sort of thing, our trucks. And I believe that those monies were going into a reserve so that it would, or hopefully they were going into reserve so they would soften the blow of this. Is that not true?
Go ahead, Jeff.
So we have a tracking system, and we are still using the system. We track every hour of use that the machine is being used and the correct GL that it's being used towards. We still do that under our own, and tracked under our own vehicle use. So if it's Lime Lake Road, and there's our rubber tired excavator, loader, roller, dump trucks, they're all getting tracked. We are not to a fully funded time right now that we're paying or investing into our budget for every hour of that use, but that's kind of where it went to creating that $300,000 investment into reserves, is more along that lines. That's not a fully funded model, but that's where we're trying to get to. And we do track every hour of use, and we do track it to the project. So if we're working on a county road, the county's paying for the use of that equipment, as well as the labor. If we're working on a capital project where we could maybe garnish some benefits out of other funding models, we're able to offset those costs from the levy and charge them to reap the benefits of the funding on that equipment. So yes, through your worship, we are absolutely tracking every hour of use of the equipment still in 2025.
Thank you, tracking, but you're taking those monies and that's where I saw that $300,000 contribution reserves then, is that correct?
Through your worship. So Jeff's correct. We are tracking it. So how it works from a financial perspective is we haven't on each transaction, when someone's charging at their hours, say they're using the loader, it'll show up in payroll as an expense and a revenue line item. So it's basically an in and an out each time. So when we're billing back to the county, that's fully being captured. And we also apply this on any of our projects or any of our work. So it's going in and out. But at year end, either myself or a treasurer or the auditors will come in and they'll essentially just reverse that entry. So it's not directly tracking to a reserve contribution. It's an offsetting revenue and expense line item. So for budget purposes, yes, we could include it, but it would just be an offset on revenue and expense. That's why we've introduced this, as Jeff mentioned, the 300,000. So we're saying we believe that is the portion that should be, because these are made up of those MTO rates, but the full MTO rate is supposed to cover maintenance, fuel, repairs, insurance, depreciation, which we already capture through other budget line items. So if we were to basically, it would be fantastic if we could fully port that towards a reserve, but we'd likely be overfunding it in the current day. Mind you, we're a little bit behind, obviously, but the 300,000, and it's not a not a perfectly defined number, but we think that's something we can get us to a correct place. I believe we charged out somewhere in the ballpark of about $1.3 million last year, whether it was town work or county work. But like I said, that's just instantly offset by a single transaction line from revenue and expenses. So it's almost as if it never hits the books from a financial perspective, but we needed to track those expenses when we're charging back to the county. I hope that covers off that explanation.
Yeah, I think Mr. Grant would like to weigh in.
Thank you. And just to add to that, through your worship, in different municipalities, they would fund their capital differently. So it's been my experience that a number of municipalities, including the last one I worked at, you make an annual contribution to capital reserves. And then when you have a one-time cost for a capital cost, you would pull it out of that reserve, and then the annual replenishments would give you the bandwidth, if you will, to not only buy what was projected in terms of need, but it would also give you the financial capacity to deal with the unexpected, because it's kind of the business we're in. And candidly, this is why also we showed you where the reserves are at the beginning of the budget process. We're not in a position to fund our capital needs through reserve, and so we're reliant on the levy. It's not an ideal position to be in, and if it were completely up to me, where I would like to get to over years is to have annual contributions projected on projected need and replacement cycles. To do that, as Councillor Pennell's rightly pointed out, we need the data with which to do forecasting. And then, build that into the budget to build up reserves, to be able to do one-time purchases, if you will, for capital needs without putting it on the levy. We're just not there today. So the tracking, I would say, in itself gives us really good data points in terms of need. And I would say over time, I would believe it'd be in our best interest to consider how do we build up capital reserves to a level that gives us not only predictability, but also shields us from risk.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that helped answer this question. I'm really glad that we had this conversation, because it makes me feel a heck of a lot better about the $300,000 contribution of this, and how far we are behind in funding these pieces of equipment. It's we sit here and we see such a large dollar value, and we understand that the equipment's in bad shape and we need it, and the lead times and stuff like that. So as long as you guys are okay with, you have a plan to put monies away for this, and how you're going to get there with billing it out to a job or whatever, that's up to you. As long as I feel confident that, which I do now, that's what those reserves were for. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. If there's not, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
So just to add to that, Councillor Pennell, I would say we've identified the need for a plan. I would say that's the best place that I wouldn't say that there's a plan to get us to a place where these things will be replaced. So the reason I've asked the team to give you a fairly long list of needs, as well as alternative funding models, is this is candidly my polite way saying we need a plan and identifying that, because it is my obligation to present to you risks. And respectfully, that's what this is. And we will give options. And so, you know, in the following slides, you'll see what some of those options could be. And then I would suggest we're going to want to come back in recognition of the situation we're in terms of fleet, with contingency plans about if something happens, how would you like the organization to respond? Because my preference would be that we've got a list of sort of contingency responses that are aligned with the will of council and not necessarily left to individual staff judgment, provided we end up with the same outcome. How we get there matters, and that's something we'd like to bring forward in the future. But so just to be clear, Councillor Planell, we're identifying the need for a plan, as many municipalities are, but we don't have a path to sustainability as yet.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Councillor Shank.
Matthew, in some time before, when you have time, and before the budget process is totally done, is that I'd like to see, because I've heard over the years that we're not getting paid enough, we're not, you know what I mean? That if you have all those facts and figures, that you could go ahead and show to us that, yes, we are getting our fair share from the county, for the sole reason is that, you know, we have to replace these vehicles, you know what I mean? That if you have those facts and figures, you know what I mean? Just to show to us that, hey, yeah, we are getting our fair share, that I can say, yes, it is equitable. And we used to do, Terry Gervais, it was an employee here of the town years ago, and he did have a fleet reserve at one time that we had set up. So the point is we have to get back doing those things, because if you had a snow plow, because we have no reserves left, and it went down, or if we had a fire truck that went down, how are you going to fund that if there's no reserves? So that's where I'm always trying to find other avenues of revenue, because if you have your expenses increase, you're going to have to increase your revenues. And if not, you know, it can't all be on the taxpayer when you would, you know, friggin' 30% in the last 6 years. So, you know, so I agree with everything you've done, but if we could have that report that I can sleep well at night, that I can say, yeah, we are, or can we squeeze the county for a little bit more? That's all.
So
Great, thanks, Councillor Shank. Is there anything else? Go ahead, Nathan.
Through your worship, just to Councillor Shank there. So some of the stuff that we've shown you already on the vehicle costs, in speaking about the TAC agreement and the county agreement here, everything is charged back at cost, with the exception of our vehicle time. Until 2024, we weren't tracking each individual vehicle to even have any ballpark to say whether we were getting paid fairly or not. We started that, and we're going to continue to do that. But until such point in time where we have a significant amount of data, we can take a one-year data as a snapshot to them, and we will do that this year. Is my understanding is we're going to do that in a meeting coming up here in December. But I don't think it would be fair to the county for us to come in and say, well, this year this vehicle was charged out too little. Well, did we replace something significant in it? Is that why, right? So that's where the difficulty is from our staff perspective at this point in time. We know that is the trigger point of whether we're getting paid too little or too much, but it's just building that data up. So we're getting to that point, and we will be able to pinpoint that, whether it's a single vehicle or a vehicle class. Is it light fleet? Is it heavy fleet? Are one overpaid or one underpaid? Like, we're getting to that point, and we have the ability to track that very closely now. But until we have, I would say, multiple years of data on that, it's going to be difficult, but we can certainly bring it forward to them, and we are going to on an annual basis through that tracking. But that is the mechanism we will be able to use to determine that. Staff time, materials, anything of that nature is charged back directly to the county. So there's no concern on that item at all. It's just purely making sure, and maybe it's our fleet that's, because it is old and worn down, we're spending so much money on maintenance of it that it's actually running a loss. But it's that would be the trigger point to us being overpaid or underpaid by them, and that's the only factor, really.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Matthew, all I'm saying is give me the figures what you have right currently, what you have now, that I can go ahead and this is not like, this is for, I'm playing on the town of Greater Napanee team. I'm not playing on the county of Lennox-Nedson team. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to show, look at ours things, and then I can discuss with Jeff and Mike and, and Alan and you guys saying, hey, if we tweak this or tweak that or tweak this, that I can say, hey, you know what, guys, let's go. Because that's why 2 years ago I said, let's do maintenance records of everything. Then you can go ahead and see exactly what you're doing. And then we can go ahead and, fill in the leaky boat and get the ship upright. So that's all I'm saying is all the records that we get or that you have compiled, it stays within the town of Greater Napanee, and then we can see what we can do and what we can't go, and so we can get those extra trucks and that other stuff that the town needs. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Knight. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shank. So I'd say I agree with you. And are we in a position to where we'd like to be today from data collection and analysis? We're not. And this is why you'll have heard from me before in terms of the reorganization where I saw areas of greatest need. And the areas, that I've identified for me personally as greatest need is the ability to have long-term financial planning, the ability to have more robust data collection and analysis, objective criteria. We're on that path. I'm confident that under the oversight of General Manager Nobes and the cooperation of all senior leadership team members, that we will absolutely get there. But just to level set expectations, I noticed the same thing. And many municipalities are in this area. Hamilton had a $2 billion budget, was totally in this ballpark in many areas. But we absolutely agree, and we're absolutely committed to getting to that place.
Great, thanks, Matthew. Is there anything else? I think what we'll do is, if there isn't, I think we'll take our lunch break before we wade into the identified investment needed but not recommended items. We're at 12 o'clock now, or just after 12. I think it's a good opportunity to break now and come back, and we'll start back up maybe about 1 o'clock. So for the folks that are watching, we'll be about an hour or so, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. So thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the special session of council, the 2025 budget session number 2 for the 21st day of November 2024. Just for the folks at home that may not have tuned in prior to us going on lunch, we're in the on to page 45, identified investments needed but not recommended section of the agenda. And that's where we'll start. We'll start right where we left off. And I think, Mr. Grant, were you going to start off, or was Mr. Cuthell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think that we had a fulsome discussion before the break. And with that, I would turn things over to, the director, the CFO, and the general manager.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grant. I'm not sure who wants to start, but Mr. Nobes, did you want to start?
Yep. Thank you, Worship. Just to lead it in here, and then I'll turn it back over to Mr. Cuthell. Just bringing to council's awareness, these items that we're going to be speaking about, which are identified as needed but not recommended in this cycle. We really needed to bring this to council just to make you aware the current state of these assets, these fleet related assets, in addition to a couple of road projects that have been identified as needed. But understanding the current constraints that we're under, we're not recommending in this budget cycle. Hard for staff to not put that recommendation forward as a need, but identifying, yes, ultimately it is needed, but this year is too challenging to justify putting it into the draft budget. So certainly it's these are top of mind, and as we inch closer and further away from or beyond their useful life, I guess the situation becomes much more drastic the longer we wait. So it's just giving council the awareness that these are things that are still out there as needed items, but again, not recommending today, but just wanted to make council aware. And we felt it was incumbent upon us to do justice to council's awareness of these issues. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Cuthell.
Thanks, Michael. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, so on slide 47, this slide identifies slide 45. This slide identifies, we have 3 loaders that are in service through the Public Works Department. This would be classified as the secondary loader. It's not the one. It's not our loader that is out with a plow route. Our main loader has a plow route, plows alleyways, boulevards, streets, dead end cul-de-sacs, and whatnot. This loader here then is used for plowing municipal lots and loading our trucks at our main yard at Highway 2. So a vital piece of equipment to keep our trucks rolling as they come in and looking for another load of winter material to get back on the route. This is how those trucks are loaded at our main facility. And this year loader is also pushes up our winter materials and stocks our salt in our dome and whatnot. The loader is identified to be beyond its useful life. There is, as I sent out the maintenance sheets last night and you look through, there was one that this is slated for new injectors are actually going in it right now, I believe this week, and to keep it operational for this winter for us.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions on that slide on page 45? No, seeing none, go ahead.
So just the next slide, it just dials in a little bit more on the importance of this piece of machinery. It also highlights that there are some options out there that we just figured we'd put out. There is some 0% financing for 36 months. If this loader was to go down, it is a vital piece of equipment. It would have significant impact to our service levels. So staff would look to be able to rent one if possible. Rental costs could be upwards to $10,000 per month, and we'd probably look to renting this piece of equipment for about 5 months to get us through that winter operational period.
Thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions or comments? Go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to add some commentary here. So as we look at this piece of equipment specifically because it's the highest priority on the list of the ones that we haven't included in the recommendation, but there's certainly going to be others to follow. So I just wanted to bring to council's attention some of the options that we hope to bring to you in the future, and financing being one of them. So I do actually think that this is a really good option. If you're looking at a 0% financing, there is no cost to the municipality to take on that borrowing. It helps spread out the cost of this piece of equipment over a couple of years. Obviously, in this budget year, it's difficult to add an additional 0.7, 0.8% on the levy, but it's certainly an option that we can look at for some of this heavy fleet as needed. What we're looking at overall that we're missing in our budget is we're on a pretty good rhythm with one plow truck a year, but we are not in a rhythm and do not have plans for the extra heavy fleet equipment. So ideally, we can get to a place where we're funding around $500,000, approximately one piece of heavy fleet equipment within the capital budget. And again, once it's built into the base of the capital levy, we can look at a replacement schedule that you're looking at, a replacement of a different type of heavy fleet in future years. In the years that you're not replacing one, that can go back into reserves to start to build that up. That's a pretty significant jump. It's about a 3% increase on the levy, but I think that gets us a lot closer to where we need to be long term. So just for council's consideration, those are the types of things that we're going to look at and, excuse me, talk more deeply about, but that's a void that we have recognized here. Again, that's one way to look at it. There's other options if you're looking at adding an overall capital levy, for example. So council is comfortable with passing, say, a $16 million budget, and on top of that, we add a % or 2 that is specific to capital replacement. So you'd have a capital levy. We would show that separately on your tax bill. You'd have your general levy, and then you'd have a separate capital levy. That's another option. Again, just trying to provide council with some ideas of what we can look at. None of which we are recommending at this point in time.
Great. Thanks, Alan. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. Alan, if this value is $350,000 and it's really needed, so instead of putting in the $300,000 into reserves, just buy it. Like if we're putting money in the reserves to buy equipment, and we need this as bad as what it sounds like, then why don't we just do it like that?
Through your worship to Councillor Pennell, that's an option for council. Again, we only have about $300,000 in that reserve currently. We're putting in an additional $300,000 as part of this budget, so we would have to mix those numbers a little bit. But certainly that's an option. But then you have no dedicated or earmarked available funds for future purchases or for emergency needs if needed. But yes, that is an option for council to consider.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennell. Is there any other questions or comments with respect to this slide? Seeing none, go ahead, Jeff.
The next slide depicts our wheel loader, our wheeled excavator. This excavator is used daily for ditching, culvert replacements, as well as our capital construction projects. Having this piece of equipment in good working condition allows for efficient capital operations. The corporation could see reduced maintenance costs if this new piece of equipment was introduced. In 2024, we have nearly $30,000 in repairs on this piece of equipment alone. There is other repairs that are identified with this piece of equipment. There's control valves and such like that is very costly. We can see it failing, but it's still within its tolerances. So this is another piece of equipment that's very heavily used. It's very beneficial to the municipal operations. If it was to fail, we would be looking at rental costs of approximately $147 an hour to have this piece of equipment rented to be utilized.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Counselor Hicks.
So $6,000 a week based on, well, when I say $6,000 a week, base it on a 40-hour work week, but per hour, we not rent it like week, like that's just staggering to me. If you had to rent one for an entire year or season until you could get a replacement.
I don't know, Mike, if you can remember some costing we had. We had a track machine rented last year. What were the monthly, or is there any, do you have that in the top of your head? There could be some benefits from renting long-term. We'd have to look at those options, and if we could, the benefits of having a wheeled excavator is we were able to mobilize it, but we'd have to look at those options. This would be if we were going to rent it from a third party on an hourly rate.
Okay, hope it doesn't come to that. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Counselor Hicks. Mr. Grant.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. And this would, just to reiterate, we do intend on coming to council for their preferred options in terms of contingency plans. So if we've identified something that we're concerned about, I would feel best if that, we've got a plan ready to say, if this happens, then we're going to do this, and we talk about it in advance. And whether that be long-term rental, short-term rental, emergency replacement, whatever that might be. But I would think we're close enough to the line on it where I think it would be important for us to have that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Is there any other questions or comments with respect to this slide? Seeing none, we'll move on.
Thank you. The next slide shows a grader. The grader is also with our gravel maintenance program on our rural roads as well as our capital projects. This grader has, I believe, in the area of 17,000 hours on it. It's still in working condition. Staff would propose maintaining this grader with us. This grader in operation, we still do have a need of renting a secondary grader to offset our gravel roads maintenance and our capital roads construction efforts. So this was proposed to be maintained as a secondary grader and the purchase of a newer grader as well.
Great, thanks. Jeff, is there any questions or comments with respect to the grader? Counselor Hicks.
Through you, your worship, is financing an option on any of this other equipment, or was it only specific to the loader?
Through your worship, there would be financing options on much of the heavy equipment that's listed.
Great, thanks, Counselor Hicks. And then maybe I should have asked it earlier, are these things kind of on the shelf, or is there any kind of lead time that would be needed that, say something tragic happened, we got to find one? Would there be somewhere on the shelf somewhere or on the lot somewhere?
Yes, thank you. Talking to the suppliers of these equipment, there was a big demand during COVID, and they were flying off the shelves. Steel prices were increasing. Production did ramp up. A lot of this equipment, it looks like there would be some on the lot. So it would be an in-stock item that we would most likely be able to benefit on a quick purchase if needed.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there anything else? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did just want to flag for council's awareness as we're going through the DC background study update. An additional grader has been identified as a need. So we're looking at adding that in, and it's not intended to be a tomorrow purchase by any stretch, but we're looking at leveraging the DC framework for providing a funding mechanism for an additional grader, as Mr. Cuthel's alluding to. We haven't yet landed on what the benefit to the existing versus new development would be. It's a little bit gray, so we need to work through that process, but just raising for council's awareness that we are investigating that as an avenue to help offset the levy.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks, Michael. Is there anything else? No, well, we can move on.
Thank you. Next slide. This is a roadside mower. We have 2 of these in deployment that conduct our roadside mowing efforts through the summer months. This here tractor in particular is also utilized for snow removal in our identified areas throughout town. And it is the only piece of equipment we have capable of running our large snow blower at this point in time. The mowers on this unit, or the mower, boom flail mower, very versatile mower for us, though we would look to, at the time we could replace this tractor. There are more purpose-built machinery out there for this type of work, lower center of gravity, and just purpose-built for cutting at a much quicker pace along the roads, cutting much more, a bigger swath, and also would have the versatility to aid in our snow removal efforts as well.
Okay, great. Thanks. Is there any questions or comments? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Worship. And I just wanted to add for clarity. So this, for example, would be a replacement of one to one. So this would not be a DC eligible item, just for council's awareness, whereas the grader would be in addition to. So there's a DC related component, but where we are not identifying DCs as a potential funding avenue, it's because it's a like for like, just a routine change out. It's not adding capacity.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, Michael. Councillor Shack.
Mike and Jeff, is that this, at the time when it was purchased, I imagine it did what you needed. But today, the John Deere that cuts the grass on the side of the road is a lot faster, more efficient, does a lot better job. All right. There's a lot of tractors that are coming from Europe now that has low hours that you can pick up, that has the PTO on the front end of it, and has the 3-point hitch also. So, and a variable reasonable. What's the horsepower on this one? 100 horsepower?
120 or 50?
Through your worship, the tractor that you see there is 135, 140.
So if that's a Ford New Holland, and they say 135, 140, that'd be probably equivalent to 100 horsepower John Deere. And if you look at because I've had them both, but if you have the hydraulic pumping capacity of a New Holland isn't even near what a hydraulic capacity of an older John Deere is. But there is options out there. So if you want to replace 1-to-1 in the future, I would definitely not go with something like this. Go with something else that you could definitely use and have the attachments like the current mower that you have as a John Deere on the side. So that's just my own opinion. So in the future, just what is the best at bang for the buck for what we have? It's just that this one here, I can cut with my zero turn faster than what this guy can do with 3-foot cut.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Shanks. So when I was saying a 1-to-1 or like for like replacement, I didn't intend to say exactly this model. It's just one tractor for one tractor. But I'll let Mr. Cuthell just elaborate on that a little bit more.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's exactly it. The pricing that's shown here is for a completely different model tractor with 150 horsepower capable hydraulic pumps. Could run our snow blower, as well as 7-foot flail mower that's adaptable with a wedge flail, and also capable of harnessing a boom flail mower that could be utilized when needed on the steeper slopes, all on one unit, and cut at about twice the speed is what we can cut at this one on. So with a center of gravity that's lower, these higher center of gravity, and when you buy one of these agricultural purpose tractors, the upfitting of them to weight them and get the hydraulic pumps and the tank capacity, you're spending probably $100,000+ to get it upfitted to do something that's still really not purposely built to do. So no, thank you very, very much for that. That's what staff's looking at as well.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Is there, through you, your worship, is there any potential to recover any monies from selling any of this equipment, or is it basically not maybe the tractor, but the grader or something like that? Is there more value in the scrap metal than there is in the machine operating as is?
Yeah, it's a great question. At this point in time, some of this fleet still would have a resale value attached to it. unlike some of the trucks we've mentioned in the past, they're kind of at the very end of their useful life, and we're garnishing scrap dollars for them. Some of these pieces of equipment still would have a fairly decent resale value on them.
Councillor Brunel.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Jeff, is this the particular unit that we do brushing with as well? Where it cuts down the trees and scatters it all over?
Through your worship to Councillor Pennell, this tractor does have the capability of doing minor brushing work, basically to get rid of the little saplings and whips that you would see after we've went and done a complete brushing operation with our excavator that does have a brush head for it. And I think that's probably what you're alluding to with your ward.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Great, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, this is the machine with the snow blower attachment that removes the snowbanks from the streets after the plow plows it over.
Yes, you're correct.
So if worst case scenario and it did break down, you didn't have it, could you use a front end loader or something temporarily, like just to do the, say, the downtown Dundas Street or something? Or is that an impossibility?
We're still looking at possibilities through your mayor. Yeah. Front end loader, yes, in dire needs of situations to get it going. It's, yeah, we may be looking at other we would look to try and rent one if we could find one. If this broke down in the middle of winter, usually any of these units are already deployed. Yes, we're looking at our options. We have snow blowing capability with our sidewalk machines. If we could outfit them to load trucks out, there's other options there. Getting front mount PTO on our other John Deere tractor. If we're exploring getting it with a front mount 3-point hitch and a PTO on it, that could be upfitted to take over if this did break down.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting like use it long term, but just in an emergency type situation where you wouldn't do it at all, you would still get it done somehow. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one.
This slide depicts, we put both of the other remaining asks of our plow fleet in here. It's 2 tandem plow trucks. One is a 2009 and one is a 2011. The 2011, that was one when we were looking for pre-approval last year to purchase a plow truck. It is the one with the 2-ply frame on it that we had talked about earlier today. And with the tolerance levels on that frame, if it surpasses the allowable tolerances, it would require new frame rails to stay in operation. And our quotes for that was somewhere around the area of $40,000 to $60,000 if able to be retrofitted, if the other condition of the truck was able to withstand that. The 2009, I don't have it in front of me of all of the mechanical needs for that truck, but it's at the end of its useful life, and the wear on the frame and boxes are at the end of or past their useful life.
Great, thanks. Jeff, is there any questions or comments with respect to these 2 pieces of equipment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one.
Your worship, just through you to council, just wanted to highlight too. So these trucks here are very much an everyday use. So although it's a 2009 or a 2011 might not seem that old, it's certainly beyond it, the hopeful 10-year replacement cycle, but it's also seeing everyday use too. So it's very much seeing that fatigue on the frames and all the structural components that go into that vehicle. So again, although it might not seem that old, just from a numbers perspective, it's very much old in the sense of fatigue and overall wear, which is ultimately reflective in the condition assessment. So just generally for council's awareness, these are used all the time.
Great, thanks, Michael. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it one of these trucks that you're looking at putting the slip-in tank in?
Through your worship, the slip-in tank would be able to go in any one of our U-body trucks, tandem trucks that we have. Yes, that's correct, yes.
Great, thanks, gentlemen. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next slide.
Thank you. The next slide, it just shows the costing for surface replacement on Alfred, Briggs, and Cynthia Street. The asphalt wearing surface up there is, as I'm sure you all have driven over the streets, it's way past its useful life, and this evaluation would, the utilities, water and sanitary up there still have a lot of useful life. We would not be missing out an opportunity to replace them out if we did replace this surface. They would be able to hold off until the next time of reconstruction efforts came up on them streets. So this is just pricing to replace like for like, ditching, drainage improvements, road base correction, new surface granulars, new asphalt surface. There is a DCLable element to this as well, because we would be looking at widening out the existing asphalt platform there and maintaining the rural cross section of open ditches, but just clear out the ditches, clear out and replace any pipe work that need to be replaced for culverts, and then have establish an 8.5 meter platform, which would accommodate pedestrian walking along the sides, and also give a new driving surface.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Is there any questions or comments with respect to this slide? Nope, we can move on.
The next slide depicts our Palace Road bridge rehabilitation. Mostly the failure here is in the slope, the sloping on the sides of all four abutments of the bridge. It was very steep slope, which over time has given way and allowed for settling of the sides of giving way of the shoulder of the road, which in turn our guide rail system is falling out. We've done some temporary padding of the asphalt surface and put jersey barriers in place to try and protect traffic from going over the sides of these embankments. So the pricing here shows retaining walls on one of the three slopes, engineered retaining wall, and then slope flattening on the other three approaches. And we would be correcting the bend and the elevation of the bridge. Some low deck flatbeds have a tough time. They actually can't go over there without bottoming out. And we just try and correct the alignment of that bridge structure, and also do some pedestrian walking, widening it out for that as well, crossing over the bridge.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Councilor Pinell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Jeff, is there any deck work that will need to be done to this?
No, through your worship, no, through our OSIM inspection reports, the bridges and the abutments are in good shape. It's just the slope and just needing to be reinforced. There is a dwelling on the one side there that we do have the property limits, but we wouldn't be able to just do slope flattening on the one side due to the house being there. So there's would be an engineered retaining wall. But no, the bridge deck, not a lot of work. There is an identified sidewalk that's there at the top. We would be looking at just doing a little bit of a grade raise, redoing the railing system on the bridge to eliminate that piece of concrete sidewalk that kind of protrudes out there, and it really narrows and tightens in the turning movement over that bridge. That there would be hoped to be corrected, and then just pushing out the guide rails, slope flattening it out.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Martin. Then I'll go to Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, CN doesn't have any shared cost in any of this year. This is the bridge going over the tracks, right?
So through your worship, my understanding, and when we look back in this, This used to be a wooden bridge structure. I don't have the dates memorized right now. CN did replace this bridge when it was upgraded from a wooden structure to the newer bridge structure we see, and then downloaded it to the town for ownership and life costing and maintenance. So it does, with the proximity to a very busy railway system, there is a lot of permitting and coordination to work in that area. So it is a project that whenever it does go forward, there is going to be a lot of planning and to go into it. Unfortunately, is going to be a trickier job, but we don't have to replace the whole bridge.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
The funny thing, I remember when they replaced that bridge, but the funny thing is, it was cockeyed before when the wooden bridge was there, and it's still cockeyed. When they put the new cement bridge in, they still didn't have the shoulders proper or the grades proper on either side. That's the strange part about it. So,
And new bridge abutments were put in. I agree. It would have been nice if we could have looked at why when a new one was built, was straightening it out. Yeah, hindsight's 20/20 on that one for sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
Thank you, through your worship. What is the load capacity of that bridge?
In its current state, it's an unrestricted bridge for load capacity. So there's no restrictions applied to it. So
Yeah, because you were talking about straightening out and raising elevations to get a flatbed across there. You're not talking like a flatbed, like a tractor trailer, are you?
yes, tractor trailers do pass over. Where it is, it's the transition point at the top of the bridge. They're low boy flatbed trailers, drop decks. They're bottoming out on it, so they're unable to cross over it. And other areas to look at is other, if something was to happen and we lost the Dundas Street and you had the bypass route to the south of Dundas Street, if without this, that would be, we would put traffic control measures immediately at this intersection and kick traffic down to County Road 22, because at Little Creek Street, you have the mouse hole and you have this impassable location. You're looking at diverting traffic all the way down to County Road 22 and around. It is a very substantial detour route if we did have an issue where Dundas Street was impassable and we had to have an east-west detour route enacted.
Yeah, I just don't see that as an ideal option to try to bring transports around through there. But yeah, you're right. We're limited on what we can do.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nobes.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And through the EA, the municipal class EA with the county, the intent ultimately is to get around these issues with a new EDR route connecting to Alkenbrack and industrial and all the way out to fully bypass the downtown and just to alleviate these issues in their entirety. I did just want to touch on, there would not be a need based on preliminary design review work that we would not need to acquire land. We'd be able to work within our existing right-of-way limits. And given that the bridge is in good shape itself, the intent, I believe, and Mr. Cuthell can correct me, but I believe right now it's very much a straight line of sight per se to the bridge, and then you have to make a very sharp turn. The intent here on both sides, the intent here would be to have a more gradual sweeping turn to then be in a better alignment with the bridge, ahead of the bridge, not at the bridge. So if you can envision a very gradual S bend leading in and then leading out to make that a much more much safer passable bridge, both for pedestrians and motor vehicles.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Nobes. Is there anything else? Seeing none, I'd really like to know who we give stuff to when we don't want it, but if anybody can answer that question, I would appreciate it. Thank you. I apologize for being a little cheeky, but wow. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next one. So, sorry, folks, we are now going to enter into the solid waste and who wants to start with that? Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'll lead it off here, but I'm going to invite Christy and Andrew to come up to present this portion of the budget. I'm going to get out of the way just to make some room up here. But I will note for council's awareness that, I'm just going to get out of the way. Yeah. I will just note for council's awareness that you will see a line item in transfer to reserves within this portion of the budget. I'll let Andrew expand on it in greater detail, but ultimately what's going on is that we're undergoing a transitional year for the Blue Box transition to the producer pay model, but we are unsure of potential unexpected cost implications at present that may result. So it's very much a best guess estimate as to what that might be, but we're cognizant of potential challenges that might arise throughout this transition year. But again, I'll let Christy and Andrew elaborate on it in more detail.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. And we'll give Christy an opportunity to get up and get settled in, and we'll let you folks decide who wants to start first there.
Through your worship, just on to the two slides there, Ellen, if you could. Just some highlights from solid waste from 2024. As most of council is aware, we put a point of sale or a debit machine at the South Frederickburg waste disposal site. That's gone over very well with residents. We have been planning and continue to plan for the Blue Box transition, which I'll speak to a little bit more in a moment. But we got to the point where council was able to execute an agreement with Circular Materials Ontario, but just for our 2025 year. We released a request for proposals for engineering services for our waste disposal sites, and that will be wrapped up in the new year. So I'll come before council with a recommendation on what consulting firm to go with, barring council's decision. We have a new environmental compliance approval for Water Street landfill, and I must say that's probably my highlight other than the Blue Box transition, as this town has spent lots of money in done multiple studies over 20 years on that site. So it's nice to have a compliance approval in place that says thou shalt do X, Y, and Z for the coming years. A lot easier to budget for that site. We continue to educate and outreach to the public regarding waste diversion in multiple different ways. And we coordinated and held a successful Household Hazardous Waste Day in September. Further to council on the Blue Box transition into the public, I just wanted to do just a quick overview or a brief overview of where we sit currently. So the town will move to full producer responsibility January 1st of 2026. 2025 is our transitional year. In 2025, Circular Materials Ontario will provide bins through a private contractor at our waste disposal sites. They will collect that material and pay for the processing. Curbside in 2025, the town remains the holder of the contract with Waste Management for the collection of Blue Box materials or recyclables. And Circular Materials Ontario will subsidize the town for that collection, and Circular Materials will pay directly to the processing facility to process that material. And as I said, we'll be subsidized for that collection portion of curbside recycling.
I think we may have a question, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. Okay, let's see if I can phrase this correctly. So the truck goes down the road and it collects all the recycling. So they're reimbursing us based on the number of pickups in a year. So 52 pickups in a year, based on the number of residential households. Does that include above commercial in the urban core? Like those, so people with apartments, that's that address with an apartment building, that's included as well. And how much are we getting reimbursed? All of it for that truck?
Through your worship to Councillor Hicks, you are correct. I have worked all year with Circular Materials Ontario and subsequently the RLG group who will be housing these contracts with addresses of our non-eligible sources as well as our mixed residential and commercial premises. They have all of that information. To be very specific with you in regards to the subsidy, we will be receiving $5.69 per stop per month is how it's calculated based on our 2016 census data of households. So I have a figure for that, but if we could flip to the next slide, Ellen, we can. Through your worship, does that answer your question, Councillor Hicks?
Is that enough? It doesn't seem like very much for a truck and an operator driving the entire, the trucks are on the road every day, Monday through Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they sometimes use one truck to do both garbage and recycling? How's that going to work?
Through your worship, so they have split body trucks that our current collection company uses, our contract with Waste Management, and therefore in 2025, they can continue that practice. In 2026, if it is another contracting firm that Circular Materials decides to go with for recycling and Blue Box, we could see two different waste contractors in town, and therefore obviously they'd need to use two different vehicles to collect those.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw this isn't a question. This is just a comment. So I live out County Road 9. I'm assuming that they would use a split body truck to do a lot of the rural areas or Buttermilk Falls Road or wherever. One truck, one driver, one exhaust pipe. And now there's the potential to have two trucks, two drive. This seems absolutely ridiculous to me, but okay. And it's not you, Andrew. It's the process. We're not Toronto or Kingston or a completely urban center. This doesn't make much sense to me, but.
Yeah, through your worship, just back to Councillor Hicks and more of a statement once again, is that, you know, if you put on your blinders and look at the financials of it, there is a win in it for the town environmentally. If we have multiple additional vehicles on the road. Obviously not great for the environment, but once again, not our decision at that point.
Or if I may say, the consumer who ultimately is paying for all of this because it goes back to the producer, right? So, okay, thanks.
Okay, on to the next slide here where we'll talk about, so I'm just going to take council individually through each line, and then if we wanted to have a fulsome discussion afterwards, that's fine. So just to take you through what's included, in revenues, on the top line there is the bag tag tax levy, also bag tag sales that are separate from the levy. A former grant we got from diversion has been removed from that line, and that was somewhere in the neighborhood of $340,000 a year. However, the money that we are assuming we're going to receive from Circular Materials Ontario is now included in there, as well as subsidies that we will continue to receive for our household hazardous waste day through other agencies. Staffing costs, as Christy spoke to, is split between salaries and benefits of a few different people within the agency. Materials and supplies, some for the waste sites, but also includes the printing of the bag tags. Contracted services, that includes our curbside collection and the collection of materials and processing of the garbage at a facility, our portable toilet rentals, our pest control, as well as another large one in there is the leaf and brush grinding for our 3 sites where we house leaf and brush. And then the transfer to reserves, which Ellen can speak to a little bit more, but that is partially the money we're assuming based on our calculations we're going to receive from Circular Materials Ontario. However, in staff's opinion or suggestion, we'd like to see that money put in the reserve because this new world of producer responsibility for recyclables is ever changing. I've encountered 2 new changes this week alone, and we're 6 weeks away from the beginning of our transitional year. So we're not alarmist, but we're concerned that we might not see the funds that we think we're going to, if that sentence makes any sense. And then if we were to see that through at council's discretion, that money could be put towards other things within the solid waste budget. Planned activities we have with consultants at our sites, improvements at our 2 waste disposal sites, or changes we might want to see in our curbside collection of garbage, such as a bin system or organics collection would be some examples. Obviously, we would bring that all back to council for council to decide. And I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably have a few, Andrew, just because I know this is going to be a hot topic of conversation. So we'll start with Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure everybody isn't surprised that I have something to say about waste removal, garbage bag tags. One of my concerns is with this money put into reserves, it's basically coming from the fact that we're making people buy bag tags that they don't require. I know it's coming from the recyclable part of it, and it's a rebate back from that basically, but bag tags used to be used for an incentive to divert waste from landfills, and we've gotten away from that, and now it's a penalty. Basically, the bag tags, we're forcing people to buy bag tags that they don't require. So that's part of my concern, is that money that we're talking about putting into reserves is coming from an overpayment by the residents of Napanee. And I realize I've been alone in the past on council on this issue, and but I've put a lot of time and effort into this too, studying waste diversion. Napanee has one of the lowest waste diversion rates, by the way, in Ontario. Some communities, and I think Matthew used a lot of comparables, comparing different communities with things, and we didn't always agree using comparables, but so forgive me for using a comparable, in this case, but that's one of my concerns is that money, that extra money, basically we're saving money that we're collecting. We're going to put that into reserves. But some of that is coming from the fact we're forcing people to buy bag tags. We have some other issues with the whole bag tag program, but that's one of my concerns is that reserve money there. Could you maybe address that one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll turn it over to Andrew. So I would just highlight the $254,000 booked, for lack of a better term, is an estimate at this point in time. And so when I spoke with the team about it, I think the prudent action would be like kind of a wait and see approach to see, does the program continue as we think it will, or is it going to change multiple times? And I know that there's been a number of programs rolled out at the provincial level in the last few years, which have charitably had some changes. So I think it would be, if it does turn into be that number, it will be in council's discretion on what to do with that money. But I think it would be wise to truly understand if it is going to be that number. And that's the rationale for that.
Through your worship, if I could just add back to Councillor Martin, staff are planning and it's a point of interest for myself as well, holding this portfolio for the town. We're planning on meeting monthly or bi-monthly throughout 2025 so that we can bring council some fulsome options for bag tags and garbage for January 1, 2026, previous to the 2026 budget. There's a lot of work to be done there, and in our transitional year of 2025 with all the unknowns, staff thought it was prudent to set that money aside if we do receive that amount. And I would also add to Councillor Martin, and I know you've probably heard me say this in the past, but there is a cost to the town to have that truck go past your house for collection, regardless if you have a bag out or not. And so sometimes we look at garbage as a fee for service, but sometimes I think we need to consider it more as something as a town we hold, such as the arena or other facilities that we might be putting money in as taxpayers, but not potentially using, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Andrew, I fully understand what you're saying, and by the way, I certainly don't blame you and Christy for any. You do what you do at the direction of council, and but this has been. There's been so many things to do with the bag tags. It's such an unfair system. We don't tax people the same with a fourplex or a threeplex or a duplex. It's all single family. And then we have the component down on Dundas Street where there's commercial on the bottom, residential up top. So they get dinged $200 a year for their contribution for garbage. And people who own multiple buildings down there, I think I've told this before at council. I had one gentleman who I went down to see because he was complaining about the bag tags, come over and dump a manila envelope of 500 bag tags in front of me on the table. Say, what am I going to do with these? I've got a garbage bin out back that I use, my tenants upstairs use. So there's so much unfairness in this system. And it doesn't matter where the money comes from, whether it's a forced, garbage removal always got paid for in the past. Whether we had a forced levy or it just come off the general tax levy. I'm just concerned about a lot of things about it. And now that the Blue Box program is going to be subsidized, and I believe it is, and I think you're shooting a little low actually on your numbers, which probably is a good idea. But I think it's going to be even greater than that from what I'm seeing and from what I'm getting from numbers from other communities that I've been dealing with. And their diversion rate is, a lot of it's because of green bin, but that's another subject hopefully we'll get to deal with in the future. But I know some communities have a 76% diversion right now with a green bin system. So hopefully, in the future, we'll get to that too. But right now, I'm concerned about the taxpayer. The taxpayer is paying whether they need it or not for that system. And some are and some aren't. Like, it's an unfair system. So that's not necessarily for you to to deal with, I know. And I'm sorry for those if it sounds that way.
Through your worship, if I may address, I can address parts of your concerns, Councillor Martin. So first off, that is staff's plan next year. Because January 1st, 2026, we will be in full producer responsibility where we will not house the contract for the collection of processing. Is staff would like to bring you back as many thought through options as possible for how we deal with garbage in this community, whether it's on the tax base, whether we go to a bin system, whether we remain with a tax levy, all at council's discretion, but we'd like to think those all through and bring those back to you. I will say that the funds that you see here in the transfer to reserves that might appear at the front to be low is because, and this is partially to Councillor Hicks as well, based on some calculations we've done, we're looking at $562,000 from Circular Materials Ontario. However, we've lost the $340,000 that we have been receiving or thereabouts the last few years for diversion grants. So there's a difference there. And if you dig into some of the itemized lines on solid waste, we have some increased expenditures with our waste disposal sites, especially with Water Street having a new ECA. We have to spend some money down there to have it in compliance with what the ministry's asked us to do.
Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. That's part of the problem that I see as well. This bag tag revenue is also being used for more than just curbside pickup. It's being used to pay for expenses in our landfills as well. Like, there's other things come out of that pool of money besides just the curbside pickup. At least, aren't we all one system? Landfill, garbage pickup.
Go ahead, Christy, before I weigh in.
So through your worship to Councillor Martin, no, this summary page that you're seeing here does include everything, but it's my understanding that the special tax levy for the curbside collection goes towards the cost for the curbside collection. It's not going to, and it's, correct me if I'm wrong, and Nathan might be able to chime in here. He's done a lot on the background for us, but that doesn't even cover the full cost of our costs to the contractor. And then anything else. Yes, in the general slide 56 here, you're seeing everything combined, but it's actually broken out, and those the special tax levy fee or revenue is not going specifically to run the waste disposal sites or leaf and brush or anything. It's going to cover some, not all, of the costs of our curbside collection contract.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Aren't we going to get to the point eventually where there's not going to be anything charged to the general levy here? Because it appears to me that the money from the rebates we get, the bag tag revenue, is going to be almost cover the entire cost of everything. It's going to be revenue neutral as far as general taxation is concerned.
To Councillor Martin, there is a potential for that in the future. So the thing that counts, or that staff is very focused on, is that the fact that it's a transitional year in 2025. So certainly if that continued year over year, and we kept all other things equal, that would continue to happen. And I don't think that we would be doing our best recommendation forward. In 2025, we are cautious about the amount that will actually come to fruition out of that $250,000. And we strongly recommend that it does stay within waste until we're out of their transition year and can look to what all the factors are once this moves over to producer responsibility. So you are correct in time, but the 2025 is really such a great time for us still going through the transitional year.
Through your worship,
Thank you.
if I might add back to Councillor Martin,
And just for clarity's sake, that Circular Materials Ontario subsidy per stop per month is only for 2025. As of January 1st, 2026, we have nothing to do with recycling in our community on the broad sense. So we won't be paying for collection, nor will we be collecting any subsidies from Circular Materials Ontario.
Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, through you, your worship. When does our contract end with Waste Management?
So we are in a 10-year contract with Waste Management, which would end in 2029. So that is something we're cognizant of as well. We've began discussions with them about obviously removing the portion of the recycling from that contract, but at this point we don't know what that's going to look like. We may end up having to and I'm just speaking out loud here, I have no idea where this is going to go. We may end up having to put it back out for RFP for solid waste because or for garbage itself, because we no longer have that the recycling portion, because we're changing our agreement so much. We don't know what that's going to look like. That's just worst case scenario, I guess. But so that's something I think from my perspective anyway, this intent to transfer to reserve is something, if we get there, it's essentially a placeholder that we could use for something else down the road.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Ange.
Thank you, your worship. So 2029, transitional year is 2025. We're looking at getting 562,000 from CMO in 2025 based on the number of stops. Okay. Do we know what the penalty is for breaking the contract with Waste Management? So I know they like to stick to their guns when it comes to a contract. So that's my first question, is breaking. And is there a way to work with CMO to continue using, for them to continue using Waste Management? So they would just pick up the remaining 4 years and we could still use split trucks and we could still, is that a possibility? Has that been looked at?
Through your worship, back to Councillor Hicks, there's several things there. First of all, in the transitional year, yes, we house that contract. There is a lot of clauses that we can get out of the contract with Waste Management and required within that contract. The other part I will add on Waste Management's behalf is that they're well versed in this, given that they're going to be running the processing facility for approximately 30% of the province's materials. So we aren't the only township they're dealing with through this transition. So they're aware it's happening, and I have received and do hold an email confirmation that they will remove the processing charges from our curbside. So we've got over that hurdle. To answer the rest of your question, Circular Materials Ontario has hired RLG Group, and I'd have to email you later with what that acronym stands for, but they are housing the contracts for Circular Materials Ontario. The township has no say in who that contractor might be, or we can send in suggestions. I have a contact there, a local contact, but they're going to go with the cheapest option. And to my understanding at this point, verbally, it might change from Waste Management, and we as a township won't have any say in that. We can certainly send a suggestion in.
May I?
Yep, go ahead, Ange.
So the upshot, what I'm hearing is for 2025 upcoming, there will be a $200 tax levy on my tax bill for solid waste, both recycling and garbage, until all of this gets sorted out with CMO and RLG and Waste Management. And okay, thanks.
We are still responsible for picking up recycling in the year of 2025. 70% of the cost of picking up recycling and garbage is to have the truck drive by our house. And we are still paying for that in 2025. And what happens in 2026 is going to be a mystery to many of us. However, I suspect that Waste Management is going to work with us because we aren't the only organization or the only community in this province that have signed into a contract well past 2026. This thing with 2026 where the province has downloaded the cost of recycling onto the producer as opposed to the consumer. We're not the only ones in this. I suspect that there will be some very good discussions with all of the people in this province that are going to encourage or encounter this. And just to Councillor Martin's part, we don't charge people for bag tags. We have a $200 levy in which we give them 50 bag tags a year. We don't charge them for bag tags. I know it's not a very big thing, but we don't make them buy bag tags. There's an option if we wanted to not to give them any bag tags and still charge them the $200 levy. So I just wanted to clear that up. So the bottom line that I can get from this is that we are in some land of unknowns right now. We think we're going to get some money back. We probably are going to get some money back. And until we know where this thing is going to land, because I suspect that even the people that are running this thing at the province really don't know where this thing is going to land. And until we know where this is going to land, I think it's best that if we do get money back, we put it into reserves so that we know where we're going to be in 2026. At least that's in my humble opinion. But for the taxation year of 2025, we're still paying for the truck to go by your house and pick up your garbage and your recycling. And that will happen until January 1st, 2026. If I've got that correct.
Through your worship, yes, I confirm your statement.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I just make one suggestion or another comment? You say we're still going to be paying for garbage and recycling 2025. We're not going to be paying the same as we paid in 2024. We are going to be getting a rebate back on recycling. Is that not correct?
Through your worship, that's correct. And I would add to the conversation, and staff are very cognizant of council's and the public's concern or residents' concern with the bag tag system. We're also cognizant and concerned of making multiple changes year after year after year for the public. Staff's recommendation is to hold still for 2025, do a lot of research, bring you some fulsome reports back so that you can make educated decisions as to how we handle this in 2026.
Thank you.
And just for my clarity, I think I heard this, but I just would like to confirm that with the levy and the sale of bag tags, we're still not revenue neutral. Am I correct with that statement?
Through your worship, if we include why don't I just hit on 2 points here, I guess. Councillor Martin, I think there might be a little bit of confusion too. We are getting a grant back from the province currently through Waste Diversion Ontario. So the difference between basically what's going to be put into reserve and what we're getting back is that changeover. So if we were to hold still in the current program, like we would still be operating under the same assumption. But because of the uncertainty, we want to take that difference and put it into reserve. It's not like all of the money is just being transferred straight over. It's the delta between those two. So I just want to make that clear that we do get some consideration currently, but we're saying, well, if other things were held equal, why don't we take that portion that's different and put it aside? So that does come back. As it relates to breaking even on curbside collection, so we budgeted this year about 1.5 million for garbage and recycling. Between the curbside collection levy, which was about 1.2 million, and the diversion grants that we currently receive is about 350,000. We actually would have run a bit of a surplus on those two alone, but our diversion grants did uptick quite significantly in the past 2 years. So that's part of the reason on that, compared to when we originally brought the levy in to last year's budget. And also one thing to consider is this was the first full year we had where we had bag tag sales with the levy as well involved. So we've actually had quite a bit more in terms of bag tag sales than we expected going into this year. significantly higher considering how many we have mailed out. And just for reference, we've mailed more tags this year than we would historically have used as a municipality prior to the change in the system. So to Councilor Martin's point about residents having these tags to use, there is a market out there for them, but it appears that they are coming back to purchase them from the municipality. Whether those other individuals who have them in their homes don't want to sell them or don't want to use them otherwise, but we are actually seeing that revenue spike on the town side. And that's not something we can particularly control. The tags are out there. The way the system is set up is intended to kind of offset that. But because there's tags that are sitting there in someone's drawer, some people are paying double, unfortunately.
Okay, so just to get back to my original question, in 2024, we actually are revenue neutral, and because of some of the granting, which is more than we thought we were going to get, we're actually a little bit ahead of the game, is what you're saying. So it's safe to assume that for the taxation year of 2025 is that there will not be any increase in the levy. We seem to be doing okay, and it's covering our costs, I guess is where I was trying to go with that.
Through your worship, that's correct. Sorry.
Okay. And of course, when we enter 2025, we've got a lot of moving parts. In 2026, we're even going to have any more moving parts that none of us are quite aware of how they're going to move yet. So, okay. Go ahead, Councilor Martin. I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and actually, Nathan, when you were speaking there, I was recalling going into 99 Advance Avenue last year, and you were sitting there stuffing envelopes with bag tags. And I'm just, again, making aware, we're always talking about staff internal costs. There is an internal cost involved with having the bag tag levy because of trying to stuff envelopes. And what are we going to do this year? How are we going to get them to people when, if the postal strike keeps going on? Like, are we going to instruct people to come in and pick them up at 99? You know, there's a lot of things with these bag tags that concern taxpayers. People are upset about it, and rightfully so in my mind. I'm just concerned about the whole system we have now. It's only been a year and a half. I can't see the problem with going back to allowing people to buy a bag tag when they require it rather than be forced to buy it. The other thing is, when bag tags were introduced, they were introduced as a waste diversion incentive. And actually, the year they were introduced, waste diversion from solid waste was reduced by 30%, I believe. I went back and checked on this. So we've taken away the use of it as an incentive to divert waste. If our community is concerned about limiting waste going to landfill, I think we need to reverse our system back around again. I won't make any more comments. I know everybody's fed up with me on this subject, so I'll leave it alone from here.
We always like to hear your comments, Councilor Martin, so we will never ever try and mute that. So is there, and I think we've covered what we need to cover as far as the budget portion of this goes, is that there won't be any raise in the levy, and there may be a golden egg that gets laid out of this at some point. There may not be, but there may be a golden egg that gets laid out of this at some point. And we know that there will be, because at some point, the cost of the recycling, which is roughly 50% of our costs of picking up garbage and recycling, is going to be funded by the producer. How that's going to play out is anybody's guess. And I guess what we'll do is we'll get through 2025 and assess when we get ready for 2026. So is there any other questions before we move on? Go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Could I just make one more short statement? We already get a WDO amount back of $341,894 per year. So that's going to be a figure added to what we get from our recycling products. So
No,
I just wanted to put
I
that.
think that goes
So
away, Bill.
I just didn't
That
want
goes-
you to, you keep saying that, Mr. Mayor, that 70% of the cost is still there, but in fact, it isn't if you reduce it with some of the grants that we get.
I think what, and please correct me wrong if I'm wrong, Christy, but 70% of the cost is to provide the service to our community. That is inclusive of the kickbacks that we get. And let's forget about tomorrow. Let's start talking about yesterday, just so we get this all clear. Roughly 70% of the cost is to have the service. The other 30% of the cost is to get rid of the stuff when it's picked up. But that 70% cost, and my numbers they may be a little low, a little high at this point, because I know I'm running off of 2022 numbers. But that 70% was inclusive of the kickback that we got back for the recycling stuff. That was included in that. So from my understanding, 70% was, and again, don't hold me to this, could be 68 now, could be 71, 72, but that portion of the cost of picking up your garbage and recycling is to have the service for the trucks to drive by your house each and every week and pick up the garbage and pick up the recycling. The other 30% of those costs are the costs, was what it costs our community to take that garbage and to take that recycling somewhere. And again, don't hold me to that 70%, but I know it's within a couple percents either way, so. Go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Mayor, I understand what you're saying, but this 341,894, that's a waste diversion amount. That comes off of like recycling. That should come off the cost of it. So waste, and you always say that waste and recycling cost the same. It doesn't. Recycling costs less because we do get money back for recycling. We don't get money back for putting a bag of garbage in the dump.
Go ahead, Christy.
If I may, through your worship to Councillor Martin, just to clarify for the waste diversion grant, there's a significant involvement that goes into these finding these diversion rates. Yes, it's easy to just look at garbage and recycling, but there's a lot of data that goes into it. They go as far as calculating grass cycling based on your population, your leaf and brush collection. There's a variety of different things, your electronic waste, your household hazardous waste. So it's not just garbage and blue box, essentially. The other thing I just wanted to make clear is that we keep speaking to this WDO, the Waste Diversion Ontario grant. As of December 31st, 2024, that's no longer. So we will not be receiving that anymore. And that's where this producer responsibility grant or reimbursement, I guess we would call it, for the blue box will be coming in. And yes, there's a variance there, but again, we're just really not sure what we're going to see. So we're erring on the side of caution, if that makes sense.
Good, Bill. Is there anything else? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you. So when CMO collects all of our recycling at wherever they're taking it to, or where Waste Management is currently taking it to, there's designated bins that say TGN, and that's where it goes, and we still get the report on how much was collected. Do we get that information, or it goes directly to CMO? How can we tell our taxpayers how this is working if we're not given that information? That, I think, speaks to some of what Councillor Martin is looking for too, for information.
Yeah, so through your worship, we'll continue in 2025 to get some of that information. After that point, we will not receive that information. We can request it. I'm not sure if we'll get it. That is all done through our LG group and whatever contractor they choose. And I would say at that point, individuals or members of this province or residents of this province that's paying tax to the province might have a right through that tax means, but municipally, I can try to get that information for you, but it might prove difficult.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
And do you suppose that RLG in their wisdom in 2026 will have waste management collecting? You don't think so? Even though 5 miles down the road, we have a state-of-the-art pre-sort facility that is owned by Waste Management, like, it might be cheaper for them. You don't think that's gonna happen?
Well, through your worship, I don't want to play any guessing games in front of council. I can bring you that information when I receive it. I've verbally have heard through Circuit Materials Ontario that it might be a different contractor, and I will be back in front of council for our waste disposal sites, who I found out as of Saturday morning that I happened to be at the site, that our sites will be run through a different company in 2025 than Waste Management. Six weeks out, and I just received that information, happened to be on site when someone from that company showed up. So there, once again, and that's in staff's opinion, that speaks to the ever-changing landscape and misinformation or misunderstood information that we've been receiving, and that's why we're so hesitant to spend the money we haven't received, because this is an ever-changing world.
Thank you. It's all just as clear as mud pie.
And through you, sorry, if I just may add to Andrew's statement there, when you say the sites are being ran by a different contractor, it's just the recycling bins. We will no longer have Waste Management recycling bins in there. It'll be another company, but we will still oversee the sites in 2025. I just wanted to make that clear for the public.
Through your worship, I think to sort out the sites in 2025, it might be prudent for staff, upon council's direction, for me to bring you a quick report regarding recycling at the sites and in the coming weeks, so that you have an understanding of what's going to happen at those facilities in 2025. It would be more of a for your information piece, but I think it might be important for me to get those messages across to you and out to the public as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Through your worship, do we need to formalize that today with the resolution? Would that be of benefit, just to keep it front and center?
What's that now?
Council directing staff to bring a more fulsome report in, like, we'll say the first quarter of 2025, with who's doing what, where, and to whom, and for how much.
If I may, through your worship, staff are looking at changing upon council's approval, obviously, that we would no longer collect a charge for recycling at the waste disposal sites, since we are no longer paying for the collection or processing of that material. And also to add to the conversation, which I can bring back in this report, is Circular Materials Ontario will be subsidizing us slightly for the town operating those sites to collect their recyclable material. So I think, just to be completely clear with council and the public, I think a report would make the most sense.
And I suspect that we will see a lot of Miss Kelly and a lot of Mr. Gerard in the coming 2025 year, because things are going to change. I'd never deter you if you wanted to make a resolution, Councillor Hicks. I don't know if we need it or not, but you're more than welcome to make a motion.
Thank you, your worship. I'll look to Madam Clerk to see if she might have some wording that would be sufficient.
Through your worship, so my understanding is that council is looking for a motion that council directs staff to report back within Q1 of 2025 regarding the changes to the recycling depot operations.
If I may, through your worship, considering this change is January 1st, I personally, I wouldn't feel right charging residents for the recycling of that site if we're not dealing with it. So I would prefer if I could bring something back to council earlier, which I understand timing wise is difficult. Had I had this information earlier in the year, I would have brought it to you earlier, but I just found out this past weekend. Through your worship, at council's discretion or timing, I'll have that report prepared and ready.
How about at our first meeting, our only meeting, I guess, the regular session of council in December?
That works. And if I may ask, if we give that direction that that fee will be struck, I mean, we just basically instruct the landfill operators, you don't collect for recycling. It's just as of January 1st.
Right, through your worship, the only reason I pointed to the clerk there is that it would require a change in the fee bylaw. Therefore, it should come before councils for a resolution.
Madam Clerk, do you have what you need with respect to the motion? And I'll give you a chance to get caught up.
So through your worship, I believe the motion now then would be the council direct staff to bring a report to the December 10th meeting regarding the changes to the recycling depot operations in 2025, as well as any bylaw implications.
If I may just interject, hopefully at that meeting, we would also be looking for council to support this special tax levy moving forward, as we will need to continue with that mail out in January. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to add that to such a resolution, or if we should look to something separate, but I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Through your worship, I believe that is already scheduled to go forward and planned to go forward with or without resolution of council, because we do need some direction before we hit January 1 on that topic, but can add it in, don't need to add it in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are we all aware of the motion that Councillor Hicks has put on the floor? And we do, I think we have a seconder as Councillor Shank, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any further comments, questions, or concerns with respect to the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion that's on the floor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Back to page 56. Have we covered everything? And is there any other questions, comments, or concerns with respect to the solid waste general financial overview that we've been discussing? Seeing none, I think that's the end of this slide deck, and I think this would be the appropriate time to have a 15-minute break. We'll see you back about 2:45. Great, thanks. Welcome back to the special session of council for the 2025 budget session number 2, 21st November 2024. And this portion of our budget meeting, we're going to go to Parks, Recreation, Culture Overview. And I see we have Mr. Brown sitting at the front here. So Chris, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we'll move right into Parks, Recreation, and Culture Overview. Responsible for the operations and maintenance of parks, trails, and facilities, community programming, cemeteries administration and maintenance, downtown beautification, and building maintenance. It also oversees our corporate and community events. So the divisional breakdown within Parks and Recreation might be a little confusing, so I'll try to clarify as best as I can right now. 3 divisions. One itself being Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Second division being facilities, third division being cemeteries. Some key facts here, 17 full-time employees and 1 permanent part-time employee across the 3 divisions. 3 full-time employees are located at 99 Advance in the office setting, and the other 14 employees generally report to work at the Best and Bash Arena. They are made up of 2 parks and facilities lead hands, 1 cemetery lead hand, 2 recreation and programming administration staff, 9 facility operators, and then of course the permanent part-time. Total combined 2025 operating budget of $2,607,652. Any questions before we move forward?
No, seeing none. Go ahead, Chris.
So just looking at the total financial impact moving into 2025, there is an increase of $281,000. Looking at the lines revenue, so we are anticipating some increased revenue this year, which we've budgeted for. Staff costs, you will see an increase. This is related to the restructuring. 3 staff that were in the Community and Corporate Services Department have kind of officially moved into Parks, Rec, and Culture, and so that's where you're seeing an increase there. Materials and supplies, a small increase. Contracted services, a larger increase. A lot of that is to do with insurance. And then because we're budgeting for more revenue, naturally there's a little bit more transfer to reserve as well, because some of our revenue lines are directly related to those transfers into reserve.
Great, thanks, Chris. Is there any questions with respect to this slide? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
You said the 3 staff, and then there was $251,000. That isn't just all 3 staff, was it? No. The one thing is for Matthew or to Ellen, I don't expect it here, is that economic development, I think the budget last year was around $670,000. All right. How is that broken out when you did your restructuring? Because when you go through this, it went from here, and I don't want to go ahead and tell, but if you could just give us a little fact sheet, how it was broken out and where it went and how, you know what I mean? I know it's, instead of me going through it, and I don't expect it here now, or I don't want to belabor it tonight or this afternoon, just at a future date, just to show how it went, just so I can explain, because when you look at it and I went, no, it's not just 3. That's all.
Yep, thanks. And I'm sure that Mr. Grant can probably clarify that.
Well, we can bring back information to further clarify that, but basically things that were under one budget line item have been separated into various budget line items. So people used to report into the manager of community economic development. One has come in to my shop. Several have gone into Chris's, and the money such as the $29,000 that would have gone for the Bay of Quinte Marketing Board would have come into the Office of Executive Services. So we can give you the path for where that money was and where it's gone, but it's all been dispersed.
Yep, great. Thanks, Mr. Grant. Thank you, Councilor Shank. Is there anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks. Just so then we can get as quick as we can possibly. Ellen, we had assessment growth throughout the year. So when you're doing your taxation of whatever the assessment, the new builds and stuff like this, what does that dollar amount? And when you're going through the budget, when you factor in what that assessment growth is, all right, there's more money, and then a certain is withheld because of appeal in their assessment and stuff like that. What that money differential is when you factor in your budget for the 4.65 that you're suggesting, All right, so that was just another figure that I'd just like to see what the assessment growth was that I haven't seen at date. So then we can go ahead and say, okay, last year, because we had, I don't know how many $1 million and Mike was saying, hey, we got this, we got this, we got this. Well, with all that, went into DCs, but what our assessment growth is, and will that be coming this year? Because I know assessment always lags for a bit. So just at a later date, you don't need it now, just those numbers also.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Knowles just can weigh in quickly on that, Mike.
Yep, through your worship, to Councillor Shank, most of those projects are slated for a 27 occupancy, 2026, 27. So it's not this year, but we're looking at it. A lot of those projects coming online with the increases in assessed value coming in 26 and 27 budget year.
Keep swinging. That's good, Mike. So go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Worship. Just to add to that, we do have some growth projections built into the budget as it stands right now. So we have $300,000 on the budget summary on your line by line coming from growth from revenue. Excuse me. We don't know exactly what those numbers are yet because roll return hasn't been produced by MPAC. So we will have more accurate estimations once we receive that, which is also where we can get the information for the actual tax rate. So there's two areas of growth that you'll see in the budget built in. There's growth on roll return, which has already been captured. Those individuals have already received their supplemental bills, and they will be fully assessed and fully taxed J1 2025. Then we also see in-year growth, which is built into the general government line. There's an additional $300,000 there for in-year growth that we're expecting to see supped throughout the year. Those quite frankly are high estimates. I'm hopeful that our growth projections from MPAC hit those, but they are already built into the presentation that you are receiving currently.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'm throwing everything out of whack here again, but so are you saying close to 600,000 total of assessment growth that, internal and, year end and then January 1st starting?
Correct.
And when you factor in was $140,000 per percent for 1%, so what's that for? 4%. So 4% growth for a municipality, that's pretty good, is it not, compared to other municipalities? I just
I'm
want to
not sure
see how
about
we're doing
relative
compared to other ones too.
Sorry. I can't speak to relative to other municipalities. In 2024, for our roll return growth, we budgeted at $225,000. This year we've increased it by $75,000 to $300,000. So we are seeing good growth, and because we've seen high value assessed growth is what's helped those projections. Again, some of those we're not going to see on roll return until 2026, but we're hopeful to get some of the SUPs in 2025, making up that additional estimation.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, we got it.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of other questions, but I can do that at a later date.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Is there anything else before we move on to the next slide? Nope. Go ahead, Chris.
So now we'll move into the Parks and Recreation and Culture Division. So just looking at an overview, this department oversees the following areas: recreation and program administration, community programs, corporate and community events, downtown beautification, operations and maintenance of parks, trails, sports fields, ball diamonds, playgrounds and splash pad, boat launches, municipal properties, and green spaces. Our resources: 14.5 full-time employees and 1 part-time employees. Probably have some questions about a 0.5 of an employee, so just like to clarify that now. One of our employees is split. Half of the year he's in cemeteries operations, and the other half he joins the recreation department in the arena. An annual operating budget of $2,607,652 in 2025, and an annual tax supported capital budget of $522,000. Any questions before I move on to the next slide?
Nope, seeing none. Go ahead, Chris.
Just some division highlights in Park Recreation and Culture for 2024. A new 10-year naming rights agreement executed for the Best and Bash Arena. This next bullet point, I kind of jumped the gun a little bit, so I apologize. Goodyear Rink naming rights agreement extension coming before council next week to finalize that. We did some infield rehabilitation at Dorland Ballpark and Selby Ball Diamonds this year, which was long overdue, but we were able to accomplish that this year. Springside River Trail lighting project to phase out the old bulbs with new LED lights was completed in 2024. This is something that we've been working towards within our operating budget over the last few years, and we finally finished all those. The new LED bulbs are vandal resistant. I won't say vandal proof because I've been proved wrong before, but they're vandal resistant. A lot of those lights were damaged by vandalism, people throwing rocks at the globes and whatnot. So we've moved to a new model. We've had a huge uptick in hockey tournaments this year at Best and Bash Arena, which is really nice to see. Total of 9 hockey tournaments this year. We also hosted provincial tournaments at the Fairgrounds Ball Complex, including the OASA and the PWSA. And this year we hosted the Ontario University Softball Championships at the Fairgrounds as well. Any questions?
All good news. No, thanks, Chris. Well, we may have a question. Hold on. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question, Chris, and I think I saw this. I saw it in another document, but the town does do some work on the oval, on the, I won't call it a track, the racetrack at the fairgrounds. We do have an agreement with the Agricultural Society to do some maintenance, like we plow up there in the wintertime, I think, too. Yes? Okay.
Yeah, through Your Worship to Councillor Hicks, we do have an agreement with the Fair Board. We generally are responsible for maintenance inside that gate. So basically anything inside the track. With the Public Works Department and the Parks Department, we do try to keep that trail, or I guess it's more of a walking track. We try to keep that, safe and usable for all season long. And we had a portable there that was just recently burnt down. We'll put that back. But there is a lot of activity up there, people walking their dogs. So we do try to keep that plowed in the wintertime, as well as have it available for people, almost like a trail, but not really. But it's well used, and we do keep, it's part of our ongoing maintenance all season long.
Thank you. Oh, can I answer?
Yep, go ahead, Ange.
Speaking of the fairgrounds, and this, I think I'll direct to Dave at the back there. Are there security cameras on the premises? And you don't need to tell me where, but is there a security camera for the new CCTV located at the fairgrounds? Okay. For those in the public, there are 2 cameras located at the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else? If not, we'll move on to the next slide. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead, Chris.
So just looking at the financial overview with admin, parks, baseball field, splash pad, boat launch, just keep in mind that they're all grouped together here. So we're looking at some increased revenues. We are also looking at the staff costs. Again, this is because of the restructuring where a couple employees that weren't in parks before are coming into. So that's where you see an increase there. Materials and supplies overall, increase in maintenance and general operating costs. These are things like small materials and supplies that we need to purchase on an ongoing basis to get our jobs done. Contracted services, this is where you'll see later on an increase to tree removal. So the parks budget has never had specific money dedicated to tree removal. So we're looking to add that in. Any tree removal that was done in the past was typically kind of paid for in service contracts. And so in a year where we have several trees that we need to, and we're not looking to take down every tree, but what we focus on when there is a complaint is the tree hazardous? Could it damage a fence, a building? Could it damage someone if it fell onto a trail or a playground or a ballpark? So we're really trying to focus on sort of a risk assessment of that tree. And of course, with the ash trees out there that need to come down, we're seeing an increase in our ability to go out and actually accomplish getting those down. We're trying to do as much as we possibly can in-house. However, sometimes given the risk factor, we do have to hire professional services. And so that's why we would like to increase that budget line by $15,000 this year to help kind of chip away at some of these trees that need to come down. I think we had about 3 come down on the river trail this year alone. And so we want to make sure that we're looking at that. on an ongoing basis and making sure we're taking those down before they fall down on their own.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Chris, are you working with Mike and the Public Works Department? Like, are you sharing that labor pool for tree removal? So if you've got a tree, for instance, in a cemetery, can Public Works go in and remove that tree? So it's staying right in-house. And does some of your budget then go to offset the work that they're doing? Is that how that's working, Alan?
Through your worship. So yes, we try to do as much collaboration as we possibly can. If Public Works has to come into a park like Conservation Park or Springside Park and they need to remove a tree, their wages and time and equipment can be, like, I can pay for that with my budget. So yes, we're trying to collaborate as much as we possibly can so we don't have to go out and hire outside services.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Norrie.
Just under revenues, Chris, just more curious with the damage that happens to our boat launches and the water, et cetera, and where the big boats park. Have we ever looked at the machines like you get when you park downtown Kingston? They put $5 in, it goes on their dashboard or hung from the boat, whatever you determine. Something bylaw can follow up. Have we looked into that as a revenue generating way to repair these things?
Through your worship, to Councillor Norrie. So we have looked into it, probably not enough yet. We're trying to make sure that we have the capabilities to be able to provide that. We also looked at, registering for the season and paying a one-time fee. So we have looked at that. We've also noticed that the old way that we used to do it of, putting your toonie in is not really working anymore. So we do need to adapt and find a better way to collect, boat launching fees and docking fees, because we are a little bit ancient in the way we collect fees for that.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Norrie. Is there anything else before we move on to the next slide? So seeing none, we'll go ahead, Chris.
So I won't spend too much time on this because I spoke about it a lot, but we're looking to add $15,000 into our service contracts for parks, specifically dedicated to supporting our staff in getting these trees removed that are hazardous. Like I said, we are a little bit reactionary in the sense that when a complaint comes in, or not necessarily a complaint, but a potential problem, we do go out, we do a risk assessment and determine whether or not it should come down immediately. So $15,000 certainly isn't going to bring down every dead tree that we have in our parks and green spaces, but it's a good start to be able to start chipping away at some of these problem areas.
Yep, great. Thanks, Chris. I don't see any questions. We'll move on to the next one.
So the next slide has to do with community programs. We've budgeted the same for revenues. There's some savings in staff costs and material supplies, and fairly substantial savings in contracted services. The $10,000 that we're budgeting for is for the day camp and the day camp only. So we are paying the Boys and Girls Club to run our day camp for us. They used to be at North Fred Hall. They did their day camp last year at the Prince Charles School. So we aren't anticipating any change there. And so we're just budgeting the $10,000 for that. So overall savings in community programs of $24,000.
Great. Is there any questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Moving on to public celebrations. So the revenues in public celebrations are the market table registrations that we receive, also the Canada Day grant that we're anticipating on getting again. There are some savings in materials and supplies, and also just budgeting the exact same as last year for contracted services. Making up those contracted services are really just two things: the fireworks for Canada Day and the equipment rentals that we need for movies in the park. So overall, some slight savings.
Great. I think we have a question, Councillor Pinal.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Chris. Sorry, could you just explain to me again, please, about the reduction of $5,750 for Canada Day and Santa Claus Parade? What's going on there, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Pinal. So you're referring to the materials and supplies line?
Yes, sorry.
So we're budgeting $10,000 for Canada Day, Santa Claus Parade. These are supplies that also go with the event. So there's things that we need to purchase that aren't, fireworks. So this would also include things like buying candy for trunk or treat, or it's really geared towards our supplies for our public celebrations in general. So it would include all events. So anything that we need to purchase for these events that we don't need to contract out, but rather just go and purchase.
Okay, thanks. But why such a reduction? Why so big?
So we're focusing on the same events that we ran last year at this time. We did a thorough sort of look through all the monies that were spent. Some of them were placed in there that we didn't feel we either needed or we could do without, or they should have been coded to some other line that wasn't related to public celebrations. There's a little bit of muddy waters in there over what is downtown beautification and what is public celebrations and what is a program. So what we try to do is really clean up those. Public celebrations is specific to corporate events that we are running as a municipality. Community programs are programs that we are running as a municipality, in some cases partnering with other groups. And then downtown beautification is specifically related to flowers, banners, Christmas lights, and things like that. So we try to really hone in on what money we need this year to provide the same service level that we're at right now.
Okay, thanks. So just to satisfy myself, we're still gonna have the fireworks and everything that we currently had last year for Canada Day?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks, Councilor Purnell. Is there any other questions or comments? No, seeing none, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, moving into the downtown core, downtown beautification, as I refer to it. So $20,000 in staff costs. This is related to the staff costs that Public Works removing the garbage downtown, as well as the park staff that do, installation of banners, watering the flowers, and things like that. So that's unchanged from last year. Materials and supplies, the $20,000 is broken up. $10,000 for flowers and greenery, $10,000 for supplies, including garbage bins as well. So we're looking to start to phase out the old garbage bins with new, like for like, pretty much at this point. And then the waste bin disposal would fall under contracted services. So after Public Works removes the garbage from downtown, we're putting it into the large bin that's located in the Public Works yard, and there's a tipping fee for that, obviously. So a portion of that goes into contracted services. So it remains unchanged from last year. And again, we're looking to do just as much in terms of level of service as we did last year as well.
Yep, Councilor Norrie.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to put in our own dump down at South Fred than renting a bin?
Through your worship, if the garbage was considered wet garbage, and I put that in air quotations, or household type garbage, our ECA does not allow that to go into our open face. We'd have to put it in a bin, and the charge would be similar to where the Public Works or rec staff are taking that waste at this time.
Great, thanks, Councilor Norrie. Thanks, Andrew. Is there any other comments or questions? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
So now we're moving into the facilities division. An overview. So this department oversees the operations, maintenance, and cleaning of the following facilities: Best and Bash Arena, 99 Advance Avenue, 3 community halls that are South Fred and North Fred halls, as well as Selby, the library, the train station, and 12 Market Square. Resources, 14 and a half full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. They are the same employees that are in Parks, Recreation, and Culture. So that is not now 29 employees, those are the same 14 and a half employees. Annual operating budget of $1,140,612 in 2025, and an annual capital budget of $397,500 in 2025.
Yep, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, worship. Through you, Chris, as town hall in the future will be used more for markets and stuff like that, will that now be transferred over to your facilities? Because I didn't see that on this list.
Yes, town hall is one of my facilities and it should be on this list.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor Purnell. Is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Chris.
Just looking at some 2024 division highlights in facilities, the exterior brick painting project at Town Hall, North Fred Community Hall flooring replacement, North Fred tennis and pickleball courts was completed in 2024. Best and Bash Arena condenser replacement was completed in the summer of 2024. That's a major piece of the refrigeration equipment that we were able to replace after the 20 years. So that was fantastic. South Fred Community Hall received the air conditioning replacement, as well as we replaced the South Fred playground with some standalone features there.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
So general financial overview for facilities. We are anticipating increased revenues moving into next year. We had a great year this year. A lot of it is attributed to ice rental revenues. Staff costs did increase again as well for similar reasons as we've spoken about already. Materials and supplies, we're seeing some cost savings there. Contracted services, again, mostly made up because we're dealing with buildings and the insurance that comes with those. Insurance is the main reason for that increase. And again, the transfer to the reserve is going to increase because our revenues are increasing as well. So like I had spoken about before, the arena has a couple different surcharges that go right into reserves. One is for the replacement of the resurfacer, and the other one is for to go into reserve for replacement or maintenance upgrades to the facility.
Great. Any questions? Nope. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question. So the fire halls at Dorland and Roblin, do those facilities also fall under you, or is that's all captured under fire? Okay, that was yesterday, 2 days ago, so thanks. I just needed a refresher.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else? Nope. Go ahead, Chris.
So now we'll move into capital budget recommendations. So on the first slide, you can see we've ranked them as a group with SLT, and so I'll go through them one by one, and I'll stop after each one so that if council has any questions, they can ask. So the first one is the Best and Bash dehumidifier. So SLT rated that A because it was previously approved by council. So that's $170,000. And that again is a 20-year life cycle. We are at the 20-year mark now. We just replaced the condenser. And so this next summer coming, we'll replace the dehumidifier as well. So those are two major pieces of equipment that are located on the roof at the back of the arena. And the dehumidifier is taking the moisture out of the air of a large facility and making sure that it's not fogging up the glass and everything like that. Knock on wood, we're trying to get through this last sort of winter season with no issues. But the dehumidifier currently that's in place is in really bad shape, and we need to replace it. And council has already agreed to replace that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Thank you, through your worship. Is that why the arena feels so much colder this year, is because the dehumidifier isn't working correctly?
Not necessarily, but it does. It's not working at 100% efficiency, so that could lead to the reason. Some of the other reasons we have looked at our ice temps. I know Deputy Mayor Calver, you're frequently there on Friday nights, and we do raise the ice temperature. So I shouldn't say raise. We lower the ice temperatures during peak times and an Napanee Raiders junior game. There's more of a heat load in the building with more people, and it's junior caliber hockey, and so we lower the ice temps for 3 hours, and then it would reset back to our normal temps. So it is colder in there during that time. But the dehumidifier is not running at 100% capacity, and so that does attribute to that too.
That's an extremely polite way for saying I'm getting old. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Calvert, but he's just explained to me why I'm not skating quite so fast on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Chris, so unless there's any other questions. Seeing none, go ahead.
So moving on to the next one, this is the replacement of the rubber flooring in the home hardware rink. So this would be replacing all the rubber flooring on the apron around the arena next to the dressing rooms, and it would include the rubber flooring inside two of those dressing rooms, rooms 5 and 6, that are closest to the lobby. This is the original flooring from 2004 when the arena opened. It's 20 years old. It's been stepped on with skates for a long, long time now. It's starting to see a lot of wear and tear. It's difficult to clean at this point because the dirt gets in those sort of skate marks. And over time, it's just starting to look like it needs to be replaced. And so I know I brought this to council before. I'd like to do a phased approach here and replace the apron on the home hardware side in 1 year and in 2 of the dressing rooms that are more commonly used because they're closest to the lobby. The next phase would be to do the same thing on the Goodyear rink and 2 of those dressing rooms. And then the third phase would be to do the remaining dressing rooms. So I'm trying to space this out over, 3-4 years so that it's not such a big hit. But that rubber flooring is original to the building and it does need to be replaced soon.
Great. Is it Councillor Hicks?
So I didn't open, through your worship. So the 70,000 that you're allocating here, is that for the first phase of home hardware? That's not total, that's just for the first phase. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else? No, go ahead, Chris.
So the next one is the replacement of the Cuffle Lane boat launch. It's reached its useful life. We would also be looking to extend it out into the water a little bit further. The current dock requires significant staff resources to install, adjust, and remove. Each of these activities requires 4 staff members in hip waders out there in the water. Installing a new dock would create efficiency operations as well as the ability to adjust more frequently to address water level changes. You know that at the end of the boating season, the water gets lower and that dock's still very high. And so we'd be able to go out there with this new dock and be able to change the level of the dock closer to the water with 1 person. So again, this has come up before. We have Adolphustown launch, Sherman's Point launch, and they're brand new docks, mostly like a year or 2 old. So we'd like to do this one next, and that would be that would just help. There's been clear boater concern about the safety and also about the water levels when they change the dock. We're reactionary in that sense, where we got to get down there and change the level of the dock. So we're really hoping to get this through so that we can buy a new dock for that location.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Chris, is this all levy funded or is there some DC charges on it?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Pennell. So we are able to expense some of this to DCs because we are making the dock a little bit longer. So because we are going above and beyond what used to be there, we are able to attribute some of that to DC. But I'm not sure what the split is, but more of the levy would be accountable for this than the DC.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship, I have the split. So we're putting 7,500 to DCs and 7,500 to tax base.
Councillor Hicks?
Forgive me this question. Thank you, Your Worship. Is there any possibility of grants or like through, I don't know, outdoor sportsmanship, anything like that where we could tap somebody and say, can you chip in $5,000 or something? Anglers and Hunters or Ducks Unlimited or anything like that? Napanee Rod and Gun Club.
Through your worship, I'm not sure of any off the top of my head, but we'll certainly be looking for grant opportunities in just about every aspect of our business moving forward. So that will definitely be on our catch our eye.
And we'll have a brand new person to do that. So is there any other questions or comments? No, go ahead, Chris. We'll go to the next one.
Yeah, so the next one is the ride-on floor scrubber that we have at the Best and Bash Arena. This unit was purchased in 2007. This unit is used every single day, with the exception of Christmas because we're closed, to clean the floors in the arena. The lobby floors, the apron rubber floors that I was just talking about on both sides. And it's had a lot of wear and tear, obviously, over the years, and it is getting to a point now where we're risking failure. We take a lot of pride in the cleanliness of the arena, and this piece of equipment, plays a big role in that. It's got a orbital scrubber on the bottom and a squeegee to soak up and suck up the water behind it. So basically, you're not leaving any sort of slip and trip hazards behind you. So staff can actually get a head start on the evening cleanup while there's still a few people in the building waiting for that last rental to end. So this piece of equipment is $35,000. The risks here, if it does fail, staff are going to have to look at adjusting our service levels. We're not going to be able to hand mop that size of floor space each and every night. So we'd probably have to phase the areas that we're doing as far as nightly cleanup out, which would reduce the level of service a little bit. But like I said, we take a lot of pride, and I know staff would do it if they had to, but the alternative here is having to mop with the mop and bucket. And quite honestly, it's just, that's not quite as good of a job as this machine does. This machine can get right up tight to every single wall and does a fantastic job with one pass. So yes. Any questions on that one?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Chris, is there any way that this can be paid through the reserves that are at the arena, whether it be the maintenance reserve or for the ice resurfacer? Is the ice resurfacer really just earmarked for that?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Pennell. So for the ice resurfacer, yes, that one is specific to the resurfacer. Again, council has the privilege to change those priorities if that's how they choose to do so. I'm not sure the detail it goes into in the fees and charges bylaw. We'd have to look at the language that's attached to it there if we were to look to redirect that. But the overall arena capital reserve may be more better suited for a broader based approach to some of these other capital items.
Okay, thanks. And what do we have in that reserve?
Yeah, I'm not sure. And we could probably get that number for you, but I think it's.
The arena surcharge is estimated at around 800,000.
Thanks, Councilor Purnell. Is there any other? Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Hicks.
Through you, Your Worship. Can we sell off the old one? Is there enough juice left in it? Can we get any money to help offset the purchase of a new one? Or, so and then that segues into my next question at the same time. Does it have to be a new floor scrubber, or is there the potential to get a used one that would see us for 15 years as opposed to a new one for 20?
So on the resale, we could probably get something. Putting it on Gov Deals would be probably my recommendation, and just to kind of see what we would get. We could also buy from Gov Deals, so we could kind of keep our eye open for something that might be out there that's similar to this that's used. So those are options that we can look at for sure.
Great, thanks, Councilor Hicks. Deputy Mayor Cower.
Thank you, through your worship. How many floor scrubbers do we have at the arena?
Through your worship. So we have 2 ride-on floor scrubbers. One does not work at all, and it's ancient. We have this one that's in the photo, and then we also have a walk-behind floor scrubber. So that one is used in the dressing rooms mainly because it can go where the ride-on one can't.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you and your guys do a fantastic job of keeping that place clean. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor Cower. I was going to comment on that. It really does make a difference, and it's near impossible to do it by hand. But I think we use it in, do we not use it in the main lobby as well too, Chris? So, which gets a lot of traffic as well. And a lot of the snow and the salt and the sand and stuff that comes in off the streets that's usually where that ends up. So, yep, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
One thing I always be leery of is I've purchased stuff off of Gov Deals, but it's buyer. You buy it, you own it. There's no taillight warranty or anything else like this. So I hate to buy something for 10,000 and have a piece of crap. So when you have one, when you're only down to one right on floor scrubber, I buy it new and put the warranty behind it rather than going ahead and buying a piece of crap. It's like you can go ahead. There's certain things like the roads department, if they go into a Ritchie sale, but there's people are selling it for a reason. But unless you take your mechanic with you, it's buyer beware. You know what I mean? There's certain areas to watch and certain areas I wouldn't, but that's me.
No, very good point. Thanks, Mike. Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, through your worship. Yeah, there's a reason we're looking at putting ours on Gov Deals for sale, right? So, I mean, we're not talking a couple $100,000 worth of equipment here. We're talking a $35,000 floor scrubber, which really they haven't went up much over the years, because I remember when I was at the grocery store, the first one we bought was around 10, and that's 40 years ago.
Okay, yep, that's, yeah, actually but it does do a magnificent job, and to try and do it by hand, it's, the lads would be there half the night, I think, so. Is there any other questions or comments? No, we'll move on to the next one then, Chris.
So moving on to a new lawnmower. So this is an additional lawnmower for our department. It's not replacing one of our old ones. The reason for this is we're looking at implementing next summer a smaller additional crew to go around to some of these smaller locations that we have with one mower and one weed eater, so 2 people. To be able to knock off some of these properties that are on our list that we simply are starting to run out of time in a week to do. So we would still have our rural mow crew and our in-town mow crew with truck, trailer, 2 mowers on each trailer, going around and doing the larger properties and the parks. But this additional mower would allow us to send a 3rd truck out with a trailer that we already have. We would just kind of reprioritize what it's being used for. We have a smaller red trailer that we use. And it would go around and do some of those smaller properties that you only need 1 person on a mower and you only need 1 person out trimming, to try and get the same service level that we're providing right now. Over the last few years, we're taking on more parkland, we're taking on more green space, and we're finding it very difficult to keep up with cutting each piece of property every single week. So without the addition of this mower, we're probably stretching now. Instead of cutting a piece of property every 7 days, we might be stretching it towards 10. I think probably where we'll go in the future is we may need another truck and a larger trailer to carry 2 mowers and have 3 full mow crews. But right now we're in a bit of a transition period where if we just have 1 more mower, we can use the existing resources we have, that is a truck, a trailer, and the bodies, and get more done so that we can keep our service levels the way they are right now.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Through your worship. For these smaller jobs you're looking at, is that something we couldn't contract out for a year or so just to see where things are at? Because I understand getting another lawnmower, it's another piece of equipment to maintain, another piece to look after, but then, like you say, down the road, you're looking at maybe putting a 3rd crew on, which is more trucks, more trailers, more employees, more cost to the taxpayer. Whereas if you could contract out some of these smaller jobs that are, maybe not quite as sensitive as, say, you wouldn't want to hire like a cemetery or something like that, but just a corner park or whatever. There's enough guys around town here that are in that business. It might be something worth looking at. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor Cower.
Yeah, just to comment on that, through your worship, Deputy Mayor Calvert, it's a great point. That is something that we're going to do a review of, and look and see what that would cost us on an annual basis. That work will be done and brought back to you as council for when we start to look at the service levels. So what I would like to get to is a point where we agree as a corporation that we're cutting certain parks or sports fields at a certain level of service. There might be some other areas where we could lower our level of service and maybe stretch that cutting from 7 days to 10 days. But that will be a wholesome review of everything that we're doing, where we want to see service levels. And then included in that, I will look at costing out some of these properties as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Chris, sorry if I missed this, but it says on the sheet here that it's paid by development services, development charges. And on the budget enhancement sheet, it says tax levy. So I just want to make sure that all of it's being paid by development.
Yes, through your worship, you are correct. It's all being paid for from development charges because we are increasing our amount of mowers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennell. And this kind of a silly question, but is it just going to be used in parks, or is it a smaller motor could be used in the graveyards or the cemeteries, Chris?
Through your worship, so this particular mower will mostly be in parks, sports fields, sort of an extension of our current parks crews. The cemeteries crew has 2 mowers as well, and so they will mainly stay in. But you do bring up a good point, because our rural crew is responsible for doing some maintenance in some of our rural cemeteries, just to support. Our cemeteries crew is fairly small with 4 people. So our rural crew and our in-town mow crews, they also assist with cutting some of those cemetery properties when it's needed.
And I guess it makes sense if they're down in Mike's neck of the woods there. You're not going to send 2 different crews down there. You might, if you got 1 crew down there, they might just well do all of it, right? So it sort of makes sense. So is there anything else? Yep, go ahead, Mike.
Back to that, one crew looks after all the south, do they not? Because I'm pretty sure they do that, because they do Sanders Shores, and then they go ahead and they do the cemetery, St. Albans. They go ahead and do the ballpark. Do they do the boat launch over on the 3rd? Yep. So so it's one crew that does that. Yeah. I have no complaints. I think, Cole with the cemeteries have done a great job, and the guys,
Yeah, great. Is there anything else? Nope, we'll move on to the next one.
So the next one is the replacement of the HVAC unit at the library. There are 4 units at the library. This one in particular is a 5-ton unit that supplies the air to the main level of the library. It's 20 years old. It's been damaged and it is no longer functioning. We caught a bit of a break because this happened right as summer was ending and temperatures outside were becoming cooler, so we didn't have to act in an emergency purchase situation. So I brought it for budget consideration. The 17.5 would actually replace the 5-ton condenser unit and the matching 20-year-old furnace. And so I feel like it's important to do both those at the same time, because inevitably, with my luck, if we only did one, the furnace would fail next. So the 17.5 would, and it's also important to know that the county staff that runs the library services at that building, we do have an agreement with them, and we are responsible for making sure that the temperature inside the building is comfortable for occupancy. It's also important to note that it's a cooling center in the summer, and so if we pretty much have to do this if we want to make sure that the library is comfortable, and not only for the county staff that work in there and our staff that cleans it, but also for the public.
Great, thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments? No, we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, now to Selby Hall, we're looking at replacing the condenser only. So $6,500. Again, we're looking at climate control here for community space. There are 3 units at Selby Hall. 2 of the units supply air to the actual community hall space. The other unit supplies air to the leased office space that is the other side of the building. Right now, we have 2 units that are fairly new. One's brand new. We were able to pay for that with our operating building maintenance money last year. But the third one does need to be replaced. It's not functioning at all. It's putting some extra stress on the other unit because the other unit is trying to keep up to the demands of the thermostat when there should be 2 units contributing to that. So again, 3 units total, 2 of them are new. And this one would be sort of finish off that and have all new condensing units at that facility.
Great, Chris, go ahead, Councillor X.
Through you, your worship, are the offices being rented out currently?
Through your worship, so the cadets are in that space right now. And you will see some more information coming forward from me about formalizing an agreement for them to be in there. Certainly, it was a little bit of an emergency reaction for them to move from the old arena to Selby in that space. So we have kind of a tentative agreement, but nothing that's come to council yet. So they're interested in an agreement that looks a little bit longer into the future, and so are we. And so you'll see some reports coming from me to finalize that agreement.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council. So on that note, the town stepped in after the fire in the arena and the fairgrounds to accommodate some user groups under terms that may be different than other user groups in certain facilities that we have. What I've asked the Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture to do is to come forward to provide that information about what we're doing now. I would say we're past emergency response and support at this point. And so coming forward to council to seek direction on, do we want to normalize the relationship we have with individual groups that we helped, and then make it more systemic and as we would treat any other user group using a facility. And that would be my recommendation. You can expect those reports coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Is there any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to Town Hall roof coating. I think that's the next one, isn't it?
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. So we're looking at putting 2 coats on the metal pitch roof with a gloss direct to rust surface tolerant catalyzed epoxy urethane coating system. That will seal and protect our roof here at the Town Hall from further rust and corrosion, prolonging the use of this prioritized asset. And so it was identified as the bricks were being painted that, you know, the roof could probably use some TLC, and it's true. I went out for some quotes and some estimates. They actually flew a drone up above the facility to get some closer images. Our roof is in pretty good condition. There are some rust and corrosion areas around the HVAC tower up there, as well as around the skylights. But they actually said that it is a good time to put this coating system on it to prolong its life. So this is the budget quote that we received, and we would be looking to do this after budget approval as soon as we possibly can to continue momentum here in Town Hall and Market Square.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Chris, I'm not sure, do we need to give budget approval on this? Because it is sitting in reserves that was definitely earmarked for that.
Yeah, through your worship. So that is the funding source recommended. So, and it is a part, this isn't a part of the report that was brought forward from the Market Square Committee. This is separate from some of those visions that were recommended, but you're correct in saying that it will be funded through the Market Square Reserve, and that is our intention.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Councilor Hicks.
Through you, your worship. Chris, are there any other buildings that have this type of roof that would be due for some preventative maintenance on them so the same coating? I'm just wondering if we can get better pricing with economies of scale, like if we're bringing in an outside contractor and he knows he's going to be here for 2 weeks as opposed to, 4 days or something. Has that been looked at?
To just off the top of my head, I know that we have metal pitch roofs. Public Works probably has quite a few in some of their garages and buildings. The arena roof is similar, albeit much larger. It would come at a cost to the levy. So it wouldn't be recommended at this time. But it's certainly something we could look at and report back to council to say this is how much more we could do, but it's going to come at a cost.
Yep, go ahead, Ange.
So just so I clarify for myself, so there is a reserve fund dedicated to the arena for the actual building, for the infrastructure. Is that to build a brand new building, or is that for the maintenance and upkeep of the existing building to extend the life? So would the reserve, that reserve fund, I'm just throwing out the question, would that reserve cover the cost of coating the arena roof? Because it's been 20 years, right? Yeah, okay.
Yep, sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just reading from the reserve policy that was passed in 2023 for the Arena Capital Reserve Fund. It states that the intent of this reserve is to maintain a reserve fund to support the capital replacement and maintenance of the arena facility. Further to that, noted expenditures include should be reused for rehabilitation or replacement of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Ange. Is there any other questions or comments? Nope. Go ahead, Chris. We'll move on to the next one.
So now we're talking about the town hall steps, the front entranceway to our town hall. Looking at redesigning the front steps at town hall to include landscape stone raised garden beds at on each of the centers, on the sides of the center steps. So we would have the center steps coming in between the two black railings, and then on each side of those steps, we would have raised garden beds. That would set us up well moving forward into some of the visions of council's wishes of Market Square, to be able to build on that out into the front towards John Street on how that plaza area would look. The reason that we want to do this now and not wait is because it does pose a health and safety risk to not only the public, but also staff and council. The steps are obviously, breaking away in certain areas and cracked pretty significantly in certain areas. And so we need to do something. This has been on top of mind for a while now. So this would be looking at the steps as they are now from those front four pillars out towards John Street. So we'd be removing that, the whole width of the building, and redesigning to have raised flower bed steps in the middle. So you still have steps in the middle up. We still have our accessible ramp on the side. So nothing else would really change other than the actual steps in front.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments? No. Moving on to the next one, soccer field.
So now we're going to transition into identified investment that is needed but not recommended. And like many people have already spoken about, we want to bring these to council's attention because they are needed, but they're not recommended at this time. So the first one is the soccer field at the Best and Bash Arena. We are very hopeful that we can be successful on the grant that we applied for. That grant is a 70-30 split, which is a special consideration for municipalities that have 20,000 people or less. So we've applied for that. And we have already spoken during the budget discussions about how we would fund that if we are successful. So we can have some more conversation about it, but happy to take questions on that.
Great. Any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. I know we talked about it before, but have we had any idea when we may hear back on this grant?
Through Your Worship, actually, evidently, they reached out on Tuesday for some follow-up information, and when I responded, I asked for a timeline, and they said they could not provide a timeline at this point in time. So unfortunately, no. They're usually they keep the cards close to the chest, I guess, on that. They don't like to give out timelines.
Okay, and given that, if we did get this grant, how soon do you think the work could be done on that field, Chris? When do you think it could be up for actual useful?
Yeah, so through Your Worship. So obviously with winter upon us, we would be ready to start that work in the spring. If as long as we know when we're going to get the money. So if we were to get the money or approval that we were successful in the grant, ideally we'd like to start in the spring after snow melt to start that work. I guess the barrier to that is if we didn't find out until midsummer, we still have to get public tenders out to award these contractors to do the work. So that will be, about a month delay. You have to have the public tender open for 25 days. So that would be the only barrier to that. The sooner we can find out, the better, obviously. But the work needs to be completed, spring, summer, fall. It can't be done in the winter, obviously.
I realize that. I guess I redirect my question is, if we got the approval and we did this in the spring, would we be planning on it this summer or this fall?
Through your worship. So fall would likely be realistic because we're resodding the entire thing. It's going to need a little bit of time for water and to settle before you kind of get foot traffic on it and rip it up. So there would be the amount of time it takes plus a little bit of time for settling. And then, so I think if we were to start the project in spring, fall is realistic.
Okay, so either way we look at it, we're going to miss out on another season and more tournaments we're missing out, more revenue for the town we're missing out on. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calvert. If I was a betting man, I'd say we're going to hear about it long about the end of February, but that would just be a guess on my part. That's my guess. So let's cross our fingers, and I think that would put us in a good timeline if we do hear before the tulips come up, that it'll give us an opportunity to get the work done this summer and then and hopefully be ready for the fall. So Councillor Hicks.
Through your worship, is it possible to go out for, like, proactively go out and get the quotes from these specialized contractors that do this work? With the understanding that we've applied for a grant, we want all your information, how long will you hold the quote for? And then be ready to start. Like, when we get the word, we've already got the pricing and know who we're going to use. Is that a possibility, just to get a jump on it?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan, or Chris, doesn't matter.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're just thinking about implications from a procurement perspective. Quotes, yes, I believe quotes were received just to be able to make the application with accurate numbers. But in terms of actually going to tender and the timelines, I'd want to look into that a little deeper before making any commitments.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hicks. Is there anything else? We'll move on to the next identified investment needed but not recommended, which would be replacement of 12-34.
Yeah, so this is one of our fleet vehicles in the Parks Department. It's a 2012 vehicle. It's a crew cab. In the summer months, it is pulling a trailer and two mowers, generally with 3 to 4 people in it as a mow crew. And it does do snow removal operations in the winter, typically municipal parking lots and the like. The condition score is 21, which means that it's an okay condition and replaced soon. So that's why we're not recommending it at this time. I do want to bring the maintenance costs to council's attention. This was one of our trucks that got pulled off the road by MTO this year during a roadside inspection. They inspected it, took our license plates, and made recommendations for the repairs that they found to be an issue. So we were without this vehicle for approximately 3 to 4 weeks this summer, which really hindered our ability to perform the services that we need to complete because it's pulling a crew. There were some issues with the floorboard, some holes. We had to do some extensive repair to get it back on the road, go back to Service Ontario, get new license plates so we could get it back on the road. With all that being said, we're confident that the money that we spent to get it back on the road this year can get us through another year. And that was obviously incorporated in the condition assessment. So just want to bring it to your attention. It is needed to be replaced soon, but not just yet.
Great, thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments? Yep, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calvert.
Through your worship. So these small pickup trucks and stuff like that looks like a 3/4 ton. You're saying it's pulling a trailer and stuff, so it should be having an annual inspection done every year anyways. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So when are these trucks scheduled for their annual safety?
I think through your worship, this vehicle here in particular was scheduled for, I believe, in the mid-February to March timeline.
Okay, yeah, just wondering how much time lapsed from the time we did our safety till MTO did their safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Calvert. Is there any other questions or comments? Moving on to the next item, which is 1053 replacement. Another, looks like another half ton. So go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. So 1053 is our garbage truck, as we refer to it. You can see in the picture, it's got the cages on it. So this is the truck that goes around each morning, collects the garbage from the cans that are in the parks, some of our buildings. This truck is a 2010. It's on the road daily, but it's not on the road all day long. So typically 3 to 4 hour garbage run, going around and collecting the garbage. This truck was also pulled off the road during that similar time frame by the MTO. You can see in the picture the black plastic caps over the wheel wells. They all had to be put on after that roadside inspection. There was a lot of rust there in the wheel wells, and they deemed that to be unsafe. And so we had to spend a little bit of money to get it back on the road. And so again, just another example of, the MTOs out there, they're watching. We are on their radar. These two vehicles were not the only two vehicles that were pulled off the road. And we have to spend some money. We can't operate and perform the services that we're supposed to provide without all of our vehicles. And so just want to bring it to council's attention. We were fined in not this case, but the other case. So there is risks here with running vehicles that are 14 years old. But again, condition score 18, replace soon. So we will not be recommending it this year, but soon we will be.
Great, thanks, Chris. Councilor Hicks.
Thanks, Your Worship. Chris, Mike, do the small fleet, I know we talked about dump trucks and the plow trucks and that sort of thing, and they do get washed and whatnot, but do the smaller fleet vehicles get undercoated every year?
Through Your Worship, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. And any other questions or comments? If not, we'll move on to fairground fencing, I think is the next one.
So this request comes before council because there was a deputation this year from the Fair Board. On the west side of the fairgrounds property, along Richmond Park Drive, there is a chain link fence that starts just as the property starts, and it goes all the way just past where Beverly comes across to Richmond Park Drive. Beyond that, to the end of Richmond Park Drive, heading towards the Belleville Road Trail, there is no barrier there between the road and into the fairgrounds property, aside from the ditch and the tree line. And so the deputation that came before you was for the town to put a fence in at that location. For the last 2 years of the fair weekend, the town staff have put up a temporary snow fence with T-posts along that section of Richmond Park Drive to deter people from entering into the fairgrounds without paying or without having a ticket or whatever the admission fee is. So we can continue to do that. That's mainly the reason that why we're not recommending this. I did get 2 price options. Chain link is obviously more expensive, but it would look better because it would continue on with what's already there. But there is an option there for a cheaper version, which would be page wire. I see there's a typo, but page wire would be the smaller amount.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Councilor Fennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Chris, obviously there was a fencer. It was taken out during the construction of the road. So why hasn't it really been replaced since?
There is some debate as to what was there before. We think it was just a wooden fence kind of in the tree line that wasn't as visible. There's with staff that are here, no one can for sure say that there was a fence there. But what the Fair Board said in their deputation is that it was removed when they started to develop that area. And so that's their claim. We can continue to, like we do every year before the fair, the town staff gets together and assists the fair board in preparing for the fair with a number of things. This is one of our tasks that we've been doing the last 2 years, is putting up that snow fence, making sure that no one can come in without having to jump it. So that's why we're not recommending it. But if we were to recommend it, then the cost basically council would have two options. Do you want to do chain link or do you want to do page wire? But in terms of whether there was a fence there or not, I can't confirm or deny. But according to their deputation, they said there was a fence there. It was removed during development and it hasn't been put back.
Okay, thank you. So they would be okay with either of the style of this fence then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pennell. Is there anything else? Councilor Martin.
I can confirm, Chris, it was a split rail fence there. It was there for years, and it didn't keep anybody out of the grounds there. So, you know, I just think it's something the Fair Board wants us to do. It's just my opinion.
No, thanks. That's helpful, Councilor Martin. So thank you. So. Yeah, we're not going to ask why Councilor Martin knew that. But thanks again, Bill. Is there anything, Councilor Hicks?
Thanks, Your Worship. Chris, the fencing that you put up every year, so this is fence that we have in stock, like it's at Public Works. So how many people, how long does it take? Like if you were to put a cost on doing that every year, would a page wire fence, one and done, and be, you know, you don't have to look at it again for 15, 20 years? Would that be, or with the caveat to the Fair Board, we'll do a page wire fence and it's your baby now. So from here on in, it's up to you to maintain it or replace it when needed.
Yeah, to your worship, I can't put an exact price on it, but it's usually 2 employees laying out the T-posts. We use either a post driver or we usually have the skid steer on to help push with the bucket down. It takes about a couple hours. It's not a huge hindrance. But yes, that would add up over the course of a lot of years. And also factoring in that there's many other activities that we're doing at that time of year to help the fair board as well. Ironically, if you did want to get into the fairgrounds, you could walk to the end of Richmond Park Drive, hop on the trail and in. So it doesn't necessarily keep everybody out anyways, but a page wire fence would help. They do have security guards up at that gate at the kind of where Beverly comes across, and they'd be able to see anyone trying to come across too. So this is just a request from the fair board that they want. And so I didn't want to do that without bringing that before council and then having you guys weigh in on it because, you know, technically it's not our property. However, we're leasing part of that property, and we do have a good working relationship with the fair board as well. So we don't want to ruin that either.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Hicks. You may have answered my earlier question about who do we give stuff to. Is there anything else? Seeing nothing, on to cemeteries.
Okay, so cemeteries, just a brief overview. The division is responsible for cemetery administration, cemetery operations, and maintenance. The town currently has 41 cemeteries under our license. Of those 41 cemeteries, only 4 are active. Those active are Sandhill, Roblin, Riverview, and Riverside. All other cemeteries are deemed inactive. However, they are not closed, which means our cemetery staff is still obligated to go to these inactive cemeteries at least once a year, check on them, perhaps perform maintenance, make sure that the stones are safe and in good order. Things they're looking for is the grass overgrown, are there trees hanging in, things like that. So it's a lot on the list, but thankfully we don't maintain all of these cemeteries to the same level of service as we would a Riverside or Riverview. We have 2 full-time employees. That is made up of 3 people. So the half body, the half employee that is split between facilities and cemeteries, There's also another half employee that is the cemetery lead hand half of the year. And then the cemetery lead hand goes over to Public Works to assist with winter operations in the winter. So there's two 0.5 employees, and then there's full-time administration staff. So technically it's 3 bodies, but technically 2. Annual operating budget of $216,801 and an annual capital budget of $74,500. Some division highlights in the cemeteries in 2024, put in a new section of road and concrete pad was poured for the columbarium at Riverside Cemetery. We brushed out the north side of Riverside Cemetery and graded it. Various monument repairs made at both Riverside and Riverview cemeteries. New retaining wall was installed at Riverside Cemetery to replace the old one that was in disrepair. The vault at Riverview Cemetery was restored and a new flower garden was installed there. We're constantly in communication with the BAO and following guidance to ensure compliance with legislation. We're working towards digitizing paper records and amending the cemetery's bylaw, which you will see in front of you very soon. Introducing a new agreement for contractors and updating the price list for services.
Any questions? Councillor X.
I do not have a question, but I would like to take the opportunity to express on behalf of the public and the ratepayers that have contacted me that the cemeteries look fantastic. So the staff that's out there doing the work are doing a great job. And I know Councillor Martin's heard the same thing. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Hicks. I think we all can echo those sentiments. So I know that Chris will pass the thanks on to his crew there. So is there any other questions or comments? If not, we'll move on to the next slide. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yep. So just looking at the financial overview for cemeteries, we are increasing the revenues, anticipating more. There will be some fee increases that will assist in that, but also sales were higher than expected, and we're increasing that to continue. Staff costs, so that's essentially the administrative employee that came in to our department officially that was being sort of in the community and corporate services. So the restructuring has a lot to do with that increase. Materials and supplies, a small increase. Contracted services, fairly substantial decrease in contracted services. And that's, again, a testament to the staff that we have working in cemeteries. They're doing a lot more in-house work. Which is why you see the materials and supplies increase a little bit, because essentially they're going to need a little bit more money to do the amount of work that they're saving in contracted services. And so kudos to them. They're doing an amazing job. They have lots of experience, and they take they have so much pride in what they're doing. So I would echo those same thoughts that Council just had. Transfer to reserve, we're going to increase that a little bit. With increased revenue comes more reserve transfers in the terms of the care and the maintenance. So the more sales we have, the more that we can put into that trust. So that's why you see that those kind of go hand in hand, our revenues and our transfer to reserve. Any questions?
Go ahead, Councillor X.
Through you, Your Worship, what is the lifespan? And I don't mean that to sound like a weird, the lifespan of the cemeteries. So how many, I know obviously if you're cremated, it's less space, et cetera, but what is the anticipated, are we obligated as a municipality to be planning for a new cemetery eventually? Or how long can we keep going with what we've got?
So through your worship, so we are in a good position in terms of overall space, because Riverside Cemetery has a lot of property that's untapped. Part of the reason that we cleared out some of that north side was to start looking into expanding our footprint there, so that we can plot out in-ground burials. There is no in-ground space at Roblin or Riverview. And that's why we're looking at things like columbariums, providing different opportunities for people to be their final resting place without actually needing space. You'll hear a little bit more about that too in some of the capital asks.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor X. I think you're absolutely right, Chris. I think there's a trend out there that the columbarium way is probably the way of the future. So, but we won't jump ahead. So is there any other questions or comments? No, go ahead, Chris.
So just looking at the capital request, there's 4 here, and I'll get into each one of them in detail. So the first one is the columbarium installation. So this price of $56,000 is actually for 2 columbariums. One would be at the Riverview Cemetery and one would be at the Roblin Cemetery. So there's a large number of interment requests. Columbariums provide space for interments where we are currently at capacity for in-ground sales and interments, as well as existing columbariums are starting to fill up. So we do have a columbarium right now at Riverview, but it's almost full, and we didn't install that not too long ago. So it's amazing to see how quickly that filled up. These are self-funded through sales, so we are making the money back. There's just some initial cost to investment. So and maybe Alan can touch on this briefly, but the idea would be to once we pay these back, repay the reserve, so that it's not actually hitting the levy.
Chris is correct in that, so I don't have a whole lot more to add to that. Given that we're able to recoup the funds based on the sales of the niches, that would be our intent to repay that reserve balance.
Great, thanks. Is there any questions or comments with respect to columbariums? Nope, go ahead, Chris.
So the next one is a piece of equipment. It says hoist truck, but rest assured it's not a vehicle. The hoist is mounted into the back of the existing truck that we own. You'll see this piece of equipment on a lot of cemetery companies or companies that sell the headstones. So what this would allow us to do is to be able to reset headstones that are in our cemeteries that are damaged or have fallen over. By law, we have to either fix them or lay them on the ground if they pose a hazard. So obviously, with the pride that our staff takes in the cemeteries, we don't want to just lay them on the ground. So we have contracted out this service a number of times, but it's becoming to a point now where we'd like to do more. We just need either the equipment or more money. And so it costs us about $1,000 each time this piece of equipment would come in on another vehicle that we don't own to reset those headstones. Staff did a number of them this year. Some of them that are on the ends we can manage with some of the equipment that we have, but it's not really purpose built for that. So what we would like to do is buy this hoist for the truck so that we can safely lift these stones, reset them, and put them back in place. There is a cost to members of the community if they want, their relative or their family member's headstone reset. They can pay us a service fee for that, and we can do that in-house with this piece of equipment. We're basically trying to break even when we have to contract someone to come in and do it, and we're trying to time that so that when they do come in, they're doing multiple at a time, so it's not costing us $1,000 each time. But with this piece of equipment, it could really elevate the level of service that we're able to provide.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments? Just quick, I'm guessing that the life expectancy of this hoist or this, which what it is, the hoist, it's this thing probably should last just about forever. Nothing lasts forever, but it'll last a long time. It's not like a regular piece of equipment like a pickup truck or anything like that, right?
Yes, Your Worship, and it can be, so if the truck needs to be replaced down the road, this hoist can be put into a different truck. So it's replacement essentially.
Okay, great, thanks. Is there any other questions or comments? No. We'll move on to the next one, which is scattering grounds.
So a couple here for cemeteries that are identified as needed but not recommended at this time. So again, the photo here provides visual context to capital enhancement. It's an alternative method used in honoring loved ones. It has been become more common lately, and the BAO would help our staff kind of implement this if in the future we go this route. Scattering grounds would provide more financially feasible alternative to purchasing plots or niches. The associated landscaping can enhance the appearance of the cemetery as well. So essentially comes with a monument, a seating area, and a specific dedicated space to scatter your loved one's remains. Without a formal scattering grounds within any cemeteries, individuals may take it upon themselves to improperly scatter their loved ones in cemeteries, which is not legal, but it does happen. And it's happening more and more because this is a very cost-effective way. So this is something we'd like to look at in the future, and we do have that sort of property and that space at the Riverside Cemetery to be able to do this.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Any questions or comments? On to the next dump trailer.
Yeah, so the last one here, again, not recommended, but the cemetery crews would benefit from a dump trailer of this nature for all the tree work that they're doing, all the aggregate that they've done, gravel, soils, all that kind of stuff. This dump trailer would also be able to transfer our equipment to and from. So we're looking at the small utility tractor that they have. It would also be able to transfer that from site to site. So this could be a very versatile piece of equipment for the cemetery operations. They are borrowing, the equipment from Public Works and the equipment from Parks from time to time. It's not always available. And we do have another sort of dump trailer that Utilities owns, but it's a little bit small for our needs. It wouldn't be able to transfer equipment, and it's not, they use it quite frequently. So when we need it, it's not always available. So again, not recommended for this year, given the circumstances, but this is something that we would like to add to our equipment list for the cemeteries department in the future. And with that, any questions overall? My slides are done.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Is there any questions for Chris with respect to his presentation? Seeing none, I think thanks, Chris. We appreciate that. I think at this point, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll see where we'll go from here. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes, folks, and we'll have some decisions as to how much further we're going to go here. So thanks. Welcome back, everyone, to the special session of council for the 2025 budget session number 2, 21st day of November 2024. We've heard a lot of information today, and we're going to forge ahead and see if we can get some direction from council so staff can come back with some really tight numbers for what we're looking for here. So I'll turn the floor over to you, Ellen, to start, and then we'll start going down through the list of the recommended enhancements that we heard about today.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to all of council for sitting and listening as attentively as you did over the last 2 days. I know we provided you with a lot of information, and we're hopeful that it was provided to you in a way that you were able to follow along with us and understand the information that we've been providing to you to help you make the decisions you have to make as easily as you can. With that being said, we have a couple takeaways of things that we've heard over the last 2 days. And I'll go through those now. So the 2 things that I picked up on primarily were a couple options when it comes to financing. So one being the option to look at paying down our unfinanced capital over a longer period of time, extending that out over a period of 15 years. Rough estimate, which I will come back with in greater detail if that's the desire of council. I think we're looking at about $100,000 in savings if we were to extend that over 15 years rather than them having varying terms. And the second being to re-examine or relook at the funding sources of some of the recreational capital asks and whether or not those are suitable to be funded through reserves. So that's something, if again, that's the will of council, we can look to provide options to council of different funding sources. And again, if there was anything else that I don't have on that list, or if there's any other ideas that council has for staff that they would like us to take a look at and bring back outside of the budget enhancement request, which we'll talk about in more detail in the coming slides. But if there's anything else, we're happy to hear from council now.
Okay, yes, so we'll start with this first, and go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Through you, Your Worship. So the financing of the heavy equipment, heavy fleet, is that something, even if we could just see an example of what that would look like, and like over 3 years at 0%, if there's down payment, et cetera? Because I'm assuming the pricing that was put in there is based on something solid that you've gone out and asked for someone to give you the specs and the price on something. So if we could see what that looks like as well, unless it's not worth it.
I think Mr. Grant was going to bring back a report afterwards, unless there's something in the there's something that you want that's not been recommended, that's not been funded or not been suggested has been funded. But I think Mr. Grant had an intention on coming back with a report subsequent to this to give us an idea that it's a just in case sort of plan, that if something breaks, then we know that we need it, but we haven't authorized to buy it. How are we going to fix the problem? Does that make sense? Okay, sorry, go ahead, David. I know you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to say something that again about the financing, but we'll wait for the report from Mr. Grant. Thanks.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason we raised that today wasn't necessarily to do it this year. I mean, we could, but I do think it represents a significantly different way of doing business, and giving council all the ramifications, I think would be a good option. Unless if council were to take a look at some items and say, look, I want these things this year, then that would be levy or financing. But I don't, if we had done it before, I would say that it would be something that wouldn't be that hard to do. But I think that understanding all the ramifications on borrowing limits and everything else, I think would be a good idea before we decided to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Hicks. Is there anything else that you can think of other than what Ellen has mentioned prior to us going through the recommended enhancements? Seeing none, and Madam Clerk or Alan, would you like that by resolution, or are you good on the instruction that we've given you?
I don't think at this point in time I require a resolution. We will incorporate those as information for council. And then, of course, if they choose to opt into those or out, then a resolution could be passed at that time. But for now, we'll just take that as general direction to come back with additional information on those options.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hamel. And so what I think the way the direction we're going now is let's take a look at the recommended operating or the recommended enhancements that staff have given us so that we can give, and again, this isn't, we're not putting a stamp on it and it's going to happen, but I think we need to give staff a fairly good understanding of do we really like it? Are we kind of maybe thinking maybe not, or I just don't like that whole idea whatsoever. So if we can give some staff some direction, we'll go down through the list. But before we get started, I think Mr. Grant wants to say something.
So the other thing I would say, Mr. Mayor, is each member of council will have received a detailed line-by-line budget of every department. And as we hit the departmental slides, when it says executive services, if you have questions at that time, about sort of any of the line items. And so the difference in my mind is the line items would be management decisions and the higher level sort of buckets about how much and how often would be council decisions. But it is certainly your purview to ask for clarification or more information on those items. And I think now would be an appropriate time as we get to the title slides. If we say, I need to understand this a little better, and we can make ourselves available for that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant. Having said that, let's start through the recommended enhancements that we've heard over the course of a couple of days here. So first on the list is the manager of capital, which is the funding source was through reorganization, and there's no input on the levy. There's the manager of capital, director planning and grants and procurement position. Those have all been approved, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Grant, prior to by resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, those were all approved in principle, but for the sake of budget transparency and all the numbers shifting around, we just wanted to bring them again here.
Okay, great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or concerns with those, the first three line items there, the manager capital, director planning and grants procurement position? And are we content with what we've seen and what we've heard with respect to that? I'm sensing from the room that we are. Moving on to the next one, it's the ECA and landfill closure costing, which was offset by waste budget, which has no influence on the levy as well. What's council's thoughts on that? Are we content with that? Are we good with what we heard with respect to that? Yeah, seeing consensus. Next up, the parks tree removal budget, which is part of the tax levy, $15,000. Are we good with what we heard with respect to that line item? Not hearing any no's and seeing lots of nods, so we'll move on to the HR software citation offset by the software removal. That was a bit of a trade one for another. Are we good with that, or do we want to see anything different there? Okay, moving past that, the SOS cash donation, $12,000, which would be coming from the levy. Are we good with that, Councillor Nori?
I'm sorry, a brain fog here. It says 12,000. I thought it was, but that's still the 31 that was on the list. Is that correct?
I think the 12,000 was on top of what we give them before. Am I correct there, Alan?
We're correct. Yes, that's just the additional.
I don't want the ladies mad at me. Thank you.
No, you don't want that. So, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Panan.
Through your worship, thank you. If we go down past this on slide number, slide number 6, it's stating $16,000. Actually $16, but I'm sure it's $16,000.
Yeah, just give me 2 secs here, and I'll let Alan get caught up as well. Yep, sorry, just bear with us as we're just going through this.
Thank you for your patience as I looked into that. So it is, the variance there is the $4,000 of in-kind. So we're giving them $31,000 in cash and $4,000 in kind. And the increase in cash is $12,000.
Perfect. Makes all the sense now. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the in-kind. So that's the $12,000, just the difference. So
Correct.
next is the bylaw officer. 25,000 reorganization, 83,000 from the levy. I think I heard some consensus on the bylaw the other day, but is everybody content with the fact that we hire the second bylaw officer? Seeing nods, moving on to livestock evaluator. I think that was a $4,000 cost to the levy. And I remember talking about that. I think it was yesterday. Are we good with that? Okay. Next up is the transfer to reserve transitional CMO 254-155. Are we good with that? And I think that had to do with, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, was that had to do with the recycling?
Correct. Yes, that's a solid waste budget.
The number that's a number that might not be a number. Are we content? I think for now anyways. Sorry, Bill. After that, we have change management training, $7,000 from the levy. Are we good with that? Okay. Advertising increase offset by software removal, so there's no hit to the levy. It was about $15,000. Are we good with that? Roads need study, third-party levy, $20,000, which I think we heard about today. Are we good with respect to that study? Yeah, seeing nods. After that, we have the weed spraying program, $42,000 to the levy, and I think we're all good with that. I think we're all tired of seeing lots of big weeds alongside our roads and sidewalks. So, moving down to the next slide. We have the Best and Bash dehumidifier. That's something that's already been approved. And I think we're all good with that from the conversation that we had. Next up is the SCBA face protection for the fire department for $13,400 on the levy. Are there any concerns with that? Seeing none. The PPE replacement also from the fire department, $117,000 on the levy. Is there any concerns with that or any questions? Seeing none. The PC replacement, the computers, laptops, and the desktops, levy and reserve contributions. Is there any questions or comments or concerns about including that in this year's budget? Seeing no concerns, moving on to AMP update, $70,000 towards the levy. Are we any concerns or questions with respect to that? Sorry, go ahead, Deputy McCallum.
Yeah, brain's foggy. What was the AMP update? Can you just refresh me on that, please?
I can, yes. Thank you. That's the update to our asset management plan as per the OREG regulations.
Thank you.
And just bear with me here. I seem to have lost my screen. There we go. Okay, next up, the town hall steps from the downtown town hall reserve. Do we have any concerns or harsh disagreements on that? No, seeing none. The ride-on floor scrubber for the arena, we just heard just about moments ago, coming from the levy. Any concerns about it including that into our budget? No. The library HVAC, Again, we heard about that just moments ago, $17,000, 500 to the levy. Any concerns with that? Okay, this looks good. The double surface treatment program is being paid for through the government funding. We heard about that this morning. I think probably well needed. Do we have any concerns with that being added? No. The single surface treatment program, government funding, $417,000. Is there any concerns with that line item? No, good. Next up is the microsurface program, government funding, $240,000 paid by our friends at the provincial government. Is there any concerns about that? No, okay. Next up is the 0225 plow replacement, $420,000 to the levy. Do we have any concerns about adding that into this year's budget? No, see no concerns there. Moving on to the next screen, which is the top one is the town hall roof coating from the town hall reserve that we've built, $37,000. Do we have any concerns about adding that to this year's taxation? No, seeing no concerns there. Next is the lawnmower development charges is paying for that, $35,000, or at least in part of it anyways. Is there any concerns with respect to the lawnmower that we heard about just moments ago? Deputy Mayor Cowher?
Yeah, I'm still a little on the reserve side of that. I don't know, it's whatever everybody else thinks. I guess it's on development charges, so it's not really on the tax levy, so. Is that correct? It's 100% paid for off the, off development charges?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, well, we can put an asterisk beside it anyways, because, and it could be a maybe thing. So if you have some concerns about it, Deputy Mayor Calver, we can do that. We'll make note of it anyways. How's that sound? Next up, the drum roller, again, from development charges. We heard about that this afternoon. Any concerns about that? Okay, the columbarium from the town reserves, $56,000. Do we have any concerns or harsh disagreements with respect to that? The hoist truck, which is not a truck, but it's a hoist truck. Do we have any concerns with respect to that for the cemeteries? No concerns there. The home hardware flooring, the rubber flooring for phase one, I guess, of probably phase 2 or 3. That's going to go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Norrie.
Nice try. Just, isn't that coming out of the arena reserves, not levy? Or isn't that part of your fees for get the place fixed?
Yeah, I think Ellen can comment on that.
Yeah, so as presented to you right now, it is on the levy. However, we were hearing from council to look to go back to see whether there was the option to fund perhaps that or perhaps the dehumidifier from the maintenance reserve or the capital replacement reserve. So we will bring those options back to council on the December meeting.
Thank you very much.
We'll put an asterisk beside that one too, Councillor Norrie. So thank you. Is there anything else with respect to the home hardware flooring? No, we're good there. Cuthell Lane boat dock. Development charges in the levy, $15,000. Is there any concerns about adding that to our budget? No, see no concerns there. The water tank for the back of the truck on the levy, $37,650. Any concerns with that, or do we need to put an asterisk or anything beside that, or anything that we can task Ellen to do with that? Councillor Hicks?
Through you, Your Worship, Alan and Michael, just a question. If this is a new piece of equipment, is there any way that any of that could be funded through development charges?
Through your worship, I think there's a portion that could be gleaned from development charges. So it's something that the treasurer and I were speaking with in between over the lunch hour today. So it's something that we're going to look into in a little bit more detail. But that's the direction of travel for staff, is to look into reducing that burden on the levy.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and that sounds like something we could put an asterisk beside then too, Ellen. Is that something we can look into and then you can bring it back to us, or?
Certainly, we can take a little look at that. Just for some context around the development charges. So we have a bit of a window right now because our DC background study is open. So we're able to review and add things that we know are needed. Typically, in order to fund something from the DC, it needs to be identified in the DC background study so that we're collecting fees for that. We do have some kind of blanket contingencies like we do in parks, for example, where it's just generalized parks equipment. It doesn't specifically say you must purchase a lawnmower. So it would be finding whether or not there's one of those general blankets that, for example, this water tank fell into, or whether or not it's something we can add. But just kind of an educational piece for council is that it does need to be identified in the background study in one way or another for us to be able to fund it, even if it's growth related or has a case to be to have growth related components, that we do have to have that recognized to make sure that we're collecting the funds for it to be able to pay for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through your worship, so the tank itself isn't identified explicitly in the study today, but given that we have it open for review, if council would like to, give the nod that you'd like to see that explored to be added in, that's certainly something we can do. Just speaking with Director Jeff Cuthell, we believe that there is a good amount that would be growth related, given the existing, I'll say, makeshift water tank. This would be purpose built. And given that it's heavily used in our capital renewal program, there will be a growth component. It's just determining exactly what that split is. And just to build on what the treasurer said, we can certainly, if there is not a line item identified explicitly in a DC study, they can be swapped out. So if you were doing if you had something identified and it's of equivalent value and you wanted to swap it for a water tank instead of I don't know, some other piece of equipment of a similar value, you can certainly do that because you'd be keeping the DC whole per se. So in this case, it's something that we'd want to add to the study. It really wouldn't have a dramatic impact on the overall rates that we're collecting through new development, but it would give us that ability to leverage the DCs.
Good. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Hicks. So we'll put an asterisk beside that one, and we can discuss that when we come back. And the last on my list is the 1006 replacement levy, $135,000. Do we have any concerns about adding that into this year's budget, Councillor Pennell?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I do have a concern with this. I was also going to vote against the 0 to 25 truck, but then all of a sudden we hear that we don't have any replacements and it was taken off the road. Kind of made me change my mind on that. So I'd rather have that truck on order than this truck here. So.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Pennell. And so that's another item that we'll put an asterisk beside, and Ellen can bring back some numbers with respect to how it looks with and without, I guess is the best way of putting it. That's to the end of the list that I have with respect to recommended expenditures. Is there anything in the list of the non-recommended expenditures that we heard about over the past couple of days that anyone feels very strong about, that they feel that we should try and add it in or look at it or trying to discuss it? Sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Gower.
Yeah, I'd like to see what it would look like if we just went ahead and put the soccer field in, knowing we probably are going to get some money, but if we don't, I'd like to see what it would look like if we could do a soccer field in, a soccer field out type thing, just to have an idea if it's something we could just say, yeah, we're going to do it one way or the other, or would that be kind of shooting ourselves in the foot if we said that? If we just said we're going ahead and do it with or without the grant.
I'll let Ellen comment. I don't think it's going to cost us anything. We're not here to make any decisions tonight, but it won't cost us anything to take a look at it, I suppose. Am I correct, Ellen?
I agree with you, Mayor. We can certainly bring back that option of including it and have that up for council discussion.
Okay, thank you. And we'll see how it fits in the bigger plan then. So Is there anything else? I think we may be getting closer than we were at 9 o'clock this morning. So I just like to thank all members of council here this evening and all the members of staff for putting in all the effort and the time that we have. And I look forward to coming back on our next budget day to try and solidify some of these requests. So from here, Madam Clerk, do we need any type of a motion or resolution with respect to this before we move on to the next matter?
Through your worship, we don't require, sorry, when you say moving on to the next matter, are you talking about the Buttermilk Falls Road report, or are you talking about any further outstanding questions councillors might have about line-by-line budget items?
I was talking about the Buttermilk Falls report, but you bring up a good point. And I'll put it out there, is there anything else that we've heard over the past 2 days that council would like to discuss or bring up or task our financial people with to try and hammer this thing out? Mr. Grant?
So I would just say that, just to reiterate, for the line-by-line booklets that council members would have received, if there's a burning question today that you'd like to ask, the team can certainly dig into that. If you'd like to ask it offline, we're also happy to do that. We are in your hands.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Grant. I appreciate that. If there's nothing further, Madam Clerk, can we move on to the Buttermilk Falls matter, or did you want a resolution to note, receive, and?
Through your worship, if there's, yeah, we would love a motion to note and receive the day 2 presentation.
Very good. If there's nothing else, we'll look for a motion to note and receive the budget presentation, 2025 budget presentation, day 2. And we did provide direction to council or to staff with respect to the draft budgets, moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Councillor Martin. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? The motion's carried. Next item on our agenda is the preliminary cost estimate to upclass Buttermilk Falls Road. And I see Mr. Cuthel's come up. So Jeff, whenever you're ready, the floor will be yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'll give a brief overview. This is a report requested by council to come back and just give a brief overview on some preliminary cost estimates on the upclassing of Buttermilk Falls Road. Buttermilk Falls Road is currently a granular road, and the look through this report would be upclassing it to a surface treated road, a low class bituminous road. Some of the factors that staff look at when providing a recommendation to upclass a certain road would be annual average day traffic counts, the type of use, density, turning movements, percent of commercial truck use, level of service, and accommodating existing plow routes and the maintenance activities are considered within the recommendation of outclassing of a certain road. We have provided within the report just a snapshot of some of our roads that are similar classification to Buttermilk Falls Road, which would be mostly what's identified here would be a granular road that would be a through road, and that either have the same or higher or around the same kind of classifications of use. As you see in the list provided, we have also included Bridge Street. This is west of Cherrywood Parkway to Deserano Road. It's not currently a gravel road. It's currently as a surface treated road, or a surface treated road with that enhanced micro surface on it. Through a traffic count and use, commercial and density, Bridge Street would most likely be a road that if the dollars were there, we would recommend to be upclassed to a high class bituminous road, a paved road. The use of it's around 1,800 cars a day. Then we have others. We drop into our granular roads. There's Meach Road, that's 90 cars a day. Johnson Road, 70. McKnight's Road, 70. And Buttermilk Falls is 60. And then below that, Stonehenge with a 50. And Van Leuven Road, which is another road less than 50. I don't have a particular count on it, but that's another one that's based on its location and it being a small area of gravel. That's one that council had kind of talked about in the past. They'd like to see it upgraded to a surface treated road. Staff focus has been to recommend roads related capital budgets to maintain our existing road surfaces and not to upgrade or downgrade any road classes to granular. If you take a look at the attached, there is a cost estimate attached that would account for road widening. It's currently a 12.2 meter road allowance, and it would be widened out to a 20-meter road allowance. It would require relocation of utilities, hydro, bell, etc. They require extensive drainage work and a full road base reconstruction, and then the addition of a surface treatment. That's the prices that's attached within this report for upclassing of Buttermilk Falls. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, Councillor Bernard.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Jeff, thanks for this report, especially the detailed cost estimate on it. Looks like everything was priced out, which is great. My concern with Buttermilk Falls Road is, even though that, what do we have here for a count of 60 cars that looks like it was done in 2021. There has been more residential builds put on this road. But also the main concern, so this has been on my radar for 10 years. So 4 years prior to me getting on the council, when I ran, it was a concern that was brought up last term and now so far into this term. It's always seems to be somewhere in a conversation. And the main thing is the amount of potholes that it has. And we like to grade it quite often and dust control, and that works out great for a short period of time, but then the potholes come back. And majority of the time, I wouldn't say every time, but majority of the time that I do get a complaint, I go and I drive it, and they're legit. They're legit, and there's some washboard on there and stuff. And these are coming from, of course, the people who live there. So that's my concern on this. It's not so much the count of the road, but it is the shape of it is. Now, we have some great dirt roads or gravel roads, sorry, in Ward 3 that have no potholes, and you know they can stay that way for a long time. But Buttermilk Falls Road, there's something going on with the base. You guys would know better than I do, but there's something going on with that. And again, for the last 10 years, I thought finally it's time to have a conversation on this in council where we can have a look at this. And instead of just saying, oh, it's going to be too much, it is this, it's got a lot of money. It is a lot of money. I mean, you're right when you said that. But now we have it on record and we can discuss this, and maybe we can come up with some other solutions other than changing the classification of the road to actually better the road itself, because you know these people, they do have a legitimate complaint.
Thank you, Councillor Purnell. Is there any other questions of Jeff with respect to this report, or any concerns? I know that I think in the past, or not that the most recent past, we talked about a road reclassification policy. Is that something that you can comment on, Jeff, or is that something that would be helpful for you and your staff? Or
yeah, sorry, Your Worship. We haven't touched on that within the report, and that would be a priority of staff in 2025 to come back and with a road reclassification policy and a decision matrix within that for triggers that would enact an upclassification of a road, just to help council in a decision making with that whenever the budget dollars presented themselves.
Great, thank you. And I think that's a great idea. Go ahead, Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, through your worship. Jeff, I just want to continue on by saying that your work here is not going to be done for nothing. I really appreciate what you've done, and everybody that has their hands involved in bringing us this report. It's fantastic. It's nicely detailed. But now I can go to the residents and say, it's a $5.2 million touch to do this. And, you know, is this really what you want? Or, you know, we can have this conversation. So I just wanted to make sure that you know how appreciated this is to have this report brought finally after all these years. And we can move from this. We can grow from this. We can come up with other different scenarios and stuff. So I just don't want, it seems like the conversation's going to wrap up here pretty quick. And I just wanted you to know that this was appreciated, and the amount of time and work that you put on it to have a 5-minute conversation out of it is not wasted. But so thank you for everybody that had their hands involved in this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pennell. And I think it's a stark reminder for all of us that being in the road business isn't cheap. So, and that's quite obvious what's come out of this report here. So, sorry, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Jeff, that's awesome. Like, no question there what it's going to cost to do a road. My only concern is we are going from 12-meter wide to 20-meter wide. Is there a reason why we have to go to 20-meter? That's quite a, to me, that's quite a chunk of change wider. If we went narrower or even kept it at 12 or 14, could we do away with some of them costs? Because like $5.2 million for 4.7 kilometers of road, that doesn't compute very well.
Great question. Through your worship, a 20-meter road right of way, that's just your property limits that the town would own. By the time you have, we'd be probably looking at an 8-meter to 8.5. There's a lot of corners on that road as well, about an 8.5 meter top. By the time you get your shoulders and your rounding, you go into your ditches. And then we like to have right-of-way room for utility locations on the backside of ditch to get our clear safety zones from the traveled road surface. Also, on rural, high speed and everything else is coming in and want to be buried. So we need to have some room in these areas to be able to locate these different utilities and not have them conflict with each other and not be in our ditches or in our roads for future road reconstruction. It does seem like a lot, but it doesn't take long to use up a 20-meter right of way.
Okay, I misread that 20-meter right of way. Thank you.
There's an old saying, it's better to have and not need than need and not have. So thank you. Is there any other questions or comments for Mr. Cothill? If not, we'll look for a motion. Yep, go ahead. No, yeah, and maybe we can consider this too, is that because we have talked about the road reclassification policies that we note and receive, and further that council directs staff to bring forward a draft policy in 2025 regarding the road reclassification decisions of council's consideration. Would you be willing to make that motion, Councillor Pennell? Moved by Councillor Pennell, second by Councillor Hicks. Is there any further comments, questions, or concerns with respect to the motion that's on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion is carried. Brings us to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of Town of Greater Napanee at a special session of council held 21st day of November 2024. Moved by Councillor Hicks, second by Councillor Pennell. Ready first, second, and finally passed this 21st day of November 2024. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion is carried. And motion for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Martin. If there's no further comments, questions, or concerns, all in favor of that motion? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks, folks, for staying with us. And we've covered an awful lot of ground over the last couple of days, and we'll see you next week.